My own son, a sword armor knight. Where did I go wrong?
Your mockery cannot pierce my defenses, Mother. My superior combat outweighs my poor mobility.
Delusional.
You may not like it, but this is what the viewers want. And the viewer is always right.
My son died the moment he put on that armor. I will not allow this husk to defile his memory any longer.
Ready or not, here I come. Damn! I should have used a speed wing. Or maybe some boots. Prepare yourself. I have to make it like really wooden and awful, like how Ike says it. Prepare yourself for the Fire Emblem Path of Radiance unit reviews and tier list. Fire Emblem Path of Radiance, often referred to as FE9, just released on the online service for the Nintendo Switch 2, so there's never been a better time to give the game a try for yourself and then make angry Reddit posts complaining about how slow the enemy phase is and wondering why old boomers like myself love it so much. We've just completed our Max Meme Mercenary playthrough of Path of Radiance, and throughout our run, we gave a very professional tactical analysis of each and every unit. Our patented, copyright-protected, no right-click download 5-star unit rating system evaluates the units as follows. Five stars. These units are indispensable. The only reason not to field them is to make the game harder for yourself, which is something you might actually want to do with Path of Radiance because it's really easy. 4 stars. These units are very useful, but they have a noticeable flaw that maybe you can compensate for, maybe you can't. 3 stars. I would say these are average units. Use them if you want, or don't. Either way, the average quality of your army probably isn't going to shift too much either way. 2 stars. This is where I would say the units start to get a little smelly. 2 stars is probably where I would say that a unit is not worth deploying if you're being super serious. But you can still use them in some serious contexts with enough favoritism or babying. And finally, we have 1 star. Use these units to maximize the memes, and for no other purpose. That being said, Path of Radiance is extremely easy, and it's also a single-player game, so you can do whatever you want. If you want to try to use this tier list as a guide for your own playthrough, you could think of it this way. The more powerful 5-star units you use, the more weak 1-star units you can mess around with without seriously impeding your playthrough and preventing you from completing objectives. So you can kind of mix and match the mighty and the meme to create an army that best suits your palette. Now, I thought Palette Town was in Pokemon. That's a different franchise. Huh? Soon I'll be sending you into the past for each and every unit review. You can tell that time is progressing because the facial hair gradually gets scruffier and scruffier as we play through the game. We played on English hard mode, so my evaluations are not applicable for Japanese exclusive Maniac mode, which has several significant differences in terms of unit performance. I'll see you all back here at the very end for when we actually place all of these units within these star ranking tiers, just so that you have a nice, convenient way to see all of the ratings in one place. Don't expect any of the final star ratings to differ from the ratings that I actually give in the playthrough. You'll notice that I actually rank the units before using them in the playthrough, and that's because I've played this game before. I don't rank the units based on their performance in the actual playthrough, because that is subject to the whims of the RNG. I rate the units based on my experience with the game, and what that unit's average performance can provide for you. My opinion has never changed, ever. You can view that as bullheaded and stubborn, or you can view it as myself having noble convictions. I stand for something. I think 1-star rating might have actually changed as a result of my playthrough. Can you guess which character? My final proclamation before sending you to the unit reviews. I've got to thank our benefactor. It's not Benyon, it's actually the mighty Patreon Laguz tribe. Wow. Maybe they added this in the Nintendo Switch 2 version. If you'd like to shift into a Patreon Laguz yourself, consider using the link in the description. Thank you to all of the mighty Patreon for making it financially feasible to do a month-and-a-half long playthrough culminating in a, I'm going to guess, 5-hour-long tier list. Enough. Now take this warp powder and head over to the Ike review. I'll see you all back here for the compiled tier list and the Oscars award show. In, I'm going to guess, 5 to 6 hours. It might only be 4. Alright, I'm ready for you. Let's go. Player phase. Alright, let's see how long it takes until our first action. Ugh, this swordsman's gonna be tough to beat. Fighting Ike, eh, Snake? It's Ike! Ike! From Super Smash Brothers! We like Ike! We like Ike! We like Ike! We like Ike! We like... It's Ike! Main character of Fire Emblem 9, Path of Radiance. For some reason, Ike being Poonage incarnate is one of the last enduring forum wars. Even casuals have long since accepted Marcus is good, trainees are bad, but for some reason, people will fight to the death arguing that FE9 Ike is good. He's not. He's basically Blue Roy. Explaining why is going to involve explaining pretty much all of the Path of Radiance game mechanics, because Ike is a horrible fit for this game in terms of performance. Of Ike's many issues, his stats are actually not one of them. His stats are totally fine. Starts as a level 1 ranger, even though he can't use ranged weapons, so I don't know who is in charge of this localization. 5 strength. In Path of Radiance, physical units actually have magic stats, and magical units actually have strength stats. For physical units like Ike, the magic stat is basically worthless. There are some weapons that operate off of magic, but they basically all suck. I guess the Sonic Sword is okay, but not in Ike's hands. For magical units, strength actually is important because strength functions as constitution in Tellius in terms of negating weapon weight. This basically means that early game, units will be getting weighed down by their weapons, but as they hit the gym and slaughter their enemies, weight basically becomes completely irrelevant. 5 strength is okay. I mean, Ike's level 1, we really can't expect that much. 7 speed is actually quite good for a level 1 unit. It's very funny because in Smash, Ike is a heavy character who lumbers around and smacks you with a giant sword, but in Path of Radiance, speed is actually his best stat, and his strength is the stat that's kind of shaky. 6 luck, 5 defense, oh, and 0 res. Watch out! This guy dies instantly against any nerd, oh no. Despite the Brawl codec conversation involving Snake being afraid to approach Ike because he's wagging around a 2-handed sword with only 1 arm, Ike can't even lift a basic iron sword with both arms because he's weighed down by 2. That means that Ike's early strength and speed levels are especially important, because if you miss a strength level up, you're essentially also missing a speed level up. Ike's growths are overall fine. I'd actually call them pretty good. 50% strength is a coin flip. On average, you'll win it enough to make Ike competent. 20% magic, who cares? 50% skill, skill's pretty worthless. 55% speed, so speed actually is his single highest growth, if only as a formality, right? 55% is not really appreciably much better than 50%, but both of these are fine. 35% luck, 40% defense, 40% res, that's actually really high. But he has 0 base res, so he is always going to be vulnerable to nerds. Stats are not Ike's main issue. He has 2 big ones, and one of them is right here. This dude loves swords. He's somehow packing 6 of them. If he could go Ashura mode, then maybe he'd actually be competent at combat. Ike is unfortunately sword locked for the entirety of the game. Ike being sword locked is a disaster because Path of Radiance is one of the most enemy phase focused entries in the series. Fire Emblem games can be either player phase focused or enemy phase focused. Somewhat counterintuitively, enemy phase focused means that the enemies are actually really, really weak, and most of the fighting will happen on enemy phase as the enemies Leroy into you and you mow them down in response. Because enemies are so weak, your stats don't really matter that much because basically everybody has the stats to clobber them in combat. In an enemy phase focused game, what matters is, can you reach the enemy? And can you counter the enemy? Ike is sword locked, which means he has serious issues countering enemies who often are packing 1-2 range themselves. And he has issues reaching enemies because he is the acting manager at Foot Locker. And with this Karen cut blue wig, apparently I really want to speak to him. What makes swords in Fire Emblem 9 so terrible? The traits of swords are not useful in this game. You can see Ike has 173 hits. You can kind of ignore that. That's because he's a Pokemon trainer in the prologue here, but real swords don't actually have 150 hit. The plus points of swords, they're very accurate and they're very light. And they pay for that with lackluster might. The thing is that accuracy doesn't really matter in this game because enemies are so weak, you'll basically always connect with them. And weight doesn't really matter because strength negates weapon weight. So weapon weight becomes pretty irrelevant by about halfway into the game or so, I would say. All that really matters is how hard you can clonk the enemy with your weapon, and axes have the most might, which makes axes the best. Enemies are also arranged in legions of lancers. Lances are by far the most common enemy weapon type, and that will naturally debuff all of your sword users and buff all of your axe users through the weapon triangle. Well, here they are! Well, I found the Crimean mercenaries! Surround them! Bro, look at all of these lance units! Did you guys think I was kidding during the Ike review? I don't see a single sword unit. Bro, there's one axe unit. 1 axe unit. And how many lance units? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. You think that's enough? 2 axe units. 16 lance units. There's a slight difference in the weighting of the enemies. Being active manager of Footlocker means that Ike has very subpar mobility. You'll notice he has 6 movement, which is more than you would expect a GBA infantry to have, right? Unpromoted GBA infantry only have 5, but in Tellius, most infantry have better cardio, so they actually have +1 movement over what you would expect. However, this does not apply to nerds, who are always lost in their books. So mages actually only have 5 movement. But Ike does do some jogging in the forest with his dad, so he actually has 6 movement. But that's not exceptional, that's actually the normal for infantry. Mounted units, of course, have more mobility. This was a large part of why they were so dominant in the Game Boy Advance games. And intelligence systems agreed that mounted units were imbalanced, and they did address that in the GameCube Tellius games by buffing them. I think Path of Radiance came out in 2005, and Fire Red and Leaf Green came out 1 or 2 years before that. I guess all of Intelligent Systems was just enamored with their Gen 1 remake playthrough. You've heard of the Kanto region? Well, welcome to the Super Kanto region. I love the Kanto region. I can't get enough of it. Kanto is a passive skill of mounted units. In the Game Boy Advance games, it lets you use your remaining movement after a non-combat action. So for example, if you had 7 move, and you did a trade after 4 move, you could then reposition with your remaining 3 moves afterwards. In the Super Kanto region, you can actually use your remaining move even after combat actions. So if you had 7 move, you could attack 4 tiles away, and then retreat 3 tiles back afterwards. It's insanely busted. You would think that mounted units would have to pay some sort of tax for this, right? Maybe they have worse stats, maybe they have worse weapon selection. But it turns out they actually have better stats and better weapon selection. Can I speak to the manager of IS? So I'm telling you now, there's not going to be a single infantry unit that I actually rate 5 stars in this game. If you want to be a 5-star unit in Path of Radiance, you need access to 1-2 range, so that means not sword locked, and you need a mount. And Ike unfortunately has neither of those privileges. What are Ike's main character privileges? Well, when he dies, the game ends, and he can seize. Those are both bad things. Because let's say Ike happens to get really good level ups and be a really good combat unit. If you want him to go deal with a powerful squad of enemies or accomplish a side objective, he can't because he has to go seize the throne or whatever. He does get 2 personal weapons. The first is the Regal Sword. Regal Sword. More like the Peagle Sword because it does piss all. It's so bad. Fire Emblem 9, for whatever reason, only has double effectiveness.
星のカービィトリプルデラックス。任天堂ゲームキューブマリオカートダブルダッシュ。
Hope's double dashed. It is effective against armor and cavalry, but most of the time, those unit types are actually going to be wielding lances, so you'll tickle them for maybe 10 damage, and then they'll stab you in the face for 15. It's horrible. It's so bad that it makes Roy with the rapier look good. Ike's other personal weapon, the Ragnall, is much better, and is probably where Ike's reputation as a combat juggernaut comes from. Because once Ike gets the Ragnall, he does become a completely unstoppable 1-2 range killing machine. But you know who else that describes? All of your units! And your paladins have been unstoppable for much longer, and arguably they even do it better because they're more mobile and their mastery may or may not be better. As the main character, Ike does have a story promotion, which does come later than you'd like. It's not Roy tier, but it's maybe 2/3 of the way through the game. Ike promotes from Ranger to Lord, which grants him +4 HP, +3 Strength, +2 Magic, +2 Skill, +2 Speed, no Luck, 3 Defense, 2 Res, 1 Con, and 1 Move. It also gives him it also increases his sword weapon rank from X to C. Very noble promotion. There are 2 good things about Ike's promotion. The first are the aesthetics. He has this hilarious power stance with one hand on his hip. It looks really ridiculous, and the stiff animations I think actually work in his favor, because Ike is clearly fed up with this foppery. Ike's really down to earth, as we'll talk about when we get to his supports. It's part of why people really like him. And he clearly does not care about the ridiculous politics that he's supposed to tiptoe around. Very funny. The other good thing about Ike's promotion, I've been calling it Lord because that's what it's actually called, but functionally, it's just fancy Swordmaster. Swordmaster in this game gets 15% innate crit, and Ike, upon promoting to Lord, gains the ability to use an item called an Occult Scroll, which will grant him his class mastery skill, which is his infamous up B, the Ether skill. Ether is a skill percentage chance, so you can expect between 20 to a 25% chance as you approach the endgame to perform a double attack at melee range only. The first of these attacks has a soul effect, which will leech 50% of the damage dealt as healing, and the second strike has a Luna effect, so it will bypass 50% of the opponent's defense. So Ike with Ether effectively is just a fancy Swordmaster, except that his critical strikes suck the enemy, which makes Ike suck a little bit less. One of the points that even Ike haters like myself, I'd call myself an Ike realist personally, will concede is that Ike will make you feel the strength of the earth. Ike has an Earth affinity, which is really busted. Fire Emblem 9 has a really great support system, both in terms of power and how it actually functions. No longer do you need to superglue 2 units together and spam end turn to force units to get along as if they were in the Pokemon daycare or something. You now build support simply by fielding 2 units on the same map, and after a certain number of battles fighting together, you'll unlock a support conversation within the base. Ike's Earth affinity grants 5 Avoid per support rank. If you go with the Heatran Hater build and get a double Earth affinity between Ike and Oscar, within only 11 chapters, they'll build up to an A rank, and that means that when Ike and Oscar stand within 3 tiles of each other, they gain a 30% Avoid boost. That's better than Terrain. That's so good! And that's only from 3 out of 5 of your total support ranks, so I can gain an additional 10 from gaining a B with someone else. I believe Soren's Dark Affinity also gives half Avoid. And because this Avoid boost comes purely from supports, it stacks with other Avoid boosts, such as actual Terrain. Absolutely massive and a huge plus point in favor of any ground type units. Ike also has some bond supports, which is a Teleus mechanic, where if certain characters stand next to certain other units, they'll gain a bonus. This is completely independent from affinities and support ranks. In Ike's case, if he stands next to his dad, he gains plus 10% critical. I guess this matters on the tutorial. If he stands next to Mist, he will also gain plus 10% critical, but he probably should never be next to Mist because they don't want to be in the same areas. Ike wants to be fighting, Mist does not. And if he stands next to Soren, Soren gets critical immunity, so this is basically worthless. Now, let's say that you've got 10 seconds out of combat, and you can cast Redemption.
Are you mad? Why are you leaving? Why are you leaving, God? Why are you leaving? Why are you leaving? Do not leave!
Arise, my champion.
How would we fix Ike? The most straightforward and reasonable fix would be to just give him axes on promotion. That would give him 1-2 range and make him way better. I would definitely give him 3 stars if he got axes on promotion, which is what happens in the sequel. A little bit zanier, you could give him Ragnell on promotion. That would make him really good. I would say 4 stars for sure. And if we want to go absolutely bonkers beyond the realm of balance, I think they should just give him Ragnell when he obtains it in the story. Now, I don't think it should be the full-powered Ragnell. It could be a crappy, dormant version of Ragnell that's maybe like a hand axe in stats. And then perhaps after he clashes with the Black Knight in the story, when he would normally obtain Ragnell, then it could awaken and go woke or whatever people complain about, and then get its true stats. Fire Emblem does that a lot, right? I think that would actually be pretty interesting. Didn't I describe Crom's Falchion? Yeah, basically. Give him a bad Nell? I think we called it Lagnell. Of those 3, the one that I think is the most fair would probably be Ragnell on promotion, because Ragnell is a holy relic of Benyon, and Benyon is promoting him to Lord, so he should probably get to use it then. I think that's the sequel justification for why he gets Ragnell in Radiant Dawn. Despite all of this Ike slander, I think you should actually make full use of Ike. You should absolutely train him, max him out, because having a trained Ike is going to help you. There are some story battles that Ike is absolutely pivotal in. There's the Black Knight confrontation, which is technically optional, you can just run away, but come on. The entire narrative builds up to this showdown. You're gonna need a buff Ike if you want even a chance of winning, and unfortunately, it is a very much chance-based fight. The other fight where you're going to want a buff Ike is the final boss. Despite Path of Radiance being an excellent Fire Emblem game, a fan favorite, the final boss absolutely sucks. It's one of the worst in the franchise. And part of the reason for that is that the final boss literally has plot armor that can only be pierced by not even a handful of units. I think it's 3. And one of them is Ike. And if your Ike has had a good training regimen, he's probably the best at fighting the final boss. Your options for training Ike are to either use him normally, fight enemies, or you can actually use the new Fire Emblem 9 bonus experience system. As you clear chapters and as you accomplish certain side objectives, you will accumulate bonus experience, which you can then dole out during battle preps to level up units without actually fighting with them. Some characters make really good use of bonus experience, but I actually don't think Ike is one of them. Ike has a lot of opportunities to train up naturally in the early game when your squad is super small, and also because he has a story promotion, if you just stuff him with bonus experience, he's gonna be sitting capped at level 20 for quite a while, so I wouldn't recommend it, but it is an option. Although I did rate Ike an underwhelming 2 stars overall, I would say that his performance fluctuates throughout the game, just like the unforgettable biorhythm mechanic. Ike in the early game is probably around a 3-star unit, not terribly exciting, but you don't have many options, so there will be some useful actions that Ike can take. Then as you approach the mid-game and Serenie's Forest arc, Ike is legitimately 1 star. He's so bad. All of your other units are gonna start promoting and getting way stronger, and Ike is gonna be jogging to the front lines to noodle arm some lance units with his sword for like 10 damage. Really, really unimpressive. Then once he promotes and you begin the invasion of Dayan, probably say he's back to 2 stars, maybe even 3 with Ether, maybe. But at that point, 1-2 range becomes super duper important, and Ike does not have that until he obtains the Ragnell for the final 3 chapters, at which point, yeah, I'd probably say he's 5 stars. But only for the very end. The Tellius games, Fire Emblem 9 and 10, are a duology, and there is some connectivity between them. One of these features is stat transfers. If you max out a character's promoted level and cap a stat, when the character reappears in Radiant Dawn, they will gain a +2 bonus in the capped stat. Ike is very likely to cap his speed, and a speed transfer for hulking Radiant Dawn Ike is actually a massive buff over his already very buff base self. We've been very negative in our Ike review, but that's mostly to counter all of the Path of Radiance Ike propaganda. It's called Path of Radiance, not Destination of Radiance, okay? It's about the journey, and Ike's journey is a rough one. But by the end, he does actually become Poonage incarnate, and he never actually gets the Metroid treatment. When he comes back in Radiant Dawn after the protein powder hunts, those muscles are not for show. Ike actually is as busted as people say in the sequel. So I like to think of the entirety of Path of Radiance as Ike's training arc. Speaking of training, it's been an hour and a half. How about we take our first action in the tutorial? Here you go, Ike. It's a vulnerary. I'd recommend using it now before you fight Father. Last time he knocked you silly. Don't tell me what to do, little girl. What do you know? I'm Poonage incarnate. Take this, Dad. Give it your all. Ha! Oh. Whoops. The music is so dramatic.
Ike, stop it.
Oof. I can keep going. Ike! That's enough.
Ike, if this training is still too much for ya, you're not ready to take to the field.
Do we actually get a game over? I've never lost here. Okay, you can actually get reverse Fire Emblem dadded in this game. Have you ever seen a Fire Emblem game where the dad kills his son? Are we sure Ike is 2 stars? We got a game over in the tutorial. Well, thanks for tuning into this Path of Radiance stream. Oh, we actually are going to get an Ike level, so 50% strength, 55% speed. The first 2 strength levels are really, really important because they also prevent us from getting weighed down by the Iron Sword. So we really, really want to see strength here. It's by far the most important stat to get early on here. Ugh. Come on, give me the strength. Strength and speed, but if we can only get one, give me strength, please. Light, give me strength. Oh! Are we sure this guy's 2 stars? Great first level. Iron Axe, Iron Sword, Iron Axe, Iron Axe, Iron Axe, Iron Axe. It's a lot of axes on the enemy side.
Man, I really hope none of the enemies have swords.
Got bad news for you, buddy. We're packing. I don't know why Ike has 4 iron swords in his starting inventory. I think this is a localization change, but you can picture him running up to his first day of work. I got the equipment, guys. Nobody else can even use swords. So he's just quad wielding. Okay, bad enemy hit rate. Do we double him? That strength and speed level was so important. Are we gonna get another one? Come on, Ike. We like Ike. We like Ike. Oh my god! We like Ike! We got strength and speed both levels and we didn't get res. Are we sure this guy's 2 stars? That's really, really good. Okay, Ike level. We're actually okay with a mediocre level, but obviously we would like a good one. What? I didn't even make a graphic for Ike doing well, because I just assumed he would be horrendous. Are we sure this guy's 2 stars? We like Ike. Do we get a level? Oh, we do. We want strength, we want speed. We've gotten it all 3 levels so far. Holy hell. Ike the Annihilator. He's really trying to prove me wrong. We like Ike. Level 5, 9 strength, 11 speed. These are extra good, because all of this extra strength is also negating the weight of the steel sword. This is this is as good as Ike can be, pretty much. Do not expect this in your run. I stand by 2 stars, okay? Ike with the iron sword here, because I actually don't want to kill them. I have to equip a weaker weapon so that Ike doesn't kill them. This is definitely not the normal experience. 5 damage, because we got a bunch of defense as well. We one-rounded him with the iron sword! No! He's too strong! Alright, somehow we did it, by hitting strength and speed every single level. Move Shinon forward, I actually want them to attack Ike. Alright, we like Ike! We like Ike. I guess we actually want defense, that's the most important here. Holy hell! Oh, what is Ashera gonna do? What is Ashera gonna do? First res level of the run, guys. Ashera's doomed. We're gonna get that res transfer. Alright, Ike level. We want strength, we want speed. Big stats. Defense as well. Alright, don't worry. The Sonic sword is gonna go crazy. I love Sonic. That's why I have blue hair, just like Sonic. Alright, that was bad. Okay, Ike level. We really want strength, speed, defense. We like Ike. We like Ike. We like... Oh! Yarr! Arr! Help me! Alright, another Ike level. Another winner? We're behind on res. Can we get out of this res rut? So skilled. Oh, it's better than the magic level. Infamously memed line. If you're looking for pride, I have it. 2005 IS was woke. And yet they also included a character like Shinon, so maybe it cancels out. Oh, Ike level! More strength, more speed? We like Ike? Have you ever seen a ranger this ripped? Level 10, 12 strength, 13 speed? I can see why they put him in charge of this mission. Shinon, shut up! I'm trying to lead here. 4 strength, 4 stam, leather headband? Level 10? Alright, don't worry. A gift from our father. The very first weapon that isn't a hand-me-down. The Regal Sword. Light and easy to wield, and it is effective against Armor Knights. Let's get him. Terrible. Level up. We like Ike. Oh, Torres! What is Ashera gonna do? I think we can get shot by another archer, but they can't kill us. Ike level. So far, his levels have been really good. How's this one? What in the world? What is Ashera gonna do? Ike can actually do it, right? Wow. What the hell is going on? I have 14 strength. Can I one-shot this guy? It's possible, right? Because that's with the iron sword. Bro, I'm sorry I called you 2 stars. Yeah, let's just walk up to and one-round this Steel Lance soldier. Yeah, with our Ike. Yeah, sure. Ike the Irate. He's very mad I rated him 2 stars. Is he still on a rampage here? Holy hell! Ike the Irate! 15 strength, 15 speed, 10 defense! What is going on? Why are we using Mia? Do I kill him with a Regal Sword? Probably not, right? Because it's the Peagle Sword? Yeah, this thing sucks. That's actually perfect, right? I just have to not crit him. You think you can stand up to Ike the Irate? Okay, well. New plan, kill Balmer with Mia. Are you one of Gallia's subhumans?
Where one falls, another shall take his place. Your fight is far from over. Ah! Ah!
Ike level. Honestly, it really doesn't matter what we get. Our stats are so good at this point. How can you be so skilled? How can you be so lucky? I basically asked for it, didn't I? I'm not even upset. We need fresh fruit, dried meat. Ike, are you listening? Huh? Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was doing a 10 pull in Fire Emblem Heroes.
With others of my tribe, I need no words. I say all that I must with gestures, and with how you say, growls.
That sounds convenient. I believe next chapter is actually a beach chapter. I hope we can catch a quillfish. Never could I have imagined when I played this game, initially back in the day, that 20 years later I'd be playing it again in a blue wig, that Ike would say a completely innocuous word like convenient, and then people somehow viewing me from across the world would spam emotes for quillfish. I really don't know how we got here, but I suppose I'm not really upset with this outcome. Thanks for joining. Alright, how's our level up here? Strength and speed? Holy crap. And res. Ike level! I doubt it'll be as good as last time, so say goodbye to our strength level. This is what I deserve. If he hits us, I think we have the same RNG. Yeah. Uh-oh. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. It's like the dragon rot. Every time you die and come back, it gets worse. This is what I deserve. I really can't complain. This is what I deserve.
Thank you for coming to Gallia Palace. I am Kanagus, ruler of the Kingdom of Gallia.
This guy looks like, not quite the King of Jordan, but there's a picture of, I think, the King of Jordan with one of, like, the desert chiefs, and he looks like this guy. That old king's no match for the chief. 16 con versus 8. Ike level. How much do we like Ike? Obviously we want strength. Very skilled, very lucky. Hey, defense is good. Regal Sword's effective against armor. Yeah, it's fine. We'll crit him.
We meet again, son of Greil. Why do you challenge me? You are not worthy of being my foe. Flee while you are able.
You die! Die now! Ah!
Fool.
Ha! Oh! I was not strong enough.
Did you truly think to challenge me with this pathetic band? It appears you never learned to exercise discretion. No matter. It would not have survived regardless.
Whoops. Whatever happened in the past does not justify what we do to the Lagoos now. That is the thinking of an honest man. Keep things simple and clean is the way that you're making me feel tonight. I like that. Still, the strength of your conviction comes from your youth and your innocence. Trust me, it will be tested. Wow. This is a game from 2005, right? They would never say this today. You think that different races can get along? That's a nice idea, but trust me, you're gonna have second thoughts soon. When your journey is over, how will you be changed? I pray your conviction is not lost to despair. Spend more time with these beasts and you may be singing a different song. So I have to deal 16 damage. And I do, right? Wow. This is almost useful. My XP! Oh, and of course we got res. My hit rate's terrible. I guess I'll just take the better hit rate of this. You think you can stand up to Ike the Irate? My XP! Okay, no Rolf kill. But we get an Ike level. Strength? Oh. Oh! Oh! Okay, fine. I don't think Rolf would have gotten a better level. Oh, that's pretty painful. Look at that waddle. 9 damage. Ike level! Wow. Wow! Wow! Almost perfect, but we may as well throw away the Sonic Sword. Oh, this could be our Ike level here. Weakening this guy. We can use the Slim Fast Diet to not kill him. You think you can stand up to Iron Ike? Slimmed. Well, that's a capped Ike. So skilled, so speedy. Lightweight sword favored by female fighters, and also Ike, I guess. Slimmed. Now, may I ask you to kneel before me? I think Tawny said the same thing to us. Kneel before me, worm.
Alright, let me begin. In the name of House Crimea, I hereby grant you the title and rank of Lord and all the stat boosts it conveys. Arise.
Oh wait, we actually have this. People say we have too many graphics.
Arise, my champion.
Arise, my champion.
He's not holding a weapon because he gave her the sword. Oh, the power stance! At your side, milady. White Knights, +3 strength. So it's much more reliable to use Wrath Resolve on Ike for the special story fights of the Black Knight and Ashnard. However, this is way more fun. We gotta teach him the up B. Drink that Yakult. Oh! Ah, so you made it this far, have you? Tell me, how many pathetic priests did you have to kill to get here? Come on, 5 or more? If they're pretty scrawny, you could probably take 10 or so without breaking a sweat. Cowardly cur, time to stop hiding and fight like a man. You probably actually couldn't say this today. That's bad. Ether!
Ether!
I'll take it. Get ready for this is the best death dialogue in the series. Ah! Should have brought more priests or some babies. Dang. You're the knight that my father battled. If I'd known you were going to be such a thorn in our side, I would have reduced you to ashes when I had the chance. Guess it's not too late, though. Die. Well, someone died. Your Majesty, forgive me, please. Oh, I don't want to die. So scared. You'll get no sympathy from me. And did he suck her strength? Hey, speed's a good stat. Alright, so I think Ike has a Swordmaster duel against this dude. So we'll go to the other side of him. I think I double this guy. And he does 0 damage to me. My swordsmanship was taught to me by my father. George! So this is why you don't want Ike near anything. Because now all these enemies survive. Because they attack Ike. He's useless. If Ike wasn't here, they would attack the units that could counter, and then they would all be dead. But because Ike is here, we now have to spend our actions to actually kill them. This is why it's so bad. I found you at last.
You see me, and instead of fleeing, you come to face me. Interesting. And foolish.
I will keep challenging you until I've avenged my father.
There will be no next time. I will snuff the life from your breast here today.
Breast filleted. I will not lose. Ready yourself. Is that the line? Is anybody on script? I feel like I should have said something similar to ready yourself, but a little bit different. Uh-oh. Oh, it's nighttime. Oh, good thing we can't. Ether!
Ether!
He didn't die. Saved a steel blade use. Unfortunately, we have to actually use the silver blade here. They do make a good job. They do a good job of showing how powerful the Black Knight is. Because we got almost one-shot by him, and meanwhile we wreck this promoted enemy. We're so skilled, speedy, and defensive. I think that's capped speed. Oh, antitoxin. Green stats. Just like this green antitoxin. Ike level. He's getting ready to fight the Black Knight. With the Sonic Sword, apparently. Skill and defense actually really important. Wow, strength, skill, and speed all capped at level 14. Clear condition, question marks. Guys, I wonder what the clear condition of this mini chapter is. It's defeat Black Knight. Alright, we want to attack at one range. The Ragnell! A sword consecrated to oppose Alondite, so it deals 2 damage to all enemies. Only Ike can wield it. It also gives you some defensive bonuses. 18 might, 80 hit, 5 crit, 20 weight, 1-2 range. Wow, it only has 80 hit? It's kind of low. Man, this is pretty sad. We have capped strength and we deal 9 damage to him. Alright, we need these ether procs.
What an odd fate. This will be the 3rd time I have defeated you. The first was in the forest of Gallia, the second at Delbray in Crimea.
We've met twice, and I've lost twice, but the 3rd time will be different.
Oh?
My sword fighting skills were given to me by my father. If I stay true to them, I cannot lose.
Did you never think that using your father's techniques on the man who killed him would be futile?
My father robbed himself of using his stronger arm. If he had, he would not have lost to the likes of you.
You think so? Let us test your stronger arm then. Come, son of Gawain. Show me your strength.
Ether!
Ether!
He's looking pretty strong. Oh, but the Black Knight's putting up a fight of his own. Oh, it's nighttime, Luna. Be careful, big brother. Oh, renewed. Oh my god, he one-rounded him! That was as good as possible. What? The enemies didn't even spawn.
The winner is...
I fight for my friends.
You've grown stronger. I commend you.
Oh. Are we sure this guy's only 2 stars? Ike level. I guess the only stat we care about is defense. Not that kind. What is Ashera gonna do? Well, we are gonna kill Ashera with Ike. That part is true. They will probably attack Oscar, but that's also fine. This guy's dead because he attacked Ike. No issue there. We do need to get Ike leveled up. Chopped. This is why people think that Ike is 5 stars, by the way, because of this part of the game. Dayan can't do anything. It's over. Can get a lot of kills on our other units here. We actually do want to kill this dragon with like an ether. That would be really nice. Ether also heals us, which is good. Well, he didn't hit us anyway. See you. Oh my goodness. Tenku! We recovered onto the stage. We didn't need both of those. Poonage Incarnate. Capped defense? It's the only stat we care about. That might be the cap, actually. Alright, this nerd's about to get killed. He might damage me. It's possible. How did he hit me? I was a ground type. Okay, we literally one-shot him. See ya, nerd. Any tips for a new Ivysaur learning to play? Have you seen my Fire Emblem tutorial video? Are you sure? Why did they do this? I guess they've had enough. You think you can stand up to Iron Ike? Well, I guess we're not stealing that Silent Staff. This is very high accuracy. I think this is like a Wind Tome. No, it's Bolganone. Didn't hit us. Oh my god! Ike is on a nerd slaughtering spree. He one-shot all of them, but he crit all 3 anyway. This Ike is a killing machine. Are we sure his crit rate is 16? It doesn't seem like it. What stats do we even have left to increase? I guess that one. What is Ashira gonna do? Wow. We get 4 transfers. We got all of the important transfers. How do we have 17 res? That's actually really, really high. What? 1 more level until cap on Ike. I didn't get resistance? What a ripoff. Chopped. And now Ike is level 20. I am become death, Poonage Incarnate. What is Ashira gonna do?
Your magic shall not save you.
Great growths to the very end. Strength, skill, speed, and defense transfer. Wow. I guess if we had given him the Seraph Robe, like you're sort of supposed to, in Chapter 1, then he would actually get an HP transfer as well, but it's fine. He's healthy enough. Mia really needed it. Nyam. Hey, we could proc Ether. Great final boss dialogue. I'll remember that stance well. See, your father taught you swordplay, did he? How very happy that makes me. Mad King Ashnard, I will cut you down with this blade and end your reign of terror. You? Cut me down? Heh, good. If you possess the strength to toss me on the barbie, then so be it. That process is the principle on which my ideal Australian-themed dining experience operates. What are you talking about? Chopped. Ether!
Ether!
Wow, our Ike is so good. Kanto! Man, we only deal 9 damage once.
Ether!
Again! We one-turned him.
The winner is...
I fight for my friends.
The winner is... Ike. Or is it? Do you think you can defeat me? Yeah! We can just add Ganondorf here, maybe. He's gonna destroy the tower. Oh no, it's a promotion, but it's red because it's evil. Only on hard mode can you see these incredible 3D models. He turned himself into a green unit. He truly is out of his mind. Flee! Get away, everyone! None of you can even damage him. What a terrible design. It feels so good. He's touching the medallion, but he's still sane. Yes, such sane lines of dialogue as professional psychologist Ike. He's just going through some rough patches in his life. Seems sane to me. Such a dumb final boss. Ouch. Ouch. We get an ether proc, please? Can we hit him? Oh, this is wretched. Ether! Okay, that's good. Big damage. Oh my god. No. Oh, you're gonna pay for that, nerd. The majority of this map is just this. At least Ashnard attacks us at one range. Very kind of him. Please let it end. Have mercy. Ether kills him if the Luna hit connects. Gurgled. Ether! Hello! Luna? We got him. Oh, it's over. Excellent, excellent. So good. More, I say. At this time of ascension, it's not enough. Not enough. Crocky. I guess Outback Steakhouse is closed for the night. G'day. Pwned. I'm not sure if I would call that pwned. That was pretty atrocious. And number one has to be Poonage Incarnate, yeah, of course. 5 stars, right? Enough chit-chat, you three. We've got work to do. Enough chit-chat, she says. Well, we've got about an hour of unit reviews before we take an action. The only time that Titania is actually going to be wrong in this game. Chapter 1. We gain 3 units here. And let's start with our boy, Boyd! It's Boyd. Boyd is a fighter. On this channel, we've only played the Game Boy Advance games, and the fighters in that game are not particularly good. Luckily, Boyd did not exactly learn from their example. Four stars! Bases are totally solid. 7 strength is good. 4 skill is not good, but it's good enough for this game. 6 speed, that's actually pretty good for a fighter, right? How much does an Iron Axe weigh? Iron Axe weighs 10, and we have 7 strength, which means we lose 3 speed. Oh, I know another fighter that starts with 3 speed! We're no longer on the Game Boy Advance, but at least in the early game, Boyd has been haunted by the specter of Bartray. This guy is slow start incarnate. He starts in a serious speed deficit that he needs to dig his way out of, with both strength and speed level ups. How likely is he to start his engines? 75% HP, 60% strength. Yeah, he's a fighter. 50% skill. Wow, 45% speed. 35% luck, 25% defense, 25% resistance. Growths are overall good, but their importance is heavily weighted towards the early game. Your impression of Boyd will depend on how quickly you hit your initial strength and speed level ups. We need 3 more strength to negate the weight of our Iron Axe. Once we get those, we're gonna start doubling, and we're never gonna stop. But until then, it's pretty rough. Boyd's promotion is to Warrior. Because Boyd does not have a story promotion, he gets the Tellius level 21 promotion. You no longer need a promotion item, but instead, once you reach level 21, instead of gaining an extra level, you will instead promote to your advanced class. This is actually how you're going to be promoting most of your units in Path of Radiance, so early promo is no longer really a suggestion. You actually should just buff up your units all the way, and there's plenty of experience available to do that. Warrior promotion gives 6 HP, sure, hey, 2 strength, that's good. 1 speed, oh, I wish that was more. And you get E rank bows, wow, incredible. You're never gonna use those unless you're playing Max Meme Mercenaries like we are, because you need this guy for the Rolf triangle attack. Unlike Ike, who has an excellent support list, Boyd's fire affinity doesn't quite burn so bright. The only character you'd really want to support with is Titania, and it takes a very long time to build up the support. You might consider Mist. Mist is okay, and Mist's water affinity is actually very powerful, so fire and water do actually go together in this game. Brom and Ulki just... Despite only having 4 skill, Boyd does come with a skill, Tempest, which doubles the biorhythm effects. What are the biorhythm effects? Biorhythm is this sinusoidal curve that appeared in the Tellius games, and it has very minor effects on your accuracy and avoid. When biorhythm is positive, you gain bonuses to your accuracy and avoid, and when it's negative, those bonuses become penalties. And every turn, the biorhythm curve advances 1 to the right. I believe at maximum or minimum biorhythm, the bonuses are plus or minus 5. So if you're tempestuous, those bonuses become 10 instead. These are so minor that you would never delay your turns or actions simply because of biorhythm bonuses or penalties. On average, this skill does nothing, but I would say that it's more likely to hurt you than to help you. You don't really need the accuracy bonus, but the penalty could be what nudges you into a miss. Skills are somewhat customizable in Tellius. Every character has a capacity, and every skill takes up a certain amount of capacity. In the sequel, Radiant Dawn, if a character has an innate skill, such as Boyd here starting with Tempest, then that skill does not consume capacity. But in Path of Radiance, even innate skills actually do take up capacity. So he actually is paying a cost to be tempestuous. Once you unlock battle preps, you can actually remove skills. Once you take a skill off of a character, it's gone. It doesn't become a scroll that you can then reassign or sell, it just disappears. But I think you wouldn't mind dispelling the Tempest. It really doesn't do anything that helps you, and it may actually end up hurting you. Fun fact about the word Tempest, I believe the last theater production I actually worked on, back in my college days, was a production of Shakespeare's The Tempest. But of course, we can't just call it The Tempest, we gotta be a little fancy, so they added a subtitle to it, The Tempest, a gyre. And gyre is a fancy word that means storm. So the title ended up being The Tempest, a Tempest. I think I can see why people hate theater majors. Let's say we've weathered the storm, we've reached our promotion, and we have access to our mastery skill, Colossus. Hey, that sounds pretty good, right? Fun fact, the Japanese name of Colossus, it's actually the same term that Attack on Titan uses for the rumbling. Without too many spoilers, the rumbling is basically the apocalypse, and does involve colossi, so Colossus is actually a pretty good translation. Although with 20 years of hindsight, I'd probably call it Earthshaker, maybe. What does Colossus do? Colossus is a skill percentage chance to deal bonus damage. How much bonus damage? Double damage? That would make it kind of like a mini crit, but with a higher activation rate, because you can expect your skill to be around 20 or so. No, it's not actually double damage. Okay, 1.5 damage? That would still be, you know, useful. 1.25 damage? Here's what Colossus actually does. It's a skill % proc chance to add a quarter of your strength to your attack. So it doesn't even factor in your weapon, which probably has a ton of might because it's an axe. Let's say that we're in the end game, and let's be generous. Let's say you have 25 strength and 20 skill. So it's a 1/5 chance to add about 5 damage to your attack. So on average, this increases your attack by 1. But it actually gets even worse, because there's an additional condition. If you want to rock your enemy with Colossus, you actually need a con advantage against your opponent. So although con no longer affects weapon weight, it is still a condition. You'd think that for a warrior, being bigger than your opponent wouldn't be an issue, but for Boyd the Boy, it actually is. He only has weight 10. Now, if you were moving, you'd probably ask Boyd to help you, right? He could maybe pick up one end of the sofa, and you and another friend could maybe pick up the other end. He's not small, but he's not a GBA warrior. The GBA warriors were all massive mountains of meat. If they were helping you move, they'd pick up the sofa one-handed and just toss it to your new house. Boyd ain't gonna be doing that. For context on how modest 10 Constitution is, do you know who else in this game has 10 Constitution? Nephenee. The little farmer girl. For Nephenee, 10 Constitution is pretty impressive, but for Boyd, it's pathetic. You'll note that Titania here is displayed as 31 weight. Never ask a paladin her weight stat. And that weight factors in the mount. Colossus actually operates off of build, which is displayed here. So Boyd can actually Colossus mounted units if the rider is small enough. But as we've established, Colossus doesn't really do anything. The Colossal Titan's supposedly the mightiest of them, but I'm not seeing it. Based on how we've been describing Boyd, he really doesn't sound like 4 stars, right? But most of the downsides I described are either overcomable or completely irrelevant. Yeah, Colossus sucks, but so do most masteries in the game. Ether being good is actually an abnormality. It doesn't really matter that Colossus sucks because you don't need it. Once you get those first 3 strength levels, this guy probably has the best offense in the game, outside of Ike once he goes God mode with the Ragnell. Axes are really, really busted in this game, and outside of Titania, Boyd is going to be your main axe user for quite a while. All units benefit from forges, but we'll talk about them here with Boyd. You can very easily and cheaply forge a bunch of stats onto axes. And I don't think that necessarily counts as favoritism for Boyd, because unlike feeding him a speed wing that only ever applies to Boyd, forged weapons can just be traded around. So it's not really an investment into Boyd, it's an investment into any axe user. In many ways, Boyd is actually worse than Ike, who we rated 2 stars. The big difference is that Ike is sword locked and 1 range locked for almost the entire game, and Boyd has axes and 1/2 range for the entire game. Yet we rated Ike 2 stars and Boyd 4 stars. Is axes alone really a 2-star difference? Yes, I think they're actually that important. Four stars! Boy! You looking for something, fool? You looking for a fight? You came to the right place. I'll give you a tussle. Oh, tussled. Okay, first Boyd level. We want strength, we want speed. Exorcise the spirit of Martre. Oh, Okay, we did get a Boyd level. We really want strength and speed. Okay, well, we were due for one of those. Oh! You think you can stand up to Boyd the Boy? Alright. You flexed on them with a crit, now flex with a strength, speed level up. Redemption for the magic level. I'll take it. Is this a Boyd level? It is! We really want strength and speed. Strength is effectively also speed. Oh! Have you ever seen Greil Mercenaries this elite? Like, all of our levels are good. On all of our units. Oh, Boyd level. We want strength, we want speed. Oh yeah! Magic, defense, and res. Boyd level. Obviously, we want strength, we want speed, we want defense. Those are the big hits. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll take strength. And skill, we do sort of need it, and luck. Yeah, pretty good level. Boyd level. Strength, speed, defense, those are the big hits. We're level 10. Oh! Okay, Boyd level. We maybe want defense here, because this is kind of scary. Oh!
You may have done well up to now, but you face Daeon's finest. Oh! Ah!
Hammered. Boyd level. We are still weighed down by hammers, so we would appreciate more strength. Honestly, that's actually pretty good. I'll take 10 defense. Hooah! See ya, nerd. Alright, big Boyd level. We want to see strength, we want to see speed. And defense, I guess. How can you be so lucky? How can you be so resistant? You got a red gem. Chopped. Ugh! Glory to Daeon! Big Boyd level. Strength, speed, defense? Nice. And some skill to boot. 4 stars. With weapon triangle advantage, you don't stand a chance. Wait, how'd you do that? Oh! Go back to sword school, nerd. Oh, Boyd's doing it big. Give me that strength, give me that speed. How can you be so skilled? Boyd level! We want strength, we want speed, we want defense, but we don't need any of them. The prisoners are escaping! Halt them now! Oh! You think you can stand up to Big Bad Boyd? My XP. At least we got a good level, right? Well, he's a fighter. Alright, we want to get rid of this guy here. How do we do with the steel axe? We exactly kill him, which is not what we want, so let's weaken him this way. Oh! No problem! Oh! Not even close! Whoops. Alright, how big is Boyd? Level 18. Very skilled. These last this whole bloodline, there's a curse upon them. Dude, we're gonna get promoted Boyd. He's level 19. So skilled, so speedy, so lucky. Speed's good. Big Bad Boyd, let's get that strength and that speed. Oh yeah. And let's get him his Pokemon evolution, okay? We'll get 92, and then he'll block for his bro, and that'll trigger his evolution to warrior. I've got to get stronger. I've got to keep Rolf safe. Stay behind me, Rolf. I won't let them touch you. Your big bro is gonna keep you safe. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, where'd I get this helmet from? I can't see anything. A warrior. These stats are what all true warriors strive for. My boy. 7 move. I can actually shoot this guy. I think I actually do want to kill him, right? Man overboard! Boyd, it's a ranged unit. You don't have to be in the water. You can shoot them from the ship.
Oh, really? Oh, thanks for the tip. Sorry, I'm still new to this bow thing.
There it is. In certain conditions, increases damage when units con exceeds enemies. Let's just kill him. Colossus! 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 Oh! He died anyway without either of those. The power of 2 titans, colossal. Oh, that's swell. You know, you fought pretty well for someone so young.
Young? Yeah, you're one to talk. I mean, look at you, Pops. And we had to bust you out of a prison, and you're still a big fatty.
2005. What? Boyd the Bully, that's so mean.
Hey, how do you fight with a body like that? Hey, doesn't all that jiggling slow you down?
What? Jigglypuff mane. Oh, but I hate to think that my big belly would be a burden on you. Oh, now I feel terrible. Boyd, you better apologize.
What? Oh, hey, don't cry, Props. Look, hey, let's start working out together. I'll whip you into shape in no time.
Personal trainer Boyd. Oh, we have weapon triangle disadvantage here. Disadvantaged. I understand, but should we at least let someone else carry the Heron? You're bad enough as it is. Truth be told, she's unbelievably light. I barely know she's there, even though I have half skill and speed. Is that so? I think she weighs, I'd say about half as much as Mist. Wow, I'm surprised.
I'll bet you are.
What are you grinning about, Boyd?
No, nothing. I'm just amazed. Did you know you're 2 times heavier than she is?
What the hell is this? Boyd the Body Shamer! And Boyd says this while he himself is not heavy enough to Colossus people. I think he's just jealous.
I'm glad I don't have to carry you around and be like wearing an extra suit of armor.
What is this? You pig! You're the worst! Smitten! Oh! Mist level! So healthy. These are the consequences of body shaming. Boyd bullied her and now she doesn't want to grow anymore. Because he told her she was too big. Your actions have consequences, guys. I need to get this guy out of the way. Colossus! He actually wouldn't have died without Colossus. It actually did something. Colossal.
These stats are what all true warriors strive for. Ike. ちょっと話すことがある。俺は鎧の巨人。ラルゴは超大型巨人。
ボレ、疲れたんだろ？ああ、そうだ。ボレは疲れてんだ。I guess that's spoilers if you could understand what I was saying. You heard soda? Yes. They were talking about what drinks they liked. So is Boyd too? No way. What? Having completed all of Legend ZA, we never actually found out who was in charge of Lumio City. Well, here's Oscar Mayer. I don't remember voting for this guy. His campaign ran on a platform of being a mounted unit in Path of Radiance available on Chapter 1. Five stars. We talked about it in the Ike review, but the Kanto pandering is out of control. Super Kanto region allows him to retreat or advance even after making attacks, it's super unfair. And he has more mobility to begin with at 8 because he's mounted. His base stats are pretty decent: 6 strength, 6 skill, 7 speed, 5 luck, and 8 defense. Wow! 8 defense with a 26 HP base?
Break yourselves upon my body.
The Oscar Mayor is pretty beefy. For growths, we're looking at 55% HP. That's actually pretty low. 45% strength, 20% magic, 50% skill, 45% speed, 30% luck, 35% defense, and 30% resistance. Overall, not too exciting, but good enough. He will not have any durability issues, but he can have some offensive issues if you miss some strength or speed procs. And he also does not start with axes. He starts as a lance-locked Lance Knight. You would definitely consider giving him a strong forged lance to help out with his early offense. Because Paladin propaganda has somehow not gone far enough, Oscar is the first unit we're talking about that actually has the ability to use an item called the Night Ward. The Night Ward is an accessory that you'll gain when another cavalry unit joins you later. You can trade it around, it's an item in your inventory. When the Night Ward is in your inventory and equipped, you have to actually use the equip command on it, don't just put it in your bags. It will give you +2 to your defense and res, and it also, for whatever reason, has a hidden 30% bonus to your speed growth. I don't know what they were thinking in this game, but if you have any speed screwed or even middling speed cavalry or knight class unit able to equip and abuse the Night Ward, you can just trade it around and give them lightning legs. It's really unfair. He has one of the best promotions in the game. He can promote to Paladin, which gives him 3 HP, 2 strength, 2 magic, 2 skill, 2 speed, no luck, 2 defense, 3 res. And Paladins actually get a choice of weapon proficiency upon promotion. You can choose any of the physical weapons that you're not already proficient in. Because he already uses lances, he gets the choice between swords, axes, or bows. There is a correct choice, there is a wrong choice, and there is a meme choice. The correct choice absolutely is axes. Once you promote, you're basically just going to be using axes and nothing else. You can go ahead and toss that lance aside. Swords, I don't really know why you would do this because it's not very useful and not very funny. Bows, you would do because this is one of the requirements for the Rolf triangle attack. But if you're not doing that, then there is absolutely no reason you would choose bows. Support list is small, but really good. We already mentioned that going to A rank with Ike is gonna have you saying, "Feel the power of the earth!" But your feelings may go even deeper than that, because I think he's one of the only characters that can actually go not quite to 8 ground types, but 5. Because he also can do an earth support with Tanith, and Tanith is really good as well. But she is a bit later, so I'd maybe do Ike and then Kieran. Even though Kieran's wind affinity is kind of mediocre, it does let you cash in on your own earth affinity, and it helps out Kieran, who's really good. And if you're still not sold on this guy has Soul. Every Cavalier in this game picked Ruby version, and the Paladin mastery skill is Soul, which is arguably the best mastery skill in the game. Soul is a skill percentage chance to grant your attack 50% lifesteal. So your attack will suck 50% of the damage dealt as health. This is half of an ether with the same proc chance. So you'd think that ether is better, which it is, if you can proc ether, because ether is melee only. And solar rays actually go across the cosmos, right? It's 1-2 range on your hand axes. And I think that actually makes Soul debatably better than Ether. But I could also see the argument for Ether being better. It's definitely an either or situation. We somehow didn't mention it yet, but as part of the laundry list of privileges afforded to Cavs, he's also really good at rescuing. Because of course he is. Because Cavaliers aren't allowed to be bad or even mediocre at anything. And the Oscar goes to... Oscar!
Sword and shield! Stay on guard and suck it to him!
Your blade. It did not come deep enough.
There is no time. Your sword is enough.
Incredible. Oh, first Oscar level. He doesn't really need any stats, but we'll take strength and speed if we can get him. Very nice. Very nice. Oscar level. Maybe we'll get that strength now. And the Oscar goes to... Oh! Are we sure this guy's 5 stars? What the hell was that? How can you be so lucky? That actually might have negated all of the good luck we got. That was so bad. Oh, Oscar level. Alright, we really need strength and speed. Roll redemption. Somewhat. I mean, after the blank level, I'll take anything. Alright, Oscar level up. Strength? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, Oscar level. We really need strength and speed. Things are getting dire. Very nice. Okay, great, great. Oscar level, we really need speed, but we can fix it with the Night Ward. Thanks. What is Ashera gonna do? Oscar level, we really want strength and speed. I think we're still weighed down by some of our weapons, so strength is really... Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. I'll consider that a perfect level. We actually don't need the other stats. Nice. Oh no, not the Night Killer. Not killed. Not killed. Oscar level. We want strength, we want speed. Defense would be nice. Oh! I'll take strength and skill. We can fix his speed with the Night Ward, guys, don't worry. Look, my duty is... Blast you!
Bombs? You want it? It's yours, my friend.
Curse your name. Curse the name of Oscar and all who call him kin. I mean, so far this run, yes. I'm actually agreeing with Kieran. Curse the name of Oscar and all who call him kin. Their bloodline is destined for blank levels. Very nice. Oscar level. We really need strength and speed. Beautiful. Oh, beautiful. And Ashera's doomed too. Oh! Alright, Oscar. Strength and speed, please. Oh! The gods of Tellius have abandoned us. Now there is no hope. Oh, it's fine. The Night Ward will fix it, guys. Don't worry. Oscar level, no Night Ward, unfortunately, but that doesn't mean we can't get speed. And nothing else. Alright, so we have the Night Ward boosting our speed growth here. We really need these speed levels, but we are warded. Warded? Warded! What is Ashera gonna do? Yeah, ward increases your resistance, right? Alright, we've got ward. If you want to target Oscar, you have to give him plus 30 speed growth, or else your spell gets countered. Countered. Of course the spell got countered. We have 4 res. Alright, well, if we get speed here, I think that's probably enough. I'll be happy if we're warded for speed. Rewarded? Oh my god! A skilled Oscar can beat any Ashnard. Oscar level with the Night Ward, so this is warded. Warded for 13 speed. Yeah. Hey, most important stats. Great. Warded level on Oscar. So that speed is basically guaranteed. Yep, guaranteed. Or your EXP back. No refunds. Oh, another Night Ward level. Strength, magic, speed, sure. We only have 11 defense, we're actually kind of frail here. Oh, here we go. Oscar the Ascendant. We're gonna install Pally Power. It's time for Blessing of Kings. We're gonna increase our stats by 10. Level 1 Paladin! Only 59 more levels to go. Wow, those are good bonuses. Choose a new specialization. Well, this is the boring choice, this is the correct choice, and this is the meme choice. Let's do it. You can now use bows, thanks. We mentioned Attack on Titan when discussing Boyd. Well, are you ready for Attack of Titania? Titania. Maybe it's Titania? I've always said Titania. In Japanese, her name is Tiamat, so you can summon her with 3 Mars Jin on standby. And when she attacks, she does splash damage. I think that's a League of Legends weapon or something. It's been 15 years since I played that game. We'll go with Titania. I think there's actually some song where she's part of the lyrics. Shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am Titania. I think. I don't listen to much music. Well, that song tells you pretty much everything you need to know. You'll notice that these numbers next to her stats are really high, and that's because Titania is a Jagan character. Jagans are traditionally old senior knights that join your army early, and they're sort of meant to mentor and shepherd your weaker units as they blossom on the battlefield. Titania is in the same class line as Oscar, but you'll notice that she's not an axe knight. She's a paladin.
I will bring honor to my father and my kingdom.
Because she's been anointed by the light of promotion. Even though it says she's level 1, she's really more like level 21. Yes, her stats are bad for her level, but for chapter 1, they're insane. Bow before your goddess, 5 stars. Her base stats are completely bonkers. She can absolutely steamroll the first third of the game or so. 12 strength is a little mediocre, but it is backed up by axes, which have a lot of might. 14 speed is really good, and you can actually modulate it. The steel axe weighs 15, which means that Titania does lose 3 speed to this, which is a good thing. And that's not tropium. It does allow her to not double when she doesn't want to, and allow your other units to train up. And as she gains levels and her strength increases, that will eventually offset the weight of the steel axe for when you want to use your full attack speed later in the game. Unfortunately, as a Jagan, although she has stellar bases, she does pay for that with very lackluster growths. I don't even know why I bothered trying a fake out there. By this point, everyone's got inner focus, right? Everybody knows Titania is actually Poonage incarnate. 80% HP, she's healthier than Oscar. 45% strength, 25% magic, 60% skill, 50% speed, 45% luck, 40% defense, 45% resistance. So I believe all of these are either equal or better than Oscar's, right? Why? Why? She's basically Femme Seth. They just grew out Seth's hair and gave him a more dainty face and called it a different unit. I think the only reason why Seth is 6 stars while Titania is only 5 stars is that Titania does eventually fall behind your other units. She will still always be ahead of the enemies enough to be extremely useful, but late game Path of Radiance enemies get so spongy that you might actually need some mega offense from someone like Boyd, who will eventually be dealing more damage than Titania. But this is super nitpicky. Titania is still, if not the best unit in the game, at worst second best. Titania is a strong independent unit, which is good because her supports are not too good. She is a paladin, so it makes sense that she has a light affinity, but light affinity gives defense and accuracy. It's not useless, none of the affinities are useless, but I wouldn't clamor to make friends with Titania just to get lit. Titania Warm Knight. What is this? Artwork of Titania Mighty Mercenary. She looks so cool! Must Fire Emblem heroes be stopped? I'm not sure. This sort of looks like she's about to feed me cabbage soup and a potato pancake, right? I wouldn't say no. I think I missed a microtransaction, I'm sorry. 30 HNL microtransaction from Kratos, who says, Titania is like 30, but aged better than Zephyr. She's 30? I'm older than Titania! Oh, and I don't look nearly as good. I got the Karen cut. As a paladin of the Holy Light, Titania does have access to the soul skill. Same one as Oscar, absolutely worth it. But unfortunately, she doesn't start with it. You need to actually give her an occult scroll, which is a limited resource. I believe you get 4 of them in the game. She does have an innate skill, Counter. In certain instances, causes enemy to receive half of the damage it deals to this unit. Now, if you've played Awakening, where Counter is absolutely bonkers and is a 100% activation even when the enemy Leroy's into you and forces you to hit them, this is not that. Apparently what in certain instances means is a skill over 2, so 7% chance if we round up, to return half of the damage taken back at the enemy. But Titania has really good bulk, so the enemy deals 2 damage to you and there's a 7% chance you deal 1 damage back to them. I wouldn't count on Counter to do anything. Counterpoint. I don't mean that in the Ben Shapiro debate way. I mean a point about Counter. Apparently in the Italian version of Gen 1 Pokemon, the word they used for counter was the word for tabletop counter. Might actually get more utility out of a tabletop counter than FE9 counter. You are going to need to renovate your kitchen and remove the counter if you want to get lit with soul, which you definitely want to. We bemoaned how disappointing the Colossal Titan was in this game, but it turns out the female Titan, well, she's pretty good. All right, almost 3 hours and we can finally make our first action on Chapter 1. Welcome to this imported cheese stream. Someone call for the doctor? It's Rhys. Not to be confused with Rhys, who is also a cleric. It might actually be Rhys, like Reese's Puffs. And he does have orange hair, like the interior of a Reese's Puff, but I'm not gonna say for the sake of clarity, because it's probably actually gonna be more confusing. But I think for this run, we're going to be using Rhys's Japanese name, which is Kilroy. Hey, I don't like Roy either, but I think that's going a bit too far. And aren't you a healer anyway? For real, yes, his Japanese name is Kilroy. I don't know why. Kilroy here is a priest, which is actually different than cleric. That's Mist's class. Literally 0 strength, but he can't equip weapons yet, so that doesn't really matter. 10 magic, that's really impressive. 8 skill, which doesn't do anything yet. 5 speed, 8 luck. Literally 0 defense. Definitely no mana shield here. Oh, but 14 res, so he's actually invincible.
Your magic shall not save you.
Kilroy is very liable to be killed. He is extremely frail, but he is a healer, so there's no reason to expose him to enemies unless you make a mistake. He's a healer. Staves out of 10. We did just play The Hag in White, which was all about the value of healing when it's a limited resource. Usually the healing is the least exciting part of a staff user. We're more interested in all of the crazy mobility stuff they can do later in the game with staffs like Warp and Rescue. But Tellius is very short-staffed. The only mobility staff in this game is Rescue, which Kilroy is not good at using because his movement sucks. He is the first nerd we're talking about, so because he doesn't do his cardio and he's always coughing up a storm, he actually only has 5 move. So he has less move than most combat infantry. For growths, he's not very healthy, 40% HP growth, 5% strength, which you are going to need to negate light tomes later. 60% magic, 50% skill, 40% speed, 50% luck, 25% defense, 55% resistance. Pretty good magic, slightly disappointing speed, but he's not really a combat unit, so this doesn't really matter too much. When Kilroy promotes to Bishop, he gains plus 3 HP, plus 1 strength, plus 3 magic, plus 2 skill, plus 2 speed, no luck. 2 defense, does weave some iron into his robes, plus 3 res, and he also becomes your only light magic user for the game. His light magic rank is going to be the same as his staff rank, and he's been staffing the entire time he was a priest, so he'll have a good light rank. Unfortunately, I wouldn't put my faith in the light. Light magic is unique, but that doesn't mean it's good, because it's not. Light magic, ironically, quite lackluster. So although Kilroy can technically fight back after promotion, he's not actually going to be killing anybody. Damn, you know things are dire when not even the wiki is glazing the unit in their own analysis. After promotion, Kilroy becomes the only player unit that can use light magic. Unfortunately, light tomes have low might, so he will often not deal much damage despite his excellent magic. Oof. Oh, but this character analysis section may not be accurate to every player's experience. Support list is nothing special. He does have a very fast support with Titania, but the only other decent unit here is Kieran. And Rhys, because he's not a combat unit, because he literally has 0 defense, does not want to be near where the fighting is happening, which is where Titania and Kieran will be. Kilroy does actually have an innate skill. It's not quite Serene Grace. Serene Grace doubles secondary effects, but Serenity halves biorhythm effects. So as if biorhythm wasn't pointless enough already, it now does even less. When Kilroy promotes to Bishop, he does gain access to the Bishop Mastery skill, which in this game is Flare. Flare is just the nerd version of Luna. It is a skill percentage chance to ignore half of the opponent's resistance. Luna is good because enemies have defense, and Flare is bad because enemies don't have resistance. So although Kilroy here often has flare-ups of various diseases, I would not actually recommend assigning him the Flare skill. Kilroy overall, just a staff bot, which is some decent utility, especially in the early game, but he gets outclassed by Mist later, and especially after promotion. And he really wishes that he had some more juicy staff utility, like staff users usually do, just not in Tellius. They could have at least given him some way to maybe illuminate fog with a light tomer staff, right? I think that's what the Micaiah emblem actually does in Engage, and it would make a lot of sense in this game as well, because, of course, Eye of Kilroy is used as a scouting tool. A funny quirk of Kilroy here is, despite him being weak and infirm, he has 8 weight, which is within 2 of Boyd, your fighter, and you need to be within 2 weight of your target to be able to shove them. So you can actually make your pansy priest tackle your warrior to push him ahead. Hey, Kilroy, can you give me a bit of a boost? Okay, just a moment, Boyd. Boku no tackle wa ikaga deshita ka? How'd you like my tackle? Okay, Kilroy level, this doesn't really matter. What? Strength? Roy's in trouble. Kilroy's coming for you. What? That was his first level too, Rhys the Ripped. I mean, it really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all until he promotes. And even then it doesn't really matter because light magic sucks, but hey, 1 strength. 2 new units to help us take on the Pirate Menace. First up, it's Gatrie the Gallant. Maybe it's Gatrie. Well, he's an armor knight. 2 stars? His stats are perfectly fine. 12 strength is good. 6 skill is fine, 5 speed is not fine, 5 luck is okay, 14 defense is really good, 0 res, who cares? But of course, the killer, 5 move. Oh, he's got nerd movement, he does have a good excuse, that armor is really heavy. But I don't need excuses, I need performance, okay? His growths are very Armor Knight-esque, 80% HP, 55% strength, 5% magic, 55% skill, 25% speed, 25% luck, 60% defense, and 30% res. He is literally a knight, and that means he can use the Knight Ward. So it is possible to bump this 25% up to 55%. However, his base speed is not the best, so it is going to take a very long time suckling on the teat of the Knight Ward to actually get up to doubling thresholds. Armor Knights in Path of Radiance can only equip lances at base, but after promotion to General, stats-wise, you gain 3 HP, 3 strength, 2 magic, 2 skill, 2 speed, 0 luck, 1 defense, 3 res, patching your only weakness, and you do gain an additional weapon proficiency. You gain swords, so nothing. The general mastery skill in this game is Luna, which is the back half of Ike's Ether. It is a skill percentage chance to negate half of your opponent's defense on your attack. It's decent, but probably not worth an occult scroll. Gatrie joins you at level 9, which is actually a bit ahead of the curve for where we are in the game, but pretty soon he is actually going to take a leave of absence for some chapters where he actually would have been very helpful. I maybe would have given him 3 stars if he wasn't Gatrie the Gallivanting. Gatrie channeling that paladin energy, he does have a light affinity, but these support options aren't the best. Shinon and Ilyana are mediocre, and Marcia and Astrid are really good, but they're cavalry, so there's no way he can keep up with them. I imagine this isn't intentional, but face and personality-wise, he really reminds me of Johnny Bravo. I wouldn't exactly call him my knight in shining armor, but he is in armor, so 2 stars. Hey, mama. God. Look at that leer, my defense is in shambles. It's Shinon. I may as well just play this now, right?
I hate working with these people.
I think Path of Radiance Shinon might actually be the single most unique character in the franchise, both in terms of gameplay and personality. Let's talk about the gameplay first, because it's gonna be less likely to get me cancelled. Shinon is the one and only Jagan Est. I'm not saying he's the Jagan Est, I'm saying he's a Jagan and an Est. If you're maybe new to Fire Emblem and you're not sure what a Jagan or an Est are, you're probably really confused. If you're a Fire Emblem veteran and you do know what Jagans and Ests are, you're probably even more confused because it doesn't make any sense. Jagans are over-leveled, often promoted units who join you early, but then fall off late because they have bad growths. Ests are units that join you late with horrible bases, but then they grow really well. So these archetypes are in direct opposition, and yet this man embodies them both. How so? Well, it's because Shinon is basically 2 different units, so I'm actually going to give him 2 different ratings. In the early game, when he's Jagan mode, I would probably give Shinon 3 stars. Shinon is a sniper, so just like Titania, he's actually in his promoted class already. His bases are very good for this point in the game. 9 strength is fine. 15 skill is crazy, although having a ton of skill doesn't make you hit more, right? He would have hit them anyway, even with like 8 skill. 13 speed is fine. 9 defense and 32 HP is actually nuts. Compare him to Gatrie. Even though Gatrie has more defense, Shinon still has so much defense that he takes negligible damage. As a sniper, which is one of the worst classes in the game, if not the worst, he can never counter at 1 range. The most he's going to be doing in terms of offense is killing 1 unit a turn on player phase. Early game, you actually don't want him to do that because he's gonna steal the XP. But he might do it anyway because snipers get a 15% crit rate. So even though you might want him to just chip an enemy, he might just tell you you don't have enough badges to control him and crit anyway. Which is very in line with his arrogant personality. As you can see from the portrait, this man has the most punchable face in Tellius, and that's actually a gameplay mechanic. Because he has a skill, Provoke. This is basically a personal skill, before personal skills were implemented. This guy is such an asshole that even the enemies cannot wait to clobber him. Provoke is actually very weak. It's never going to draw fire from a nearby wounded ally that is in danger of dying, but the combination of an archer who can't counter and provoke is for the most part irresistible, unless there is a Warwick nearby with blood scent ready to actually kill a weakened unit. Gatrie is the skirt chaser, but Shinon is the masturbator of the pair. All of this was the Jagan aspect of Shinon. His bases, while good for this point in the game, are bad for his level. And because he's a Jagan, and Jagans have bad growths, you can't really expect these stats to get much better. Witcha! You thought this unit was a joke? Well, he's a Jagan and an Est. It's a jest. Shinon actually has the best growths in the entire game. 75% HP, 65% strength, 20% magic, 70% skill, 65% speed, 35% luck, 50% defense, 40% resistance. These growths are amazing. He can't really use them in the early game because he only gains XP when he collects the Jagan tax and crits against your orders. But like Gatrie, Shinon actually leaves and then rejoins later. Much later. And when Shinon rejoins, he's actually going to be extremely underleveled. Shinon's re-recruitment is really annoying. You have to talk to him with Rolf, who is the worst unit in the game. You don't actually have to fight him with Rolf, and you don't need to train Rolf to be able to do the conversation. But he is near some Blizzard Siege tomes, so training Rolf will make it easier, not that you have to do it, and not that it's worth it. After talking to Rolf, you then need to kill Shinon with Ike, and at the end of the map, Shinon will join you. Not that you would want him to. Re-recruit Shinon absolutely is 1 star. Absolutely horrendous. In no way worth investing XP into him to actually take advantage of his stellar growths. He's in a horrible class. The best part of his re-recruitment is the brave bow that he comes with, but he drops it anyway, so you might as well kill him. Based on his behavior, you probably want to anyway. And in that sense, hey, he's actually a Jagan who gives you XP because he died. In addition to his personal skill Provoke, as a sniper, Shinon has access to the Sniper Mastery, which is Deadeye. Deadeye is a skill percentage chance to put the opponent to sleep, which I guess is fitting for Shinon because he's definitely not woke, so he makes the opponent also not woke. Unit cannot act, counterattack, or talk. Sets units avoid to 0. Interestingly, Deadeye also has a passive effect aside from the proc. It passively doubles your accuracy. That sounds pretty good, but Shinon already had no accuracy issues, so it really doesn't do anything. For supports, Shinon has a Thunder affinity, and he only has 3 support partners. I'm actually amazed he even has 1. The supports are Gatrie, Rolf, and Janaf. Gatrie is the best, and that should worry you, because Gatrie's not very good. Speaking of supports, it's time to talk about Shinon's character. I'm just gonna apologize in advance. This is a difficult video for me to make. Guys, I really like Shinon. I think he's the single most important character in terms of making Tellius feel like a real, grounded place. Now let me be clear, I'm not saying I agree with this guy. I don't think you're supposed to come away from the Tellius duology thinking I don't know, I think Shinon made some good points. Have you seen Liar's stats? This dude's behavior is obviously reprehensible. He's extremely rude and extremely racist. He's basically a red unit that is in your army, which is something that never happens. I don't think there are any other Fire Emblem characters that are on the good guy side, but are actively evil. Shinon, like most of your crew, is a mercenary. And although the game sometimes says that mercenaries are sellswords without morals, that's never really been the case with playable mercenaries, right? They always have a heart of gold, and they won't even accept your gold. Oh, don't worry about the payment. Just knowing that I'm doing the right thing? Well, that's payment enough for me. One thing that's not for sale is my morals. Give me a break. Shinon's not having any of that. Pay me, or I'm gonna turn this bow around and start shooting these subhumans you're making me work with. Later on, when he's on the enemy side, he loves it. He brags about how much they're paying him and how he gets to kill Laguz. If you started with Awakening, which released very recently, 13 years ago, there is a very stark difference between characterizations from Awakening onward as compared to before. In Awakening, even though the models became 3D, most characters actually became 2D in terms of personality. Characters became just anime tropes, and their flaws were really superficial. Maybe they're too nice, or they're allergic to the boysenberries or something stupid. Shinon is representative of a lost era in media where characters could actually be deeply, deeply flawed and ugly. The world of Tellius is not fun and friendly. The rot of racism runs deep. It's not just in the enemy army. It's really easy to have a Commander Garithos-style character that just goes on racist tirades, and then you kill him at the end of the chapter, and you feel good about it. But in Tellius, the racism is everywhere. The racism is actually coming from inside your army. And the thing is, our Goody Two-Shoes mission to convince Beork and Laguz that they can live in harmony, the vast majority of Tellius inhabitants, both Beork and Laguz, think that's a bunch of poppycock. We're the naive ones. Almost everybody would actually agree with Shinon. Another unique thing about Shinon is that he doesn't have a redemption arc. Jill, who also has red hair, is another character in this game who has the racism arc that you'd expect. She was indoctrinated, and then she realizes through interaction with the Laguz that she was misled. Not Shinon. He is actually the CEO of his own racism startup. He really believes this stuff. And he believes it for a very realistic reason. Why are people racist in real life? Do they think it's just fun? There's like a special club they want to join? No. Shinon has been failed by the Beork system.
Come back when you're a little, richer.
He's extremely skilled, but that skill is never recognized because he's a commoner. There is no social mobility, which is another reason why he's happy to join Dayan. The main villain of this game, Ashnard, is super evil, but he's actually not racist. He's gone Senator Armstrong mode. All he cares about is how strong you are. So he's actually more egalitarian than the supposedly righteous order that we're fighting for. Something you've probably noticed in modern media happens to a lot of franchises is that a lot of it is very weirdly sanitized. You'll have evildoers who do awful things, but only in a safe, evil way. It's something that happened to World of Warcraft, where you have a character named Trollbane who ends up preaching acceptance of the Horde races. Trollbane! And because World of Warcraft is an online experience, they actually retroactively sanitize previously evil characters. There's a character, Garrosh, who is this crazy warmonger. And I believe in the Cataclysm expansion, he has an altercation with Sylvanas, and he says, Watch your clever mouth, bitch. And they actually went back and they censored it. He now only tells her to watch her clever mouth. Garrosh has killed thousands, but he won't insult a political rival during an argument. Why not? It makes the narrative feel so toothless and hollow. And part of the reason why Tellius feels so real is that it doesn't pull its punches. Shinon the Slur Slinger, and although he never has a full redemption arc, he does get a little bit better. If you A-support him with Janaf, who is a Laguz, he goes from actively slinging slurs and talking about how he's going to kill his own teammates to just kind of keeping it to himself. Which is better, right? But people act like he doesn't change at all. Just because he's not at the forefront of the Laguz Pride Parade, people act like Shinon is the same monster that he started as. He does grow. In a realistic way. He doesn't change his tune entirely. Just some of the notes. I've also heard that having Shinon fight for the Laguz Liberation Army in Radiant Dawn undermines the anti-racist narrative of Radiant Dawn, and I don't understand that at all. So you're telling me that Shinon is fighting for a cause he doesn't believe in for purely mercenary reasons? Well, yeah, he's a mercenary. Who cares if he cares about Laguz rights? He is doing the right thing for the wrong reasons. I think that's fine. You at your job, are you really passionate about sending those emails? Do you really care about the TPS report for this quarter? Or are you in it for the paycheck? I think the presence of Shinon asks the player to confront some really challenging questions. And I think it's a really important part of what makes Tellius a special experience to play through. This guy is a monster, utterly reprehensible, but he is useful. So you're gonna use him or not? This guy also exists in real life. You probably have to work with Shinon at your job, right? This isn't Reddit. You can't just ban him off of a project because you disagree with him, even if you disagree with him about really serious fundamental issues. War makes strange bedfellows. I hate this guy, but I have to work with him because he's the only one who knows the correct tech setup for the camera of the video shoot. I mean, he has a really good bow rank. I don't know what I was talking about there. Guys, did you know that I've experienced racism living as a foreigner in Japan? It's true. More when we review Danved. If we ever get a Tellius remake, you can bet that 80% of this dude's lines are gonna get cut. That's everything and more about Shinon. I love to hate him. Alright, Shinon, can you soften him up? Are we gonna pay the Jagan tax? We might here. Man, his face. You think you can stand up to shit on the Slur Slinger? Damn it!
So I can take what you would not give and transfer your unwanted
experience points
to my body.
Surely you wouldn't deny an old man a replenishing drink. No, I thought not.
My XP. Ha! I'm surrounded by idealistic fools. What's so wrong with fame? What's wrong with having money to live well? Yeah. Guys, I don't know. Shinon's making a lot of sense to me. I don't know. Taking out these Dane soldiers may have been a bad move. Hey Shinon, what are you doing? This swine's got some nice weapons. Besides, he ain't gonna complain. He won't need them where he's going. Oh my god. Shinon. Get a hold of yourself. We can't afford such behavior right now. Steal from the dead on your own time. What? You judgmental little... Guys, Shinon is right. They're not gonna need their weapons. Loot them. Actually, I thought loot was from FE8. Shinon, Gatrie. Soren's a pompous, superior whelp, but he's got the right idea. Besides, the destination's Gallia, so it's a moot point.
Shinon, why don't you want to go to Gallia? I hear it's lovely this time of year.
Oh, I don't care how much we get paid. There's no way under the sun I'm going to stinking beast country. Dense forests such as these are not made for us delicate humans. The subhumans love 'em, though.
These subhumans, are they really so different from us?
What? You mean to tell me you've never seen a beast man before?
No, never.
Well, I have. They're a hairy bunch, I'll tell you. And ugly as sin, too. Their faces are all fangs and whisker. Their claws are like daggers, razor sharp and deadly. And even though they could speak our language, they're beasts through and through. Savages. Everyone. Holy hell.
I hate working with these people.
Savages, savages, barely even human. Savages, savages, killers at the core. They're different from us, which means they must be evil.
Well met, Shinon. Are you unharmed?
Do I look injured? I'm as fit as ever. You must be disappointed Dayan hasn't stuck me full of holes yet. Guess it's time to tighten our belts and move on. Now that I'm gonna be dragging your worthless carcass around again, I'll have to work twice as hard.
Great talk, guys.
You there, halt!
You're an unfamiliar face? You'll know it soon enough.
You filthy piece of offal! You'll bow your head to a superior officer!
Oh. He used his action to talk to us. Is he then going to shoot Oscar in the face?
Shinon?
Rolf.
Shinon, it's you!
Look at you. You've grown so much. You actually look like an archer.
Really? Haha.
You always did have what it takes. It's just like I told you. You train the right way, and you'll surpass both your brothers.
I had a good teacher.
Yeah, you did. You haven't told anyone else about that, have you? It's our little secret, Rolf.
Nope. I never said a word. I keep my promises.
Good man.
Shinon?
What?
Are you with the enemy?
Yep. Stop that. I told you things like this happen. Did you forget?
But it's not fair.
Ready your bow. It's time for the pupil to face his master.
End of turn. Somebody in the chat just asked, how do you recruit Shinon? Well, not like this.
Shinon.
Wipe that pathetic look off your face. Come on. Ready your bow. On the battlefield, emotion ain't worth spit, rated T for teen. I taught you that, didn't I?
Uh-huh. Uncle Shinon. Goodbye.
Curses!
Shinon! Uncle Shinon! No!
I told you. No crying.
Nice shot, kid.
Rolf level! Thanks for the level, Unk. So brave. I wonder if Boyd enjoys killing him.
Shinon, I couldn't care less who you decide to work for. Heck, I'd hoped you were dead. But even so, Dayan? You couldn't find anything better than this? What were you thinking? Haven't changed a bit, have you? You're still a mouthy piece of work. Listen up, Dayan's a great place to work right now. The pay's great, and strength at arms is the only thing that determines class standing. Hey, you want to join me? Don't be ridiculous. Well then, only one thing to do. Out of the goodness of my heart, I'll teach you how adults fight. And a far...
Shinon the Slurslinger slurring his words a bit. That's a typo, isn't it? And far as payment goes?
And as far as payment goes, I'll take your life. How's that sound? Keep talking, Shinon. I'm gonna beat the obnoxious clean out of you. Colossus! Messed that up, didn't I? Man, what a lousy life that was.
Slain by the Colossal Titan? Shinon? Why are you with Dayan? Someone with your skills could have found work with Benyon's army. So, why this?
Ha! Why would I want to go work for a bunch of stiff-necked blue stockings?
Blue bloods, blue stockings, blue hair? What's next? Blue sky?
I'm a commoner, no matter how good I am. I would never rise above a middling commission. It's different in Dayan. If you're a skilled fighter, you can rise all the way to the top.
Is getting promoted really that important?
It's everything. All right, enough with the pleasantries. You ready to go?
Oh, Shinon. Cooked.
Well, looky here. The little boy plays soldier. How sweet. Your job's always been just to use that big brain of yours. That's why you spend your time hiding behind Ike's apron, isn't it, Soren?
Shinon, you always were dumb as a gnat, but a first-class archer, I'll give you that. Nice rhyme. But with the power I now possess, it's probably in your best interest not to presume you know my strength.
Ha! You're still a snotty little whelp, aren't you? Get ready to die, little man.
Is he all bluster? Oh! Blustered. So here's how to actually recruit Shinon. You have to talk to him with Rolf, or I guess as I learned, Shinon can actually initiate the talk against Rolf, which actually consumed his enemy phase action. Then you have to kill him with Ike.
Heh, I always knew it would come to this, Ike.
Shinon.
Watch yourself.
Watched.
Ugh. Curses.
Don't move. You'll tear the wound wide open.
What are you planning? Do it now. Finish me. I deserve a clean death as a sniper Jagan. Idiots.
Alright, well don't worry, this guy always procs slur shot. Oh my god. Who shall I give this to? We're definitely giving the slur shot to Shinon. Thank you, please come again. Yeah, I can weaken this guy, and then we can take him out with Shinon the Slurslinger. You think you can stand up to Ike the Irate? My XP! 17, and then we take him out with the slur shot. No adept, but... Everybody hates Shinon. No XP allowed. Okay, we shank to set up for the Slurslinger. That's the state of things. No! Shinon is not allowed to get a single kill. Shanked. Okay, I can get away with using the steel bow here. This hit rate is horrible. I thought this guy was supposed to be accurate. This is with a Rolf support, Slurred. Okay, first Shinon level. Shinon the Slur Slinger. He actually has really good growths, but you wouldn't know it. How can you be so lucky? Don't worry, he's gonna solo Ashera in Radiant Dawn. Shinon level. Best growths in the game for a Beorc. What is Ashera gonna do?
Your magic shall not save you.
You're no goddess of mine. I don't understand. How do we have so much resistance on all of our characters? It's a mystery. You think you could stand up Shinon the Slur Slinger Slung? Saved a slur shot use. Shinon level. He has really good growths. It's like 65% strength. Oh! Yes, 10 strength. Oh, you there. Halt. X, formerly Twitter. Hey, did you hear me? I said halt, X. Who are you? I'll ask the questions, thanks. I haven't seen your face around here before, X. Are you a new recruit? State your name and unit, X. I don't have time to answer questions from ignorant half-breeds.
These inhuman dogs must be slain.
Why do you Beorc hate the Lagoos?
Die, mongrel!
What did you call me? Hey, I'm talking to you, jerk, X. Say that again. Go ahead. It'll be the last thing you ever say, even with double effectiveness. I'm not afraid of you, human. Crossing me is the worst decision you'll ever make, X. You're lucky, half-breed. I'll let you go this time. Ha! It's me who's letting you go. And don't forget it, human, X. Friendship forged? Well, by the A support they do get better, but I guess that's their first meeting. By the way, we're allies in the same army, and they threaten to kill each other, and not in a joking way. That's the kind of game this is. Oh. Shinon has really good growths, guys. Oh. The slurs aren't gonna stop. Are we sure this guy's 1 star? So Lagoo's bow does how much? Damn, that's sad. Uh-oh. A bow designed for use against demi-humans. He's so excited. Slurred. He didn't even level up? Shinon has really good growths. Really good growths. Hey, those are the important stats. Rolf and Shinon B. Get over it, Rolf. Oh, I think I know this one. Yeah, you're in love with a pretty little princess. You're fighting side by side by your subhuman pals. Yes, you're moving up. Screw you. You always get everything. Don't you ever want to give up anything? No, not big important Mr. Ike. What? And watch how you say my name, boy. Boy. Whittle boy Ike, whittle Ikey. Shinon, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling alright? Yeah! I'm fine. I'll be fine. Fine. Oh, I don't feel so good. There is no way that your racist Uncle Shinon would be allowed to go on an unhinged, drunken, racist rant at the main character in a modern Fire Emblem game. Shinon level! His growths are really good. He's grown as a character. Grown. How can you be so lucky? Those stats are starting to look pretty good. George! Wow, we actually counter this guy. That's crazy. You think you could stand up to Shinon the Slurslinger Slung? Wow, we killed an enemy on enemy phase with our sniper. I think that's a Shinon level. Oh! Shinon has grown as a character, but has he grown as a sniper? Oh, grown. Slurred? I didn't double him? Oh, but I do after this level up, of course. Grown as a character. But we did get speed. And Ashira's doomed. Shinon level! He's grown as a character. Level 10. It's the most important stat, but I was hoping for better. Guys, are you ready? Shinon, level 10. S-rank bows? He's the only one who could do this. This is unique utility. Double bow, baby. 15 damage twice to this sleeping meteor sage. Doubled. The double bow! The double bow! We're using the double bow on Shinon so that we can carve up this turkey with Sothe. The double bow! Shinon level after using the mighty double bow. We're now even better at it. This guy has good growths. Growing. Growing! There's no way we can reach cap. There's no way. It takes too much. Grown. Oh, we're growing though. You think you can stand up to Shinon the Slurslinger Slung? Exact kill. Of course he would. He hates Lagoose. But he loves these level ups. Shining Bow will destroy Dayan, don't worry. Shinon is above Titania, must be a better unit. New unit time, it looks like we've got a solemn visitor. It's Soren! Soren's Japanese name is actually Scenario, as in the English word scenario. Imagine if his English name was just Tactics. Soren is our first offensive nerd, he is a mage. You've probably heard some mage mockery regarding Tellius, but that's mostly in Radiant Dawn. In Path of Radiance, I would say mages are... three stars. Because he's always lost in his books, he does have that nerd cardio. He only has 5 move, but he does have perpetual 1-2 range with his tomes. So that sort of, kind of, a little bit makes up for the bad move. Although really, good units have good move and 1-2 range. Soren has never eaten a sandwich in his life, so he has 0 strength. That means he does get weighed down by literally every tome in the game. 6 magic is okay, 8 skill is fine, 8 speed is actually quite good for level 1. 5 luck, 2 defense, I honestly expected 0, and 7 res. Soren is our first anime viewer, so we should probably talk about the Anima Triangle within Tellius. Anima is divided into its own triangle? Wait, what beats what? I totally forgot. Wind beats thunder, thunder beats fire, and fire beats wind. Although really, there is no triangle strategy because magic is always really accurate, so the penalties and bonuses really don't matter. Each of the magic schools is effective against a different tribe of Lagoos. East Tribe Lagoos will never accept your barbecue invitation because they fear fire. Dragon Lagoos, they fear the lightning lance because, just like in Dark Souls, they're actually vulnerable to lightning. And both Bird Lagoos and Bayork on flying units fear the whipping wind tome. Or theoretically they do. The Tellius Wind Tome, the power of Pidgey, in the palm of your hand. 2 might. But it's doubled to 4 against flyers. Watch out. For context, the Iron Sword has 5 might. Enemies do, on average, have much worse resistance than defense, but still, this Wind Tome is really weak. Alright, now these flyers are vulnerable to wind magic. If we unleash the might of Elwind, we can deal 12 damage. Wow. Each anime type has its own weapon rank, but Soren isn't actually a wind specialist, aside from just starting with a wind tome. So once thunder tomes become available, you should probably just go Terra Electric type, and just use thunder tomes. For growths, this man is starving. 45% HP, 5% strength, 60% magic, that's really good, 55% skill, 40% speed, 30% luck, 15% defense, 55% res. On average, you will gain 1 strength on your climb to level 20, and then when you promote to Sage, you are given 4 HP, a guaranteed 2 strength, 1 magic, 2 skill, 2 speed, no luck, 2 defense, 2 res, and you also get a choice of weapon proficiency. You can either go staves, or you can go knives. We'll talk more about Path of Radiance knives later, but for now, all I'll say is you definitely want to choose staves. The Sage Mastery skill is the same as Bishop. You get Flare, which is Nerd Luna. So skill percentage chance to negate half of the enemy's resistance, which they probably don't have that much of anyway. Not great. Soren does come with an innate skill though. He's Adept. With Adept, Soren has a skill percentage chance to gain an extra attack. And that extra attack is consecutive, so it's as if his weapon suddenly became Brave. Now, with the Wind Tome, doing an extra 5 damage isn't really going to help you that much, but with stronger tomes, Adept actually becomes very useful. And remember that in Path of Radiance, you can't reassign skills, so it's not like you can put this on someone else who could make better use of it. This Adept is only usable by Soren. In terms of supports, Soren's a bit of a loner. He only has 2 support options. His support with Ike is really good, and it's also the canon support. So I'd probably go for this one. Darkness gives Avoid and Attack, and Ike's Earth Affinity gives Full Avoid. This is a really good pairing. And I guess Soren's only other social option is Stefan. It's not that bad, but it is very weird to have only 2 support options. Since Soren is our first nerd, we'll mention here the Crit Underflow Thunder glitch. If you're playing on the Japanese version, which you actually might be doing because the Japanese version is the only way to access the Maniac mode, you can actually remove crit from weapons in the Forge. I don't know why you would ever do this because it costs you money and tomes are extremely expensive to forge. But it turns out if you forge your crit into negative, you can Gen 1 Pokemon it and turn it into a guaranteed crit weapon. Because of that, on Maniac mode only, Soren is actually five stars. But that's not exactly the scenario that we're playing. I believe Mia recruits herself on us, right? Oh god, don't talk to me, chick. Your name wouldn't happen to be Ike, would it? Huh. You're taking on a whole Dane battalion with these numbers? Nice. That settles it then. Settles what? This battle. I'm coming in on your side. You don't mind, do you? It's fine with me, but I don't know if you'll get paid just because I let you fight. Yeah, we'll worry about the details later. Great. So that's all taken care of. What's next, boss man? What's next? I'll tell you what's next. Beat it, chick. Beat it, chick. You're gonna park that booty on the bench and keep it nice and warm for the rest of the game. It's Mia. Oh, Mamma Mia, the Myrmidon. 1 star. Welcome to the Max Meme Mercenaries. It's Mia, level 6 Myrmidon, 7 strength, 10 skill, 13 speed, 6 luck, 7 defense. Wow, she's actually kind of tanky, is what I would say, except she has 21 HP and 2 res. Why does she have a slim sword? A lightweight sword favored by female fighters. You can't say that.
Beat it, chick.
It doesn't even make sense, because Khan doesn't negate weapon weight anymore. Why does she have a slim sword? She's already not weighed down by the iron swords. Remember when we complained to Ike, the manager of the Foot Locker? All of those same complaints can also be filed against Mia. Ike's already got a lot of issues, and Mia is worse Ike 7 chapters later. Well, maybe her growths are good. Alright, 50% HP, 40% strength, that's the same as Lyn, 30% magic, 45% skill, aren't you a Myrmidon? This is kinda low. 60% speed, that's actually really good. 45% luck, 20% defense, 25% resistance. Ugh. So no. Overall, her growths are not good. There are some people who say that she does have good growths when you compare Path of Radiance Mia to Radiant Dawn Mia. And I guess in a sense that's true, but they're not talking about her stats. Her promotion is to Swordmaster, plus 4 HP, only plus 1 strength, plus 2 magic, so I guess you can equip the Sonic Sword. Plus 2 skill, plus 2 speed, plus 0 luck, plus 2 defense, plus 2 res, and no new weapon proficiency. Although you do gain innate plus 15% crit. The mastery skill for sword masters is Astra, or as it's known in Path of Radiance, Astra, 'cause it's horrible. Skill over 2 chance to get 5 strikes. Well, that sounds pretty good. Well, it would be, except each strike only does half damage. They can crit, but the killer, and why I had to elongate the ass in Astra, is that each and every strike consumes a weapon charge. It's so bad. 5 hits of Astra is 2.5 damage, so it's actually less damage than a crit at quintuple the weapon uses. Astra in Japanese is Ryusei, shooting star. In Path of Radiance, more like shitting star. Ugh, rated T for teen. Rather than lusting over Mia's Astra, keep an eye out for her innate skill, Vantage. Allows this unit to attack first in all fights. There's actually no condition, you don't need any sort of HP threshold. Mia will simply always attack first, even on enemy phase. Now this sounds really good, and it probably would be, if it wasn't on Mia. If you think about it, attacking first only actually matters if you counter and kill the opponent, because otherwise they just get their attack anyway. Well, you're not going to be countering the opponent because you're sword locked, and you're not going to be killing the opponent because you're Mia. So Vantage on Mia effectively does nothing. For supports, you can have a Wyu beef dinner with Kilroy. Wyu is the Japanese name of Mia. Why you would do this, I have no idea. Mia does have a support with Ilyana. Both of these characters are extremely popular, despite them being mediocre at best. It's a real mystery. Oh no. You know you're in trouble when you're a completely useless unit, and yet on the wiki they actually have their own gallery. You know what that means. Oh my god, how many skins does she have? She's so popular! Look how many skins she has! It's because she has great stats, right? They knew what they were doing with this costume. I will say that the True Blade coat in Radiant Dawn is an upgrade for all of the male Swordmasters, but probably compared to the Path of Radiance Swordmaster costume, it's actually a downgrade. I really do like the female Swordmaster outfit for Path of Radiance. It is pretty good. Because we are doing a Max Meme run, Mia is actually going to be very useful for us. You can't max memes without Mia. We even have this Seraph robe that we saved all game just for Mia. We are gonna put Mia in the muslin. But when it comes to your run, I recommend that you make Mia go MIA ASAP. Alright, can we feed a kill to Mia? Ike is too strong. All of our Ike options one round this dude. How does Mia do? Oh. Oh, mamma mia, what is this? First Mia combat, can we use the slim sword? It's an exact kill with the slim sword. Ha! Another mission accomplished by Mia the Masterful. Only Mia could have done it, guys. Alright, here we go. Mia with the Armor Slayer, effective weapon. We take 13 damage and... Vantage! Okay. 13 damage. Wow. Huge Armor Slayer value. 8 damage. Mauled by Mia. Alright, hopefully we get a decent level this time. If we don't, I can't be that upset, because I don't deserve it. Yeah, this is what I deserve. +1 magic. And Magic Mia to the rescue! Slimmed. Ugh! Ugh! Slain by Mia. Alright. Strength? Oh no. Oh no! Alright, I'm a little worried. Ho ho ho!
It's beginning to look a lot like Lindis. Ho ho horrible!
Happy holidays. It's beginning to look a lot like Lindis. Alright, we can whip out the small Coddy to actually get a kill here. There it is. Died in the blood of my enemies. Haha. Time to collect my bounty. A strength level just for me. Nice. Watch out, Ashera. I'm coming for you next.
Your magic shall not save you.
7 points. Well, she's a Myrmidon. How can you be so lucky? Oh, Mia the malnourished. I think we're below average strength now. You were forced to join us by the whims of fate, not by choice. I know my father said you had a debt to repay, but he's not here anymore. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. Mia, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. I learned from Mordecai that words can be useful. That's my story, boss. So do me a favor and don't tell me to get lost. I'm good to have around. You'll see. If that's how you feel, I guess I understand. Wow, he really does not sound convinced. Alright, YU. 4 damage. Scallywags of the sea are we. We earn our gold with axes bold. Vantage! It didn't do anything. Okay, Mia level. Can we get to 9 strength, please? Sonic Sword! Yeah, 9 strength, cool. Mia the Manhandler. There's a lot of men to handle here. Mission accomplished! Another win for Wutai Wayu. Alright, boys, one at a time. Your Vantage! It didn't do anything. Alright, boys, one at a time. Yar. Alright, Mia level. Strength? Mia the Muscly? Mia the Muscle Bound, come on! Yes! 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 You think you can stand up to Wutai Wayu? Vantage! I didn't do anything. Yar! Yar! Poisons. Too many men for Mia to handle. She got poisoned. Any last words? Mission accomplished.
Scallywags of the sea are we. An end like this is quite worthy. Yar, har, 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 har.
Almost. Mia, I think, is 2 away from a level up, right? Let's do it. Is Mia compatible with the bonus EXP gene seed? I'm told it doesn't work on women. Are the haters right? They were wrong! Oh! Guys, female space marines, they're on the way. What is Slaanesh gonna do? I have 4 res. Alright, Wutai Wayu. How strong is she? What is Ashera gonna do? Mission accomplished.
You'll not escape. I will see all of you dead. You will be executed.
Teased. Teased by Wayu. Special Agent Mia. Mission accomplished. Alright, Mia the Massive? Strength is really the only stat we care about. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, she's a Myrmidon. Capped speed. So her levels are gonna get even worse. Wow, they really don't like Wayu. Vantage! Oh, it actually did something! Because of Vantage, they didn't get to take a roughly 8% chance to deal 3 damage to us. Incredible Vantage value. Wutai Wayu on the job. Mission accomplished.
So we were the ones guilty of miscalculation. How shameful! Your Excellency! The rest is up to you. Man, this is embarrassing.
Alright, Mia the Mighty, how are we doing? How are we doing? You face the might of Wutai. Strength, skill, luck, and res. That's actually really good because our speed was already capped. Damn, 13 strength Mia, level 16. That's actually not bad. And we have 2 Master Seals because we killed both bosses with Mia. And I want to see Swordmaster Mia. So we're going to get her to level 20. I mean, because she deserves it, right? Alright. Mia the Merciless, give me that strength. Oh, yeah. Hey, that's really good. Whoa. The only stat we care about is strength. Just strength and I'd be happy. How can you be so lucky? The only stat I care about is strength. Come on, Mia. Mia the Malnourished. Our stats were MIA. We've gotten 3 blank level ups. I'm the greatest tactician in Tellius. I don't deserve to be treated this way. Is this because of what I said about those Lagoos? It's 10 years ago, okay? I changed. It's not fair. Hey, on average, we would gain strength here, right? Okay. Ha! Class change! If you're wondering why Mia has her own gallery, prepare to be amazed. You think you can stand up to Wutai Wayu? Path of Radiance female swordmaster? Oh, +1 strength. That's kind of disappointing. I can't seem to focus today. I sense my foes out there, hiding in the trees, and snickering at me, as if I was a 1-star unit. Ha! Take that, foe. You know, I haven't seen Ilyana lately. I hope she's alright. Well, can't do anything about it now. I need to get back to practice. 1, 2, strike. 1, 2, stab. Hey, what was that? What did I just step on? It feels squishy. Squished. She only has 8 defense.
snack.
Why are you on the ground? Are you dead? Gravely injured? Perhaps slightly wounded?
No.
Well, what's wrong?
I hunger.
Huh? Hungry? Why don't you quit your whining and have a biscuit?
So hungry. Please, if you have anything.
Well, hold on a minute. Don't tell me you're always staggering around and fainting because you need a snack.
Yes, as soon as I feast, I get hungry again. That's why I faint.
Well, I don't have any food on me right now. I'll go get you something right away, though. We can't have you passed out on the ground like this.
Please. Don't leave.
Whoa there! Let go! Hey! Stop trying to eat my foot! If you guys are wondering why we decided to do the Mia Ilyana A support, it's for the foot fetish potential.
So tasty.
No. I can't have you feasting on my limbs. At least not without a paywall. Somebody bring this girl some food. Anything, people. Old leather shoes, fruitcake, anything. Fruity. Well, that's the A support. The best of friends. Sucked.
Have at you!
Whoa. Oh, we cancelled him! Twit longer posted. Vantage cancel. Vantage? Cancelled! She has screenshots. Cancel culture is out of control. They couldn't do anything. Double cancel by Mia. Okay, we can actually just move up now because they'll attack me, but I'll vantage them. So they don't actually get to attack me ever. Google Docked. To show that I'm taking this seriously, I'm actually going to use the Brave Sword because that gives me 2 chances to cancel them or crit them. Oh, I really don't want to use the Brave Sword here, though. It's so valuable. This is for the Mia fans. 2 chances to cancel or crit this guy. Cancelled. And crit. Critical cancel. We needed 2 to kill him anyway, so we actually didn't waste any durability. Mia Largo, what is this? Wow, look at the arms on that one.
My arms.
They're huge. By the way, I'm Mia. I'm a Myrmidon searching for a sworn rival. Do you want to spar?
Spar? With you? I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I'm not sure how I feel about sparring with a girl.
But I'm a dangerous Myrmidon. A graceful whirlwind of singing steel.
I don't know how to put this, but shouldn't you be doing something more, domestic than fighting with a sword? Oh, beat it, chick.
Okay, maybe we shouldn't have hired this guy. Did anybody do a background check?
I don't know. Maybe, knitting? Or cooking? I guess you could learn to be a mage. Yeah, maybe a girl could do that.
Oh, for your personal safety, I hope you aren't saying that I can't fight because I'm a woman.
Well, actually, yeah, that is what I'm saying.
Alright, you brought this on yourself. Get ready to fight.
I was only saying that, people need to be more, peaceful. Oh, I don't think I can save this one. Yeah, that's it. Hey, I've got a better idea. Let's see who can knit better. Oh, is that gonna work?
Enough talk. Time to fight. I'm kind of curious to see the Largo Mia B now. That's why he wasn't in the sequel, because he actually got cancelled by Mia. We're running cancel on Mia. You know what? He deserved it. What the hell was that? Alright, Mia versus some monsters. Is she brave? Is she vague? Or is she a mama? I think she's gonna be vague. Because she can just delete them with a crit. Vantage! Nice sword duel. Okay, Mia versus monsters. Vantage cancel crit. Vantage crit works. Mia versus monsters. Die, human. Very vague. It's fun to actually see this pay off, even though it still wasn't worth it. Mia versus monsters, now in Regal Cinemas. Whoa! Crit cancel! Man, she's really pissed at Largo. Shouldn't you be doing something more domestic? Not domesticated! Wow! 30 speed. Wutai Wayu coming through. You think you can stand up to Wutai Wayu? It appears this is the end. Check this out, Largo. I can't say I'm too impressed, little lady. Shouldn't you be doing something more domestic? +1 skill for knitting? What is Largo gonna do? Let's go for level 20 Mia. Mighty Mia. Hey, that's capped Mia's strength, I think. Which is really sad. Yeah. Oh, God. Beat it, chick. I don't like girls. Beat it, chick. Ugh. Ike might not be smitten with Ilyana, but pretty much everyone else is. Ilyana, our second nerd. Ilyana, more like Yana, as in E-L-E, girl, because she's Soren, but a girl. Everything we said about Soren also applies to Ilyana. Pretty much the only difference is that Soren's speed stat is faster, but Ilyana's strength stat is higher. So Ilyana actually does have the ability to carry these books without getting weighed down. So they sort of end up at the same speed stat, just in different ways. For growths, despite her voracious appetite, she actually only has a 45% HP growth. I guess she has a really fast metabolism. She doesn't actually gain the HP from the endless sandwiches she wolfs down. What a great personality, by the way. The stick-thin waifu, who is an absolute glutton yet never seems to expand. I guess all the calories go to her strength growth, because 25 is actually quite high for a nerd. And I'm not going to say it makes her good at using knives, but I guess it does make her better at using them than Soren. 50% magic, 45% skill. Oh, 30% speed. You do not want to see that. 45% luck, 15% defense. She's wearing basically nothing, so this does make sense. And 50% resistance. She is a thunder specialist as opposed to Soren, who is a wind specialist. But this specialization doesn't really mean anything, because any mage can use any element of magic. Same sage promotion as Soren. Definitely want to be choosing staves. And same mastery skill as Soren as well, so Flare, which is Nerd Luna, skill percentage chance to pierce half of your enemy's resistance, but they didn't have any resistance to begin with. One downside of Ilyana over Soren is that while Soren has the Adept skill, Ilyana's kinda shady. Shade makes her less likely to be targeted by enemy attacks. It's not really possible to quantify how much less likely, but it's not a lot. Ilyana is a tempting target for most enemies because her defenses are so bad, so she takes a ton of damage. But the combination of Shade and her ability to always counter at 1-2 range does dissuade enemies somewhat. Just don't Leroy Ilyana into a mob of enemies and assume that she'll be safe just because of Shade. It doesn't quite work that way. I wonder why this character is so popular. I haven't eaten in 11.5 hours. For her supports, basically nobody you would support with on an actual run, but hey, we're using Mia, so we can Mia Max, I guess. The question is she popular enough to have a whole gallery? No! So she is less popular than Mia because Mia's artwork is all on a completely separate page. Still pretty popular though. Ilyana the Illustrated. Such a complex and deep personality. I like food. I like Disney. Please teach me the heron language. Alright, here we go. Are you ready? Ilyana the Insatiable. Her bloodlust is about to go out of control. Yes! Are you guys ready for a screening of the Sage Shank Redemption? Man, look at that promoted outfit. Why is she so popular? Level 1 Sage. Oh, 9 strength! 9 strength! Choose a new specialization. Staff. You'll be able to use staffs. Well, why would I ever want to do that? Looking sharp, Ilyana. Here we go! World first. Sage shanking. You guys have never seen this before. Ilyana the Insatiable is about to feast. Shanked! I've never seen this. So a Thunderer does 3 twice. Guys, I don't think anybody has ever seen this. This is actually a combat forecast, where equipping the dagger increases the amount of damage we deal. I mean, we still don't come anywhere close to killing them. But it's something. Nerd Slayer Ilyana. Okay, now we could one-round them with the Slim Sword and Ike. But still, this is 8 times 2 from a dagger from a sage. Only on imported cheese. Alright, how much damage does Ilyana do if she shanks this dude? She deals 3, so we need to deal 29. What if we put him on the Slim Fast diet? The Slim Fast diet is 1 short. But if I have the Soren support, I think it works. Alright, scenario is over here. Now, we put him on the Slim Fast diet. Perfect. 10 defense. Wow, Iron Weave Robe. Unfortunately, not enough. Ilyana hungers. Shanked. I let them get too close. How did I die to a dagger? Well, this is a great time. I hope you guys are enjoying it too. Devoured. Ilyana the Insatiable. Magic, what do I need that for? I use daggers. Tornado, worthless.
巨人の力はこうやって使う。
Rogues don't scale with gear, dumbass. Eviscerate has static damage.
Shanked. I don't need this. Alright, how much does this deal? What? Are you kidding me? We could potentially see the knife crit on sages. It's possible. Adepts! Ah, we got him. We didn't see it. We actually gained an attack from our support. So only because we devoured Mia's boots, that actually allowed us to damage and kill that guy with our stiletto. Oh, he's still asleep. They actually sleep until they die.
Okay. Oh man, I had this crazy dream that oh! Some lady in a robe came up and stabbed me, what? I guess dreams do come true. Oh my god, no, this is much better. Your magic will not save you. Sliced and diced. Master Izuka, call him, tell him the enemy's strategies are most unorthodox. Ilyana the Insatiable. Sated? Where's my strength level? Speed? What am I gonna do with that? Got the Rex bolts. We definitely earned it. Alright. The final weapon will be for Ilyana the Insatiable. We're gonna write her a memoir. Maximum might. Maximum hit. Maximum crit. And you know what? We've got a ton of strength. Maximum weight. We wrote The Hunger Games. The Hunger Games by Ilyana Ilyevich. Just made it up. Hunger Games here, 9 might, 110 hit, 14 crit, and we increased the weight. Compared to Rex Bolt. Wow, Rex Bolt actually has 15 might. 75 hit, 10 crit, 14 weight. Hunger Games compared to Thoron. It's pretty much just better than Thoron. Wow, Thoron sucks. No, Ilyana was 5th. What? Ilyana and Mia 5 and 4. For the first time in the game, jolly cooperation between Beork and Laguz. In the bizarro world of Tellius, most humans for some reason hate cat girls. It's a mystery. It's Lethe. It might actually be Lethe. I'm not sure. I've always said Lethe, like soy lecithin, which is, I believe, an emulsifier that brings things together. But Lethe here really hates Beork. So probably not an emulsifier. Might be more appropriate to go with Lethe, as in Lethe was here. But I'm just gonna go with Lethe. Lethe is our very first Laguz unit, so let's talk about the Laguz mechanics. Laguz can be in 2 states, either untransformed in their human form, or transformed in their beast form. They can only ever fight in their beast form, so you'll see that Lethe's weapon, her claw, is currently grayed out because she cannot attack in her untransformed state. Laguz transformation takes place depending on their Laguz gauge. Unlike Radiant Dawn, the sequel, the gauge is not actually dependent on species, but on character. Lethe is a cat Laguz, and she in particular transforms very quickly. I do believe she transforms instantly at the start of every map. In Path of Radiance, you actually cannot control your transformation. When you enter combat untransformed, you gain 1 gauge, and when you enter combat transformed, you lose 1 gauge. But whether you shift in and out of state depends purely on the gauge. There is no command. So you're telling me that these beastmen have no control about when they become monsters? But once they are monsters, they're fully possessed of their faculties and will only attack the enemy and not us. Sure. Whatever you say, Ike. You're the boss. I don't know, guys. I think Shinon might be right about some things. Lethe's stats here probably look fine, but she can't actually fight with these stats. She can only fight with her transformed stats, which are not quite doubled. In Radiant Dawn, when you transform, your combat stats all double. But here in Path of Radiance, you just get flat bonuses. And when transformed and combat capable, well, she's definitely capable of combat. These stats are all pretty darn good. 18 strength is great. I actually don't even know why they have a magic stat. 14 skill is fine. 9 infantry movement, that's actually pretty good. 15 speed is, slower than you would expect a cat, right? But still fast enough to double all enemies. 15 luck, 14 defense, actually extremely tanky. 10 resistance. This slow speed of 15 actually makes more sense
when you consider that Lethe's cat form is an orange cat, and she's definitely Garfield maxing because she has 31 weight when transformed. Never ask a cat Laguz her weight. One of the great cat girl mysteries is, do they also have human ears in addition to their cat ears? And now I'm also wondering, do they also just have extremely dense bones? Lethe's favorite ration is definitely lasagna. She can't get enough of it. For her supports, in conversation, Lethe can be really catty. You probably don't want to talk to her. The only thing that Heaven Affinity does is boost hit rate. And hit rates are not an issue at all in this game, so although Lethe can benefit from the evasion of an Earth support with Ike, basically neither half of the support pair will ever benefit from the hit bonus. It's kind of irrelevant. So I would say that she has bad supports, even though her support partners are actually decent, aside from this guy. Most of the things I mentioned for Lethe so far have actually been positive, so you might be surprised to find that I rate her 2 stars. I don't think she's that good. You'll notice that her stats are actually quite good. 130 HP, we are definitely Garfield maxing. 50% strength, 65% skill, 70% speed, 50% luck, 40% defense, 25% resistance. That's actually really good. But the issue is that, as a beast tribe, she has fur. And that means that her scaling is really bad. And this is an issue that applies to all Laguz. Her EXP gain is really bad. So she gains almost no EXP for fighting, and Laguz, as a point of pride, refuse to wield weapons. And pride comes before the fall. This claw, it did not cut deep enough. The claw really sucks. 8 might, 90 hit, and it has no durability. But unlike in Radiant Dawn, the strike rank of the Laguz never scales. This 8 might, 1 range claw is the only thing she gets for the entire game. Now, maybe if she dealt 33% more damage than this, if she had the tough claws, then I might sing a different song, but all of the negatives of Swordlock and Footlock that we spent half an hour describing in the Ike review, those apply to all Laguz, and that is really going to be holding them back in Path of Radiance. And remember, she can't even fight all of the time. Your reward for managing the restrictive Laguz gauge is 1 range infantry combat. And it gets even worse. If it's Monday, she refuses to fight at all. Also note that despite her Garfield affinity, there is no coffee in this game. There is no olivey grass that she can sniff to maintain her full cattiness. If there was no gauge, if she could always utilize her transformed stats, I would probably give her 3 stars. But with the Laguz gauge penalty, I think I'm gonna have to max out at 2. As part of Lethe's bullying campaign against the Beork, maybe she really is Lethe is here. She comes with the Beork Guard. This is only usable by Laguz. It says here a magic item that when equipped halves the damage done by Beork attacks. Wow, that sounds really good. And it would be if it actually worked that way, but it's a complete lie. I believe all it does is negate Laguz effective weaponry, as in Laguz Slayers. But effective damage is only double in this game, so Laguz Slayers really aren't that much of a threat, and it's also why I didn't mention that Cat Girls are highly flammable. She takes effective damage from fire tomes, but she can probably just claw nerds in the face before taking like 10 damage from them, so it really doesn't matter that she's weak to fire. But yes, Lethe, much like a leaf, is flammable, technically. Lethe, despite her not exactly stellar performance, somehow still an incredibly popular character within the fandom. I wonder why. Lethe, Gallia's Valkyrie! I can see why she's in charge! Oh, she has little cat bells on her scarf. That's really cute. Oh, watch out! She's maxing out her gauge! It will never fail to amuse me that the least anime and most realistic and grounded story in Fire Emblem takes place in Tellius, the continent that has literal cat girls in it. I am Mordecai. Mordecai, not so good with Bayok language, but I did learn phrase. Mord es numero uno. 4-star rating for Mord the Massive. Fun fact, I sometimes have to manipulate the dimensions of the portraits to make them fit into these star rating graphics, but Mord is so wide that he just spans the entire width of the star rating. I didn't change his dimensions at all. He's huge. And the massive amount of meat that Mord is packing is the main reason that I am rating him 4 stars, as opposed to the 2 stars of Lethe. Mord's main special utility is this. Weight 33. And he hasn't even gone Mr. Beast mode yet. The thing is that there's no mechanical restriction on shoving mounted units. Any infantry could theoretically shove a mounted unit, it's just that they're too wimpy. But this man is literally a beast. He can actually just shove horses, which is the only way to give them even more of a mobility boost, which they might actually need in some cases. And not only can he shove them 1 tile, but this dude is playing the popular MOBA Smite. I actually don't know if it's popular and I don't know if it's a MOBA, but I know there's a game called Smite. Because of Smite, Mord the Massive actually gets to move you 2 tiles. This ends up being both extremely useful and satisfying.
Swiss ball shoulder tackle. With a partner, make a tackling shoulder maneuver.
You landlubbers are further than I thought. I'll have to improvise.
Oh, I guess if you're wondering who that cow was in the graphic, that's not a Lagoose. That's a character from World of Warcraft called Mr. Smite. Fun fact about Smite, in Japanese, it's called Butsikamashi, which is a sumo technique. It's like a sumo shove. But I suppose English speakers would have no idea what that means, so they called it Smite, which I think is really ironic because Smite is normally a sort of religious term, right? A divine figure smites something. And they sort of did the reverse of that with a lot of Radiant Dawn, where they secularized a lot of terms, including the title. The Japanese title of Radiant Dawn is Akatsuki no Megami, so the Goddess of Dawn. And a lot of class names, in particular, were also secularized. So Ike's Japanese 3rd tier class is called Divine General, which definitely sounds like an upgrade from Hero, as opposed to the English name of his 3rd tier class, which sounds like a downgrade from Hero. He goes from Hero to Vanguard. And that never made any sense to me. They don't even have motor vehicles. So why would there be a van? And why is it so important that Ike, the general, has to guard it? I don't get it. We haven't even talked about Mordecai's stats or combat yet because they're not really relevant to his rating. Unlike Lethe, Mordecai is a tiger. You can sort of think of him as an armor knight, but actually good. 41 HP, 22 strength, 2 magic, 12 skill, 9 move when transformed. 11 speed is quite slow, but enemies are also slow and often weighed down by their weapons at this point in the game. 10 luck, 16 defense, combo that with 41 HP, this man is immortal. 7 res is pretty good, and 48 weight when transformed. Growths are also good. He's guaranteed to get at least 1 HP, has a 50% chance to gain 2 HP on level up, 65% strength, not magically inclined at all, 55% skill, 50% speed, 40% luck, 40% defense, 20% resistance. Stat-wise, growth-wise, this guy is actually very good, but again, He is a beast tribe. He has fur, so he has bad scaling. Gains XP extremely slowly, only ever going to be attacking at one range with his claw, and he can't even do that all the time because a significant portion of the map, he's going to be stuck in his human form. And the main reason why Mordecai gets such a high rating is because he's one of the only Lagoos that can actually do things when he's in man mode. Because he can just smite to help with your mobility, and he's the only one who can do that. It actually has nothing to do with the fact that he can go Mr. Beast mode and start mauling people. I actually don't think that's that useful. Even though he's effectively an invincible 9-move tank, it's only at one range, and you can't control when you have that tank mode available, unless you use one of the very, very limited Lagoo stones. We probably should have mentioned this for Lethe, but the mastery skill of Beast Tribe Lagoos is Roar. And I would definitely say it's -6 priority on giving the mastery skill to one of your Beast Tribe Lagoos, because this skill sucks. So it's not a proc, it's actually a command. If you stand next to an enemy, you can roar at them, and it won't switch them out, but it'll inflict them with paralysis, preventing them from counterattacking, and it also sets their avoid to 0. Now that sounds pretty good, but you can only use it once per mission, and I believe the accuracy is also kinda ass. It has a pretty high chance of failing, so this really is not worth it. Adding on to his man mode utility is the fact that Mordecai the Moist is actually a water affinity. Water affinity is really good, just like in Pokemon. Water gives straight up defense and attack. So anybody who can support with Mordecai definitely wants to. Might be able to cook up some stew with Ilyana. We could combo Mordecai the Mist with Misty the Moist. Okay, what am I saying? We could combo Mordecai the Moist with Mist the Misty for a double water affinity, very powerful. And these other options, probably not worth it. Excellent disguise, Mordecai. They'll never suspect that this man, who is the width of 4 normal men, is actually a beast. Hey, how come Mordecai only gets 2 heroes skins, when Lethe has several more than that? I'm not sure I would say that Mord es numero uno. I'm not quite laughing, but this guy on the team always puts a smile on my face. Big Mordecai fan. I would say as far as the Lagoos go, he's one of the good ones. There's no way I'm letting you on this battlefield. Huh? Oh, no! Rolf! Stop being such a brat, you little twerp! I'm gonna fight too. I'm good with a bow. Rolf, what did we teach you about lying? Really? Ha, that's news to me. Oh my god, that's... Yeah, that basically is his line. Really? That's news to me. Is that the best lie you could come up with? Liar's actually in Radiant Dawn. This is ridiculous. What now, Commander? We take them with us. We're too pressed for time to sit around here bickering. At least if they're nearby, they'll be easier to protect. Oh. 2 hours and 17 minutes. You thought we'd get to make our first action? Think again. The Scrub Squad comes charging in. Mist. And Rolf. Well, despite Misty being the second gym leader, we'll actually talk about her first. Fun fact from my Deutschland bros. Mist in German means crap. So I believe she has a different German name. Does this crap stink? Not really. Mist is actually pretty useful. In this game, I would say that she's pretty much just better than Kilroy. Her stats are obviously awful. I don't really think there's any point in talking about them. They're all bad. I guess 7 speed does mean that she doesn't get doubled now, but it's coming. And 2 defense compared to Kilroy, it's actually better. Which is really funny that this little girl actually has better defensive capabilities than Kilroy here, who's supposedly a real mercenary. That 16 HP is really poor though, so pretty soon, one hit and Mist is gonna turn into Mist. Unless the enemy missed. Mist does actually have a skill, and it's a miracle if it actually does anything. Reduces any lethal blow to half damage. That's a lie, isn't it? This makes it sound like it always functions, but it's actually a luck percentage chance. Wow. A 6% chance to prevent a lethal blow. Miraculous. Do you believe in miracles? I don't. Her growths are whatever. You don't need stats to staff bod. 50% HP, 35% strength, 50% magic, 25% skill, 40% speed, 60% luck, 15% defense, and 40% resistance. We've mostly just been mocking Mist, but the reason why she's 3 stars is that when she promotes, she actually plays a completely different game, Valkyria Chronicles. She gains 3 HP, 2 strength, 4 magic, 1 skill, 3 speed, 0 luck, 3 defense, 2 res, and wow, plus 3 move. How does that happen? Does she just do some sprinting training? No. She hops on a mount. Because she gains a mount and therefore gains Super Canto as a healer, that's really valuable. So she can actually dart in to patch up an ally and then dart back out. And that's what makes her overall more useful than Kilroy. Oh yeah, she also gains swords. You can just ignore that. In fact, I would actually suggest not equipping her with a sword so that she doesn't face weapon triangle disadvantage in case she actually is exposed to an attack, because there's no point in actually attempting to initiate the attack with Mist. In one of these games, she actually gets a personal weapon, the Eternal Floette, but I think that's actually in the sequel, and it sucks there too. If you want to build up sword rank and use sonic swords, she's the best user of them for what it's worth. You would think that a little kid who's really annoying would love the sonic sword, right? Because those are the people in the Sonic fandom. But the only redeeming member of the Sonic Sword fanbase is Tanith. Mist also has some very special utility in that she is the only unit that can assist Ike in the Black Knight confrontation. If you're doing the more consistent strategy of Resolve Wrath, then you actually don't need Mist because you don't want to heal. But if you're doing the more climactic and flavorful Aether Slot Machine, then Mist can actually help you there, but that doesn't count for much. Ugh. Mist Helpful Sister. Helpful? Looks like she needs help. This is horrifying. Mist support list is actually really good. As the leader of the Cerulean Gym, she has the very strong water affinity, gives straight up attack and defense, decent partner with Boyd after she promotes, because she can maybe hang back a little bit, but this is kinda iffy. And if you electrocute the water with Jill, there's actually a special story thing that happens, which we'll talk about more when we talk about Jill. Oh no. Oh, Mist has a gallery. I wonder why she's so popular. Medic! You know what, actually, I think I'll just die here. It's fine. It looks less like she's coming to administer aid, and more like she's a demon come to harvest your essence after you expire. Miss the Merciless? You think you can stand up to Miss the Merciless? Wow, I've never seen that crit animation. It's so dramatic. Mercy revoked. Feeling sick? Well, don't worry, she's a cleric. Alright, I gotta read this so I can play RuneScape. Hey, swords! And Reyson has the RuneScape subscription. Alright, are you ready for the Sonic fandom? We destroy this dude! That's so good! We missed! I guess that's why they call her Mist. I hate Sonic! Have you ever played Sonic Adventure 2 Battle? What about Sonic Heroes? Sonic. I wonder if the Black Knight has dialogue with Mist. I've actually never seen it.
Do you tremble in fear, little daughter of Gawain? How entertaining. But if you value your life, you will leave this place at once.
You took my brother and my father. My sword may not even scratch you, but I don't care. This one blow will contain all my anger and all my pain. I'll kill you! Sonic used to be good! Oh. Maybe the franchise is overrated.
Protect the Black Knight!
Do not interfere. This man is my prey. I need no assistance.
Oh! Then, hey, get that girl! Kill her before she flees!
Get out of here, Mist. No, I'm not leaving you. I can protect myself. I won't run away.
Now, normally Mist kind of sucks, so she actually can't protect herself, but our Mist is kind of mighty.
She loves Sonic and she loves RuneScape. Look at this, she destroys this guy. Have you ever played Sonic 06? How about Sonic Frontiers?
Ugh.
Don't worry, bro, I'm right by your side. Uh-oh.
Oh! I'm not strong enough. Mist. Why did you attack that guy instead of healing me?
Goodbye.
Let's play Sonic with them. Genesis does what Nintendo don't. Rawr. Who's your favorite Sonic character? Rawr. I'm sure that's an actual conversation that happened with a Sonic fan at some point, where they just screech at you because they're a degenerate furry. Sounds like something that would happen. What do you think of Sonic Adventure DX Director's Cut?
Overrated! Mist smiting people because they say they don't like Sonic is pretty funny.
It's the experience being a non-Sonic fan. It's really annoying.
Capped Mist!
Leader of Cerulean Gym. So skilled, so lucky, so resistant.
So we get a speed transfer on Mist.
Not that it really matters, because Radiant Dawn Mist is god-awful.
Are you ready to rumble? It's Rolf!
Rolf, more like Raffle, am I right?
This guy's stats would be bad if this was Chapter 1. It's Chapter 9. There is absolutely nothing redeeming about Rolf. Nothing. His stats are atrocious. Comes with a Rolf bow, a special bow designed to help Rolf master archery. Only Rolf can wield it. It's not that others can't, it's just they don't want to touch it after Rolf's left his slime on it. No skills, but why would you expect a child to be skilled at anything? Now you might expect a runt like this. He's got room to grow, right? Well, yeah, he's got room, but don't expect him to fill it out. 60% HP, 40% strength, 20% magic, 45% skill, 50% speed, 40% luck, 30% defense, 25% res? There is actually nothing good about Rolf. And why would there be? Look at him! He's a child! He shouldn't be fighting! We joke that Fire Emblem is full of legions of child soldiers, but most of the characters are at least teenagers. This is actually a baby, and it's not a mistake that Rolf is pure ass. It's actually part of the story, and the game acknowledges it.
Rolf has a support with Tauroneo, who is a very level-headed, pragmatic general who joins you later. And the beginning of their conversation is Tauroneo saying, "The battlefield is no place for a child? What are you doing here? Where are your parents? Why do they allow this?" Good question. We haven't even mentioned that Rolf is in the absolute worst class line in the game. He's an archer, and he promotes into sniper. The most you are ever getting out of this dude is 1 enemy kill a turn after immense amounts of investment. That is in no way worth it. There's nothing special about snipers in this game either. They don't get extended bow range like marksmen do in Radiant Dawn. He does have the privilege of using the Path of Radiance double bow, which is a 4-range bow. Not 2-4, just 4. What? I think the idea is that it can shoot through the walls in Path of Radiance, which are thicker. You might think that he might have some utility shooting down flyers, right? Isn't that what archers normally do? But with these stats and with double dash effectiveness instead of triple deluxe, this guy's not exactly Sagittae, right? Mastery skill is the same as Shinon's, it's Deadeye. Skill percentage chance to sleep your enemy on shot, and passively doubles your accuracy. What are you laughing at, kid? Trying to scare me? Well, it's kinda working. Rolf is a wind affinity, which isn't too great. Has a decent amount of support partners. The issue is that none of them want to support with him. Oh. Although Mist upon promotion is playing Valkyria Chronicles, Rolf upon promotion is playing Triangle Strategy because he is an integral part of the Archer Triangle attack. If you have all 3 of your brothers promoted, and if Oscar makes the incorrect weapon choice upon promotion and picks bows, you can triangulate around an enemy and unleash the Archer Triangle attack. I'm dead serious when I say, I think it's actually worse than the FE6 Armor Knight Triangle attack. Because it involves nerfing Oscar and using Rolf. But yes, theoretically, if you play Triangle Strategy, you can get a guaranteed hit, guaranteed crit bow attack. Even though you were probably gonna hit them anyway, so it's really just a guaranteed crit. Rolf the Runt, Rolf the Rancid. We can end the Rolf review with words of wisdom from another famous Rolf. I'd rather have a Buffalo Lagoose take a diarrhea dump in my ear. Alright, I don't think anything can go wrong here. We did plan for this, we know we don't die. Well, I guess they could crit us.
You're open!
Oh! No! I'm the greatest tactician in Tellius! It's not fair! I wonder what will happen to me. I'm so scared. Now the hero skin where Rolf is a ghost makes more sense. Alright, Rolf the Rewinder. Alright. Roll it, Rolf. Right between the eyes. 40% strength growth, by the way. Rolf the Roided? Oh my god! I'm the greatest tactician in Tellius! I don't deserve to be treated this way! Oh, Rolf the Rancid, Rolf the Rotten, Rolf the Revolting. Oh, I'm nervous. What if I hit him? This is no time for nerves, Rolf. One smooth motion. No hesitation. In the name of the Empire, cleanse my shame. How did I die to this
scrub. Oh.
Did you see me, big brother? Look how big my muscles are.
Skilled, strong, and speedy. Nice. We'll go until he becomes Rolf the Resistant. Alright, first roll of Rolf. Until 1 res level. So probably 1 level. Alright, 1 roll for Rolf. It's not fair. I'm the greatest tactician in Tellius. I don't deserve to be treated this way. Oh. Well, we didn't get resistance. I guess we'll roll again. I can stop anytime, guys.
The pain. The pain. The pain. The pain.
The pain. Alright, second roll for Rolf. Imagine, we could be giving this to Marcia. We could be giving this to anyone. Rolf roll. Hey, that's actually a pretty good level, but not resistance. Alright, third Rolf roll. Rolf with the roids. Okay, there we go. Rolf the Resistant. Only took 3, so that's it for what he's allowed to get. Hey, third time's the charm, right? Or we have 23 crit. It's the bond supports. And we didn't crit him. Oh! Rolf is on a roll. Strength and speed, come on. No. No! This bloodline is cursed! The bond of brothers! I'm the greatest tactician in Tellius. I don't deserve to be treated this way. It's not fair. This entire family must be purged. I guess we have average luck overall. Bro, how did we get 2 blank level ups? By chapter 10, 776 microtransaction from Prometheus, who says, of all the Fire Emblem I've played, I've never seen a blank level on any of my units that didn't already have a stat capped. 2 so far is crazy. Welcome to the imported cheese experience. Sometimes blessed, usually unbelievably cursed. Alright, Rolf, you can deal 2 damage, right? Well, yeah, he can, but it'll cost us 2 durability. Wow, this is sad. Hey, it's a guaranteed kill, though. Owie! Good thing we forged this bow, otherwise we wouldn't be able to kill this guy. Not nervous. Alright, Rolf level. The Rolf Redemption? Please. Please have mercy. Merciful. Let's roll it with Rolf. We want to see strength, we want to see speed. Roll it with Rolf. Shining Bow Gaming. And yet I feel a darkness falling upon us. This is dire. I can't quit. I gotta roll it with Rolf again. I know we're gonna hit it big this time. Why do I have the same defense as strength? I can stop anytime I want. We gotta roll it with Rolf for the roids. Roll with Rolf for the roids. Give me that strength level, please. Please, it's a 40% chance. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me! How did we get it all except strength? We literally got a magic level before strength. I can stop anytime I want. We gotta roll it with Rolf. Come on. Strength? Okay. I can stop anytime I want. That's enough. We didn't even gain a single level on Rolf, right? Oh, here's one. Don't break my heart, Rolf. This is the last level up of today. Come on. Oh my god! Got a coin. Is everyone alright? No, I'm feeling sick. A skilled Rolf can beat any Ashnard. Yeah, nag, nag, nag. Listen, I think we should come up with an unstoppable killer attack. Something only we can do. Oh, an unstoppable attack? That sounds good. Oh, Rolf level! 40% strength, Rolf the Ripped. How can you be so lucky? Oh, you got a coin. That's about what this dude is worth, 1 gold. It's a disaster. Rolf the Rich. Oh, Rolf level though. Alright, Rolf the Ripped. Average RNG. What is Ashera gonna do? Rolf level. Rolf the Ripped. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, Rolf the Ripped. Hey, strength and speed. Nice. I'm nervous. What if I hit him? How did this happen? I've lost everything. Just get killed by a kid? Oh. Oh, Rolf's drinking it in. Rolf the Ripped. Come on, here we go. 12 strength. Oh, oh, shining bow. How can you be so lucky? Oh, Rolf level. Rolf the Ripped. 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 Alright, Rolf has better things to do. Just crazy. Mini Mia can shove Rolf. How close is Rolf? Oh. Oh, we could get Sniper Rolf this map. I think we want it. Your Sniper Rolf dreams start with a shove train. Oh, is this really worth it? Can we get a triangle tap before the map ends? No, you have to do a base conversation. This is ridiculous. Perfect. Yes, extremely necessary. Rolf level. That's actually level 20. Rolf the Ripped. Rolf the Ripped. Ripped. Hey, that's pretty good. This is the domain of my master, Bishop Oliver, the Duke of Tanaz. You will learn that no one impugns his honor and lives to walk away. Not speared. We're impugning on this guy's territory. Speared. You think you can stand up to Rolf the Ripper? Let it rip. I think that was actually the first Rolf crit we've ever seen. What fate is this? Is it just punishment for my complicity in this evil? Wrecked by Rolf. Just punishment. Oh, class change. Just watch me, big brothers. I'm gonna be a big brother myself. Is that how it works? Hey, that costume's pretty cool. Oh yeah, check out these oh, dude, +3 strength. That's actually really good. Wreck-It Rolf, we have 17 strength. He's stronger than Mia. Alright, do we kill Rolf's eyes? Doubles chance to hit, and in certain instances puts enemy to sleep. Eyes killed. Wow, it's an exact kill. What did I? Killed. It didn't do anything. It did nothing. So we put him to sleep, and then we woke him up, and then he died. Raging Rolf. Well, someone's raging. Alright. Are you guys ready? I think we've set it up. The single bow. 1 shot, 1 kill. We don't even need it. Listen to me, you boors! You cannot possibly understand the pursuit of beauty. You are savages! You are a blight on the world, and you must die! Was that not a triangle attack? Sucked. Oh. Ah. I cannot fall here. It cannot be. Such a loss to beauty. No, there is a real bow triangle attack. I guess I just didn't have it unlocked yet. Whoops. Believe it or not, guys, I've never used the Bow Brother triangle attack. It's terrible. See, Rolf is so powerful he was able to defeat Oliver even without the might of the triangle attack. Only Rolf could have done it, guys. Sucked. 3 brothers. What do you think, guys? Are we gonna be able to perform a new special attack?
What is it? What is it? Come on, tell us how it works.
A bow? You and I have to use bows? Boyd, are you even listening to me? Yes, we all have to use the same weapon. That's part of the deal. Crud. Yeah, nothing we can do about it, I guess. You better not slow us down, Rolf. You little brat. Do us a favor, though, and make sure the 3 of us are all in the next battle. Sure, I guess that's fine. But why? Well, it's a surprise, that's all. Yeah, we'll show you later, I'm sure you'll like it. Here we go. I'm in position. As am I. And I equipped this dinky little bow just like you said. You better not mess this up, you brat, it's all you.
Well, I'm nervous. What if I hit him?
This is no time for nerves, Rolf. He's being tutored by Shinon there.
But I won't give up. I won't lose anymore. So get ready. Here I come.
Brothers, heed my call.
Ah! Hey, that's not a bow. Ah! Hey, that's not a bow either. Ah! Ah!
There is sure to be a Three Brothers Italian restaurant near you. Stop by.
Well, I'll give it a shot.
My sword is lightning. Do you think you can follow its dance?
The time is now. Triangle strategy.
So shame. Shamed. Oh, we won somehow. This is the most humiliating playthrough for all of the FE9 bosses. They're all getting shot in the face by Rolf or stabbed by Ilyana. Or Sothe. Can we forge silvers? I think this is the first chapter we can, but I might be wrong. Oh, you know what that means.
Welcome to the Forge.
You want axe?
Welcome to the Forge. Okay, we only have 86,000 gold, guys. Alright, forgive me. We don't need to forge the hit, so we got dead eye value, okay? Because our eyes are dead, we don't have to worry about the hit. But we will do this. Oh my god. What? $12K for 9 crit. That's so bad. Even I cannot defend that. Well, you know what? You know what? This is your fault. You freaks wouldn't stop complaining that I wouldn't forge crit, even though I kept telling you guys that it wasn't worth it. Well, now it's really not worth it. But I've already been corrupted. It'll cost you 19,000. You know what? This doesn't do anything either. I'm just throwing money away. Neither does this. It'll cost you 26,000 gold. Sure. In fact, I'm gonna make it worse. Just because I can. You can't stop me.
I paid to make the weapon worse. 26,000 gold. Thank you. Welcome to the end of the world. We'll meet the end together. God of War, Ragnarolf. How about the color? It's gotta be green. Hey, we have 3 Hermern uses, so we can get infinite value out of the Ragnarolf. 26,000 gold. I hope it was worth it. Shinon said Rolf made a really bad bow. The Ragnarolf. 18 might, 100 hit, 9 crit, and we made it even heavier. Which did nothing except cost us money. He's in a vulnerable position. Oh, you know what's coming. Yarundana Yorfu. Hima? Kokode! Okay, guys, it's finally here. The release date of God of War Ragnarolf. I hope you like my game. Wipe between the eyes.
No matter one's proven deeds, one defeat unmans us all. And so, it ends at the hands of this child.
God of War Ragnarolf, in stores now. What is Ashera gonna do? That's actually useless because the second shot wakes him up. Bro, Deadeye is so useless. Not dead. No! Dead! Dead! It actually did something! Eyes killed, that's why he's asleep. So it doesn't immediately wake him up. Rolf, Tauroneo C support, get ready.
Josh? Where's Drake?
Huh?
No, you can't be. Oh, sorry, I thought you were someone else. What's your name, wee lad?
Wolf?
Rolf, eh? What's a wee lad like you doing in a place like this? The battlefield is no place for children. Why do your parents allow this?
I don't have any parents. My dad left us, and my mom died.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to drag up such a painful memory.
That's alright. This group of mercenaries is my family now. So, I look like someone you know?
My son, Josh. My oldest. Josh is an adult now, but he looks so much like you once. Oh, long ago. I can't believe I thought you were my own son. I've grown old and senile. Foolish old man.
Where's Josh now?
I don't know.
What?
I divorced my wife, and she took the children with her. I haven't seen him since. That was years ago. She took the kids, Rolf! She took the kids! Oh, I miss him so.
Sir? Why are you telling me? We just met.
She took the kids, Rolf.
The double bow.
The double bow.
A unique bow made by a master craftsman. It's powerful but difficult to wield. 7 might, 65 hit, range 4. Okay, the hit is actually so bad that I think we have to give it to Rolf. Because his eyes are dead. Oh my god, he can't use it. What? We used Rolf this entire game and he doesn't have the weapon rank for double bow? I guess it's up to Master Sniper Shinon, sure.
Oh, I'm nervous. What if I hit him? Rolf level. Strength, speed? I don't think we're capped on either. Oh. Critics are raving about God of War Ragnarolf. 2 blank levels on our growth unit. Oh, James Rolf really fell off.
Yarundana yoha. Ima? Koko de?
Okay, big brothers. Just like we practiced. For Crimea. For my brothers. And for all my friends.
I am Bryce, General of Dayton.
Good night.
My strength was not enough. I could not protect my homeland. Forgive me, Dayton.
Rolled by Rolf. Good job, guys. Hey, Speedwing. $5 microtransaction from physicals. 5 points! Alright, Rolf versus Ashnard. How does this go? One blow. For nameless wretches like you, one blow's more than enough. I have a name. It's Wolf. Not named all. Probably not the best strategy to use your child soldier against the evil king of the enemy nation. Cut! Well, we're not in Sinnoh, yet somehow we've encountered the Great Marsh. Sure. Five stars? Arguably best unit in the game, the only possible competition is Titania. Looking at the numbers here, she's actually not that impressive, right? 8 strength, that's okay. 7 skill, that's fine. 11 speed. Hey, aren't you one of the Holy Pegasus Knights of Benyon? They really hired you with 11 speed? 4 luck, 8 defense, 6 res? Huh. Her growths aren't really that spectacular either. 55% HP, 40% strength, that's the same as Lyn. 20% magic, 50% skill, 55% speed. You know, that's not bad, but are you really sure you're a Pegasus Knight? What's going on here? 40% luck, 25% defense, 30% resistance. So, why is she one of the best units in the game? Well, it's because last chapter we unlocked base preps, and that is where you can inject any of your units with the bonus XP booster. Now, unlike the Gene Seed, anybody, including waifus here, is actually compatible with the bonus XP booster, and Marcia is by far the best recipient. Her stats are kind of mediocre, but the enemies are even worse. You have Marcia gobble up all of your bonus XP to rocket up to her Falco Knight promotion. Gives her plus 4 HP, plus 2 strength, plus 2 magic, plus 2 skill, plus 1 speed, plus 2 defense, so plus 3 res. And it gives her swords, so you can just ignore that part. But these kind of mediocre stats are all stapled to the greatest mobility in the game, and good enough 1-2 range in the form of javelins. And in this game, that's all you really need. Her stats aren't great, but they're good enough, and she gets to the positions where she can actually use them. Marcia has no personal skills of her own. Once you ascend to Falconite, you can use an occult scroll to learn stun, which will apparently, at a skill over 2% chance, inflict the shock status on the target on hit. I believe that just prevents them from counterattacking or acting for the remainder of the turn. That's okay, but the Radiant Dawn version actually paralyzes them for the rest of the map because it just kills them, which is much better. Yeah, I guess you can hit them with 1 Falco laser to make them flinch. It's definitely not worth the occult scroll. In terms of supports, Marcia has a fire affinity, which is pretty good, and she has 2 really good support partners in Kieran and Tanith. Tanith is probably the best, because Tanith herself is really good, and they're both flyers, so they can keep up with each other perfectly. But Kieran is also an okay option, because while he is on the ground, he is still mounted. Hopefully I don't have to explain why you don't want to waste your time with these goobers. For some reason, she does not have a Makalov support, even though they have the same colored hair. Wow. Marcia only has 1 hero skin. So that's Marcia. When she joins, she kind of hits like Marcia the Marshmallow. But once you inject her with the bonus experience Gene Seed, she'll evolve into Marcia the Marsh Stomp. What's she gonna stomp? Well, the rest of the game. Maniac mode is Japanese exclusive, but everyone in the US of A is playing on Marcia mode. 5 stars. Ike! Hey, handsome. I've decided to return to service in the Benyan Pegasus Knights. Cool beans. Cool beans. Cool beans. Cool beans. 2005 localizers. Cool beans. This is the same girl who called her brother a eunuch. Beaned. Just who are you, anyway?
Call me Volk. Sir Greil hired me. I'm in... intelligence.
Locks. Can you open locks?
Warlocks, huh? If I can get next to them, they can't do much against me. Sure. 50 gold per lock.
Is that wise? We've only just met him. There's no telling if we can trust him. Yeah, good point. Look at this dude. He looks so shifty. Alright. If you guys say so.
ステーキハウスの本気フォルクスの代表厚切り熟成サーロインステーキがフォルクス
Deep in the dungeon, we've encountered a solid snake. It's Volk. Volk is a thief, says he works in intelligence. Yeah, you'd think he'd work in agility. Well, I know how these types operate, right? Always skulking in the shadows, making the rest of us do all of the fighting. Luckily, doors and chests don't fight back, so... I'm sorry, I appear to be looking at the stat description of a strength hero. Did they mix up his stats with a pre-promoted warrior? What is this? So, Volk, it says thief, but he has 12 strength, 13 skill, and 13 speed. He also has 7 defense. What? How are his growths? 65 HP, 50% strength? 5% magic, 55% skill, 65% speed, 35% luck, 20% defense, 10% resistance. Wow. Wait, this guy's combat stats are really good. Hey, are we sure this guy's a thief? As a thief, Volk has lots of special utility. He can yoink items from enemies, and unlike in GBA, he can actually yoink weapons. Now, it's not quite like Thracia Steel. In Thracia, you can straight up rip the homework out of nerds' hands. You can actually steal equipped items in Thracia if you're strong enough to actually negate all of their weapon weight. In this game, you cannot steal equipped weapons, but if an enemy is packing an arsenal, you can actually yoink any of their backup weapons as long as you have enough strength to negate their full weapon weight, which Volk actually has a decent chance of doing because he's so buff. He is a very shady character, so enemies are less likely to target him. Same exact mechanics as we discussed with Ilyana. This dude claims to be intelligence, and intelligence systems is very weird about thief promotions. Thieves in this game don't have a promotion, but Volk does. And it's a story promotion. It happens when you actually pay him what he's worth, and then he reveals his secret identity by putting a mask on. I've never heard of any other instances where that happens. He can promote to Assassin, he'll gain 2 HP, 2 Strength, 1 Magic, 3 Skill, 2 Speed, 0 Luck, 2 Defense, 2 Res. He would of course be better if he was Volk in the Volkswagen, right? If he had a mount. But it's not like you can do drive-by thefts, right? Thief utility and great combat stats? That sounds pretty good, right? Three stars. He does have thief utility, but he does not have combat utility. His personal stats are great. Unfortunately, my man is out here trying to assassinate people with a 2 might knife. Yeah. My ass has 2 might. Volk the youngster, a knight that is light and easy to wield. If you've never played Path of Radiance, you might actually assume that knives are good, because they are in every other game. That's not Path of Radiance. Even as early as Radiant Dawn, the very next game, knives are actually fine. You can forge them, they have okay might, they have some 1-2 range throwable variants. Not in this game. Path of Radiance knives are the worst weapon type in the entire series. They specialize in accuracy and low weight.
in a game where neither of those matter. Believe it or not, they are strictly worse than swords. By this point in the video, you've probably heard me complain about swords for close to an hour, I would guess. And knives are even worse. There's no saving Path of Radiance knives. They're completely unusable, to the point where trying to use them is one of the main goals of our Max Meme Mercenary run. Even if this dude could equip 2 knives, get behind opponents, and mutilate them, that wouldn't even do anything. So you can just forget about trying to shank people with this guy. He gets 3 stars purely for his thief utility, and if he's backed into a corner, maybe he can try a poke of desperation. And because he has 12 strength, he might actually be able to deal single-digit damage. Against like a priest, maybe. And if this guy, with his massive muscles, cannot make knives work, how strong do you think a knife would be in the hands of your nerds if you decided to opt for knives upon promotion instead of staves? I think even the butter might be safe against the Sage Shank squad. And no, there aren't any particularly useful knives that can salvage knife combat. They can't be forged, they can't be thrown at all. I think the only special one you get is the stiletto, which is armor effective. But remember that this game is double dash, not triple deluxe, so good luck with that. As an assassin, he does gain access to the lethality skill. Lethality will instantly kill your opponents, and the activation rate is 1/2 of your critical rate. I do believe that's different than GBA Silencer. On GBA Silencer, when you critical, there's a 50% chance that you'll silence the enemy for an instant kill and extra experience. But I believe in this game, it's just a separate proc, equal to 1/2 of your crit chance, to insta-kill the enemy. So you can either insta-kill them or do no damage. Those are your options, and I don't like your odds. Wow. Well, in terms of supports, this discussion is going to be easy breezy because he only has 1, and Bastion's terrible, so Ganondorf wouldn't covet this wind, I'll say that much. A note about Volke the Villainous and his thief utility. He does actually demand what he's worth. When he said earlier that it was 50 gold a lock for his services, he wasn't kidding. He does actually charge you 50 gold per door or chest that he opens. This is, of course, always worth it. You just have to keep in mind that if you don't have enough money to pay him, he actually will not do it. Normally, it's a good idea to spend as many of your resources as possible. You want to make your money work for you by spending it. Just keep in mind that if the coffers are completely dry, this guy will actually become Volke the Vagrant because he refuses to work for free. Good on him. Alright, and while we're here, we can actually go ahead and review all of the other 3 units that are imprisoned. Hey, who's this guy? Sephirin. Oh. Wow, his stats are really good. Damn, he has 42 HP, capped magic. Oh my god, 30 res!
Your magic shall not save you.
Wow. Hey, how did this guy even get captured? What in the world? Well, no spoilers, but this dude is actually the trainer of Cradilly, a Pokemon previously thought extinct. You know how much I love the ogre. It's Kieran. Straight out of the beloved Scarlet and Violet DLC. Kieran. Well, he's an Axe Knight. Poonage Incarnate. Turns out red-haired units in Path of Radiance are really busted. It's wild how much better stapling the word axe to knight makes Kieran when compared to Brom. For some reason, they didn't confiscate his horse when they locked him up in a cell. Nobody can understand the jailer's motivations. His personal stats are totally fine. 11 strength, which normally I would say is good, but he has less strength than Volke. What? 10 skill, 12 speed, 8 luck, 10 defense, 1 res. He's trainee Titania, but Titania is one of the best units in the game. For growths, we're looking at 60% HP, 50% strength, 15% magic, 50% skill, 40% speed. That's kind of shaky, but he can use the Night Ward to make that 70. 25% luck, 40% defense, and 30% resistance. He actually does have a personal skill, Gamble. Gamble allows you to waste your action by choosing to attack at half accuracy for doubled crit. But hey, wasting your action is better than wasting your life savings, which is what Gamble actually does IRL, right? So, never gamble, kids. You know, I don't know what Proctor sees in this Gamble guy. When he promotes, he sees the light and ascends to the amazing Paladin class. Plus 3 HP, plus 2 strength, plus 2 magic, plus 2 skill, plus 2 speed, plus 2 defense, oh, plus 3 res, and your choice of physical weapon that he does not already wield. He starts with axes, which is by far the best weapon type, so he actually doesn't need anything. You can just choose whatever you think is the most fun. I guess the most useful is lances, but if you want to cosplay as another Kieran and stab the garbage out of people, I guess you could choose swords. His support list is small, but it's both good and really funny. The most useful one, I would say, is the support with Oscar. They have the same movement type, so they can stay next to each other. They also want to be next to each other, right in the thick of combat. And the fact that they both love the Kanto region makes it really easy to always stay in support range of each other. Kieran's own wind affinity is not particularly useful. It's really weird that it's not fire, by the way. It's more that it activates the earth support of Oscar. Imagine pairing the Christmas calves with each other. I thought there was a war on Christmas. Actually, it seems like the Christmas calves have declared war on you. Yeah, sorry, nowadays you gotta call them the holiday horses. Gameplay-wise, I don't think you would actually do the Kieran and Kilroy support, but story-wise, I think that's the one that leads to the infamous axe juggling supports. I'll just say that Kilroy is a very qualified medic. That's Kieran the Crimson. Axes plus horses equals Poonage incarnate. But gameplay-wise, he's kind of boring, so we're probably not going to use him. What in tarnation? There's an armor knight in this cell. Brom Hellscream. Well, he's an armor knight. He's Gatrie, but worse and later. 10 strength, that's not even that good. 7 speed, that's actually not as bad as I thought. 13 defense is okay. Unskilled laborer, he's just a humble farmer. Very unimpressive bases. And despite being a farmer, he's not too good at growing himself. 75 HP, 45 strength, 10% magic, 50% skill, 25% speed, but he is a knight, so he can increase that to 55 with the Night Ward. 20% luck, 55% defense, and 25% resistance. There is no gameplay reason to use this guy over Gatrie, who is just better, and will be rejoining soon. Not that armor knights or generals are any good at all in this game. They do have 1-2 range, but their extreme bulk is not really something you need, and their mobility is atrocious. Same promotion as Gatrie, gains access to swords, so doesn't gain anything, and gains access to the Luna skill, so skill percentage chance to negate half of the enemy's defense. A farmer does know the importance of watering his crops, so he does have a really good water affinity. So if you do want to use this guy, he could be a good partner for Boyd, and also a good partner for Nephenee, and also a good partner for Zihark. Hey, actually his supports are pretty good. What in the world? Portrait of Brom as a farmer in Radiant Dawn. You may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. Despite not being a particularly good unit, he is overall Brom the Beloved. He is a popular character. He's a real heckin' wholesome chungus. Has a very nice, wholesome personality, and it is fun to use armor knights like Brom. In regards to the Max Meme Mercenaries, I think we've got a spot on our roster for Brom Hellscream. Not the most viable unit, but some people play games for fun. Brom level. Alright, Brom the Bumbling. No Night Ward, unfortunately. Oh, what is Ashera gonna do? Mage Killer Armor Knight. We can only spare 2 levels for this, but Blade Master is an agility hero, so with the Night Ward, we can definitely expect agility hero Brom Hellscream to gain speed. I think this is a 55% chance. Agility hero? Agile. Brom Hellscream. Did we get an Agitome for +2 agility? Pro Gamer? I shouldn't complain about that one. That's still pretty good. Alright. Brom the Bumbling, 55% speed growth with the Night Ward. Warded! Damn, this guy's actually kind of good. 4 res, what is the Shira gonna do? Brom the Bumbling. Very skilled, despite his humble background. Does this common man even know how to use the Night Ward? I have my doubts. So skilled. Back to the fields with you. Brom the Beefy. And we get a Night Ward level, so that speed is guaranteed. So healthy. His belly is even jigglier now. Brom level with the Night Ward. So 55% speed growth. That's the main stat we want. Night Ward level on Brom. On average, I think we do get speed here. This is a 55% chance. Oh my god. What is a Shara gonna do?
Your magic shall not save you.
Oh, this is dire. Level 17, 9 speed. And I think every one of his levels, except for one, has been with the Night Ward. This is really bad. You think you can stand to Big Bad Brom? They didn't even die. Nice 1% crit, though. Followed by an amazing level? Impress me. How can you be so healthy? How many 1-stat levels have we gotten on Brom? Okay, we've got an analysis. Brom is minus 0.5 speed for no Night Ward. He has gotten every level except for one with the Night Ward. That's how bad it is. By the way, the Night Ward more than doubles his speed growth. It's not fair. We just want to get rid of this Paladin. This Paladin is really annoying. Who has the bolting? We gave someone a bolting. She can use it. We're smitten. We're in range of Mia. What if we bolt that Paladin? How much does it do? Oh, and we can kill him with Brom.
A bolt of brilliance!
Maybe I don't want to use the farm. No, the farmer's only is more accurate. Let's do the farmer's only. I was gonna say farmed, but maybe I should have said something else. This is a disaster! Blatant nepotism. Jabbed. Okay, Brom level with the Night Ward. Can we finally reach double-digit speed? Nice. You think you can stand up to Brom the Bulwark? Alright, so we show off with a 2% crit. But we're not out of luck yet, because here comes the best level we've ever seen. Give me that strength, speed, and defense. Wow. Hey, we should make this guy general in our army. Pretty good. Farmers versus Murkrows, 2 damage. Oh, he might do it twice, though. I think with the Night Ward, we actually don't take any damage. And actually, after we get promoted to general here, I think we actually take no damage. No one else available? Oh, I guess I can. Promoted to militia. He went to the town hall. You're making me a general? Are you sure I'm not qualified, my lord? Alright. Man, +3 strength, that's pretty good. +2 speed? Dude, those stat bonuses are actually pretty good. So Rolf can shoot from here. With the steel bow. And the door's open. Let's just leave Brom here. I think that's a good idea, right? Okay, Brom will choke this point. Brom the Bulwark. Okay, actually one shot. We couldn't have done it without the farmers only. The farmers only! Farmed! Farmed! We also moved Nephenee into range. If Nephenee wasn't here with the support, we wouldn't be one-shotting these guys. You think you can stand up to Brom the Bulwark? Farmed! Farmed! We can't one-shot the Swordmaster, though, I don't think. Oh, what if he has an Armor Slayer? No, it's a Steel Sword. Not farmed. He actually missed us. What?
Prepare yourself.
Oh no, he crit us! Oh. We get a kill here with our Iron Sword. You think you could stand up to Brom the Bulwark? I've never seen the Sword Armor Knight crit animation. We do have the Night Ward. Warded? Wow! Wow! Hey, he's actually looking pretty good now. Oh, this poison will take its toll. Oh! Oh! Taste my blade! Taste it. Taste my blade! Man, they need to nerf Militia. What a Chad move. Myrmidon does 0 damage, crit them back with your Iron Sword, gain strength and speed. Oh, you smile whenever we talk, right? Oh, you have a beautiful smile. It's a shame that you hide it. Come on, try smiling now. Rom, please. Beat it, chick. You'd be so pretty if only you smiled. You should smile more. Oh, Brom level with the Night Ward. We really want to see speed. That's the one we need most. Oh my god, so healthy. Oh, by golly, it's a gal. It's Nephenee. Nephenee, for many Western fans, the very first playable soldier in the series, which is very ironic considering how many Lolgers we slaughter. Not a single one of them joined us, except for this one. Lolger, unfortunately, also describes Nephenee. Her base stats are not particularly good. 8 strength, that's worryingly low, especially for a level 7 unit. 10 skill is okay. 11 speed is not bad, but it's slower than you would expect, right? 6 luck, 9 defense, 3 res. So she's not particularly durable either, especially with only 22 base HP. They don't feed her on the farm. She's basically Mia, but they dyed her hair blue, and they swapped her sword for a lance. Two stars? And that's being generous. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Nephenee didn't like that because she's wrathful. She does have the innate skill Wrath. When she is below 50% HP, she gains 50% crit. That's a lot of crit. She's much better at using the Vantage Wrath combo than Mia is, because with javelins, Nephenee does at least counter everything, which means that with a crit she has a decent chance of taking them out, and eventually she's durable enough that she might actually survive a hit even when in Wrath range. But that's more because enemies are so wimpy, as opposed to Nephenee actually being bulky. As a simple farming gal, she's never actually had to wield weapons of war, so weapon level E is really rough. The country gal's growths are 55% HP, that's really low for a soldier. 40% strength, that's really low for a soldier. 20% magic, 55% skill, 55% speed. That's actually pretty good. And Soldier is able to equip the Night Ward. So this is actually 85%. Hey. 25% luck, 35% defense, and 25% resistance. When she promotes, a crop circle appears on the farm, and Meta Knight invites her to his spaceship. She becomes a halberdier. Plus 4 HP, plus 2 strength, plus 1 magic, plus 2 skill, plus 2 speed, plus 2 defense, plus 2 res, and it'll increase your weapon rank up to C. Sadly, no innate crit bonus for halberdiers in Path of Radiance. That's a Radiant Dawn thing. Promoting to halberdier doesn't give you a new weapon type, not that you really need it, but it does give you access to Luna as your mastery skill. One of the better ones. Skill percentage chance to negate half of your opponent's defense. It's the exact same as the general mastery skill. Special note that although it is unlikely, if you cap out Nephenee's level and strength, meaning that you then get a strength transfer to Radiant Dawn Nephenee, it's one of the most useful transfers in the game, because in Nephenee's Radiant Dawn joining chapter, her and Brom are trying to quell a rebellion, and Nephenee's only weapon is the Steel Great Lance, which weighs her down. So with a +2 strength transfer, she gets weighed down less, so it's also a speed transfer. It really, really helps her out. For supports, she has really limited options. None of these are really that great. Out of these units, Calil is definitely the best, but Calil is probably too frail to be enemy-facing, which is what you would want to do with a trained Nephenee. I wouldn't recommend any of these, but maybe for the memes you might log into Farmers Only and do Nephenee and Brom. Farmers Only. City Bayork just don't get it. Despite being really underwhelming as a unit, the player base at large loves Nephenee. I wonder why. Strike her thighs, there's no armor? Beat it, chick. Back to plowing the fields with you. Well, a lot of Nephenee users probably wish they were the one doing the plowing. I think we're definitely gonna put Nephenee in the negligee and give her the Seraph robe. The question is, do we also give her the Draco shield? And I think the answer is yes. She's 9 defense, she'd go to 11. Thing is that we also want Nephenee to actually get hurt, so she can activate Wrath. But her stats are so bad that she's gonna get hurt anyway, so yeah, let's do it. Alright, Nephenee in the negligee. And then, surely with a Draco shield, she'll be able to proc Aegis, or Pavice, or whatever. Defended. Alright, there we go. First Nephenee level? And I think we can get a speed level, almost guaranteed. It's like 85% growth with the Night Ward. So, we can just assume that we got speed here, so we want strength. Nephenee the Noodler. I mean, defense is good. Nephenee the Nephelem, we want strength, and speed is almost guaranteed. What is Ashera gonna do? There's only room for one hottie in this world. Alright, farewell to Norris. Haha! Accursed crows! You ruined all of my plans! Norris the Negated. Teased by Nephenee. Alright, Nephenee the Nephelem. For sure we do this, right? Nephenee the Nephelem. Show me that strength, show me that speed. And nothing else, she's keeping the rest tastefully hidden. Does the skill that Sothe has that lowers BXP include lowering BXP? Yes, Blossom takes extra bonus XP. Strength? Skill? A skilled Nephenee can beat any Ashnard. It's with the Night Ward, by the way. Alright, blatant nepotism. Strength! Magic! Okay, Flame Lance. Farmed. Nephenee level. Speed is almost guaranteed with the Night Ward. So healthy, so skilled. What is Ashera gonna do? Is it equipped? Yes, it is. We're getting speed screwed with the Night Ward. It's not fair. Nephenee level. This is with the Night Ward. So 85% speed growth. Yeah, so skilled, so speedy. Yikes. Yeah, Jill probably needed it. Oh, this is a Night Ward level, though. The speed is practically guaranteed. We're very knightly. Oh, so strong. Bro. Every single Nephenee level has been with the Night Ward. Go back to the farm, chick. What is this? We've missed 3 or 4 with an 85% speed growth. Bullseye! Alright, chipped for a level up. 85% speed growth with the Night Ward. 85%. Perfect. The Flame Lance is gonna be cooking them, okay? 4 magic. Nephenee level with the Night Ward, so 85% speed. We are actually lagging behind. The Flame Lance Barbecue. You're all invited, guys. Charge! Strike her down. Vantage! Oh! Hey, Vantage actually did something. Nephenee level or next fight? Oh, Nephenee level. This is with the Night Ward, so here comes our speed level. Nephenee the Noodler! 85% growth for speed at least. Vantage. Nephenee level. Please not Nephenee the Noodler. Come on. How can you be so lucky? All you can eat noodle buffet. Every variety. We've got macaroni, we've got spaghetti, we've got angel hair, we've got linguine, anything you want. 13 strength with the energy drop at level 19. Oh. Happy New Year, guys. It's starting to look a lot like Lindis. Oh, God. We also somehow don't have capped speed. We've gotten literally every level with the Night Ward. So we have an 85% speed growth, and we don't have capped speed. This is so bad. Vantage. We don't double him because we didn't get all our speed levels. Alright, this nerd we can kill, though, I think. Vantage didn't do anything. Winded, that's actually good. That's bad. This nerd, cooking us will give us wrath. Cooked! Wrathful! And we missed. Alright, little girl, prepare to die. Whoa. What? Final unpromoted Nephenee level. 85% speed growth, by the way. Grown. Grown. Fewer noodles at the buffet. So I think so far, Wrath has done literally nothing. Oh, oh! Nephenee the Nephelem! Time to ascend! Yes! Yes! I've been training real hard. Finally, it's time to harvest. Fertilized. Where's your shield? I guess she doesn't need it anymore. Because we gained such sick promo bonuses. Oh, +2 strength. Oh! Alright, this is a Night Ward level. Fertilized? What is Ashira gonna do? The fields lie fallow. How many 85% speed growths have we missed? How do we have such little speed and so much resistance? It's not fair. I'm the greatest tactician in Tellius. I don't deserve to be treated this way. 16 strength promoted with an energy drop. Only 21 speed after every single level with the Night Ward. We didn't miss a single one. And we somehow have 8 resistance, which doesn't do anything. Provocative? Oh, this is Vantage Wrath, Vantage Wrath. You think you can stand up to Nephenee the Nephelem? First ever Vantage Wrath. It actually worked. That's why you do it. Oh, and we deal 3 more damage with our crits now because we got strength. You're all invited to the Flame Lance barbecue. Oh! You think you can stand up to Napalm Nephenee? Okay, Napalm Nephenee is now online. You think you can stand up to Napalm Nephenee? Now we're cooking. Yes. That's fine. This guy's gonna get Vantage Wrathed. 1 crit and he is dead, so he is dead here. We're even more wrathful. It doesn't do anything, but... Nephenee Sweep! That is why we added Nephenee as an emote, because I knew we'd be doing this with Nephenee. Strength is the most important stat, please. How can you be so lucky? What is Ashira gonna do? We still don't have capped speed. A crit doesn't even kill, because we missed strength. We also got hit by both of those. Can we die? Oh my god, we actually die if this hits us. What a disaster! Nephenee level... I mean, it can't be worse than the last one, right? The goddess smiles upon us. It was literally worse. What is Ashera gonna do? So no complaints, right, about resetting? We actually got a worse level. This is justice. Nephenee 3? Great start to this recruitment conversation. Die, human!
I hate working with these people.
I cannot trust the word of a human.
I see. Well, if I cut down these vigilantes, will you believe me?
Huh?
1, 2, zenbu! How many do you want? Just give me the word, and I'll start cutting. What task is there?
I see. You're not an enemy. That much I'll believe, nya.
ありがとうございます. I will join your group.
Don't be ridiculous.
Oops. I don't think we have time for formal introductions. Let's hurry.
Hold it. I've not agreed to this, nya. Are we really gonna trust this guy? He was with those crazy dudes that gave us a Laguz Slayer. He did use the word Laguz instead of subhuman. Zihark from the Burning Blade clan of Blade Masters, apparently. Level 10 Myrmidon. He's basically Ike. But again, and later, and without all of the main character tropium that Ike enjoys. The main purpose of Zihark is to make Mia look even worse. 10 base strength is okay, 13 skill is good, but who cares about skill? 15 speed is really good. 6 luck, 7 defense, 0 res. For growths, well, he's a Myrmidon. 55% HP, 45% strength, 15% magic, 50% skill, 60% speed, 40% luck, 30% defense, 20% resistance. Nothing too impressive. Not particularly bad either. But while Ike was the manager of the Foot Locker, this guy is just a rank-and-file employee. He does have a skill of his own. He does come with Adept, the same one that Soren has, and he has a lot of skill, so it is very likely to proc. Promotes to Swordmaster, same as Mia, gains 15% innate crit, and gains access to Astra, which is terrible, so I guess you are happy that you have Adept. It's probably better than Vantage for the Swordmaster class. In terms of supports, this guy is very down to earth, which is what you'll love to see. You can be some supportive soil beneath Ilyana, who is okay. Water ground, much like in Pokemon, actually a really good combo. But Brom sucks, and honestly so does Zihark. And Maurim's a Laguz, so you probably just don't want to use Maurim, unfortunately. You might be wondering why he doesn't have a support with Lethe, but his heart belongs to a different cat girl. A nice thing I can say about Zihark, without having to qualify it with anything, Said he looks really sick. He's a cool guy. It's Isekai Sephiroth. I think Heroes actually made him look less cool because they turned him into a ninja. He isn't really, though. Artwork of Zihark. Why is he so glowy? Doesn't he only have one base magic? Artwork of Zihark with Lethe. Hey, we just did this recruitment. Bonus artwork of Zihark. Aw, this is cute. He loves cats. We haven't actually given a rating to Zihark yet. It could be only one of two, neither of them very flattering. Myrmidons live and die by their crit rate, so let's leave his rating up to fate.
Taste of my bredo! Ah! For the burning blade!
Okay. I think you earned it. Two stars, congratulations. But honestly, I think he's 1 star.
Oh, Ike! Grab that boy! What's going on?
It's...
Ike, there's no need to be so rough. I'm not gonna waste my time playing games with this urchin. You want me to let you go? Open your mouth and start talking.
I'm looking for someone. I heard the ship was sailing for Benyon, so I decided to climb aboard.
Is it family?
Huh?
The person you're looking for?
Yeah. I mean, we're not related by blood or anything, but we're definitely family.
What are you doing, step maiden? Aid Sothe. Don't aid Sothe. I'm not wasting my time with this street urchin. Get back in the barrel, kid. I wish we could help you, but we have our own troubles to deal with. I see no other option. I'll take you on as a junior member of my crew.
I'm just happy I don't have to hide anymore.
Well, that's actually the good ending for Sothe. Let's go ahead and get the bad ending, the one where he actually joins you. Aided. Nasir, my mercenary company will look after this boy. He won't be a burden to you or your crew. Instead, he'll be a burden to us. Sothe the Stowaway. Says he'll do whatever we need. Well, I hope you don't need any sort of combat ever. Remember how we marveled at Volk's stats because they were so good? Prepare to marvel again, for the exact opposite reasons. Sothe the Squishy. Level 1 Thief. 5 Strength. 7 Skill, 11 Speed, 5 Luck, 4 Defense, 0 Res. This kid has 7 Attack. That's not 7 Strength. That's 7 Attack. Including the 2 Might from the Butter Knife. This child cannot even tickle opponents. Green hair, green cloak. Looking pretty grassy. Ooh, and like a good grass type, which is an oxymoron of course, he can Blossom. So the Blossom skill here grants fewer experience points, but enhances growth over time, huh? How many fewer experience points? Well, I'll tell you now. He takes double the EXP to level. So it doubles his growths, right? Otherwise, this would be a terrible deal. Base growth rates, which are actually quite good. 60% HP, 55% strength, 10% magic, 70% skill, 65% speed, wow. 55% luck, 35% defense, and 30% resistance. When under the influence of sweet scent from Blossom, which remember, causes you to consume double experience, Sothe's growths instead become 84% HP, 79% strength, 91% skill, 87% speed, 79% luck, 57% defense, and 51 resistance. And 90% magic. So not quite doubled, but I would still say increased pretty significantly. Knives are really, really bad. But you do get a lot of experience in this game to play with through bonus experience. I guess if you pumped an unholy amount of experience into Sothe the Stowaway, he could basically cap out all of his stats. And especially when you consider his promotion bonuses, you could... Did somebody forget to add his promotion to the wiki? Like, I don't see it. Where is it? He is limited by slow experience gain.
and inability to promote. This kid doesn't promote? Oh my god, this guy's horrible! Sothe, arguably the worst unit in the game. If you only ever use him to open doors or chests, and you squint really hard and overdose on tropium, he's better than Volke, because he doesn't actually charge you anything. But let's be real, even if Volke never fights, which he really shouldn't because knives are horrendous, there still might be times where you might want him exposed to one enemy just because it makes it easier. Sothe is in no way user-friendly. He instantly dies to everything, and he can't even tickle them back, because knives are so horrendous. It's so bizarre that he doesn't promote. Because he's locked to tier 1, that means that all of his stats are capped at 20. So even though his only decent stat is speed, and he has a really good speed growth, it's just gonna cap. And 20 speed is not going to be impressive by endgame. Sothe actually has a major role to play in the sequel, and because of that, he has a very unique transfer mechanic. Unlike most units who simply gain a bonus of 2 in a stat if it's capped and they're maxed out in level, a level maxed Sothe actually transfers his real stats 1-to-1. Don't bother with this kid. Just shove him back in the barrel that he crawled out of on the ship and save yourself the headache. He's not even that good at thief activities because even though he does it for free, his strength is horrendous, so he will never actually yoink any equipment, which is something that Volke can do pretty reliably. His support list is horrendous as well. Wind affinity is not good, and you don't want to be doing supports with your thief because your thief doesn't actually want to be near any fighting. Hey, Sothe actually has his own gallery though. He's got that Kim Possible factor going on with that midriff. And here's romance novel Sothe. But from the sequel. Sothe the Stowaway. More like Sothe the Stay Away. Worst unit in the game? Maybe. Oh, and that means we gotta use him. Because his coin's not droppable. Alright, knife combat! No! Are you kidding me? Adept! We missed a 91 with our knife, then we got tripled by Norris! We can't kill him because the map ends this turn. First knife kill of the run? With a level 1 Sothe? Sothe the Shanker! Oh, we did it. Yes! Sothe the Shanker! Sothe the Shanker! Shanked! Oh, 30 XP. I feel like we should be earning this on the map, right? I'm not gonna do it, okay? I'm not gonna do it. Okay, if the universe is balanced, then we're about to get a perfect level here. Oh! Sick crit for... Actually, with that crit, we might actually be able to kill him.
Awesome.
Max level? Oh! 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 Are we sure Blossom is a bad Pokemon? The boots with the sand, Boots! I couldn't have gotten them without Sothe. Yes. Yes! Yes! The more we shank, the easier it gets, because we gain strength. So we get to deal 2 damage next time. Shanked! Please give me strength. Please give me strength. Blossom? Oh, Blossomed. Hey, that's pretty good. Shanked. Shanked! Intellius, it must be greater? Well, let's get 14 speed then. That's our mission.
Blossom.
Here's 13. Blossomed! We can get the chip XP. Can I just take his staff? You didn't need that, did you? Okay, we can noodle knife this dude until we're able to steal from this guy. You can also do it this way. This is so ridiculous. Why do we have to do this? Alright, now he's trapped. You're gonna RNG manipulate a speed level up. If you don't get it, don't worry, we'll get it. The shanking continues. 2 more turns of shanking? Is this a level up? It might be 1 XP off. Oh, God. Oh, still no sunstone. This shanking doesn't give us a kill, but it should give us a level, which will let us steal the physics staff. The chance that we don't get a speed level is like 8. Strong, skilled, fast, lucky, defensive. We actually deal 2 damage to this guy. Maybe we even double him. All according to Keikaku. I'll take that. Yoink! Alright, meanwhile, epic knife duel over here. We do win eventually. Eventually. It's unfortunately a 4-hit KO. Oh! Shanked! And of course, your final impression of this VOD, a beautiful Sothe level. Give me that strength, give me that speed. Oh, yes. Yes! Fell awesome! And happy musical bolting. Why did this map take 21 turns? We've almost doubled our starting attack. By the way, he didn't save us any gold at all because an enemy thief opened this and both of these 2 chests. And we used chest keys for these 4 other chests. So Volke would have been way better here. Ike, I'd like to report the results of our last battle. Wow. MVP Sothe! You liar! Who's writing these reports? MVP Sothe! Secret Agent Sothe. You didn't need that, did you? Volke also could have done that, though. Might need to rescue Sothe out if I do this. This is a really bad idea. Oh, but I can't resist! Shanked! Beautiful. Who says Sothe is bad, guys? Look at this. Shanked! Sothe level! And we sharpen our Shanker with a strength proc? Well, he's a thief. Alright, we have tons of options to deal with these guys. How much damage do I deal to this guy? 5. So I need to deal 17, right? Okay, Ike actually might be able to do that because he won't double. Regal Sword has the most hit. Just don't crit him, please. You think you can stand up to Iron Ike? My XP! It's fine, we can still get the XP from this guy. But I think I only deal 2 to him. Oh, I double him because of our level up, so we have to deal 23. At least 23. Ooh. Okay, just don't crit him. You think you can stand up to Recon Rolf? Stop stealing my XP! I can't train Sothe because Rolf the Ravenous stole the XP. People say this game is boring. I don't know. I think it's pretty exciting to strategize around your own units being too good. Can I damage this guy? No. The dagger! A more powerful combat knife. Incredible. Oh, what are they gonna do? We've literally doubled the strength of our dagger. Can we fillet one of the birds? It's possible. So if this guy has 11 defense, I can kill him. Concert time. Okay, this is a little dangerous, but these enemies don't have Kanto. What? Sothe, please. It's a disaster. Man, I wish I had staves. That'd be useful. If we show him the ICB JAV, then he's at 2. I think that's shankable, right? So we show him the JAV and then we shank him. That was our plan all along. JAV shown. Demonetization incoming. Meal prep carved. teased. We showed him the JAV, and we just edged to 99 experience. For those guys who don't know, JAV stands for Japanese Adult Video. Edged. If we triple shank this guy, he dies. And we can because we refresh. Yes, so the other use for Dagger Sages is setting up kills for Sothe. Actually, the most humiliating death of all time. Hey, maybe after this level up, we'll actually deal an additional damage with our dagger. We will. Blossomed. Triple shank. Shanked. This is so bad. Oh, Sothe level. Strength. So strong. So magical. So speedy. So resistant. Ashura's done for. Yes. Yes, the mighty dagger. Shanked. You saw it here first, guys. We actually shanked a promoted unit. The stiletto! Finders keepers. The stiletto! So the dagger is only 4, but the stiletto! It's 8, and it's also armor effective. Wow, it's almost like a real weapon. Like, almost. By the way, an iron sword has 7. So it's chapter, what, 2021? And we've finally gotten a knife that I would say is better than a weapon we had on chapter 1. And this is it, by the way. This is the best knife in the game. Sothe the Sneaky. Hey, this guy's a boss. And he's armored. The stiletto. The stiletto! Yeah! I cannot stop your march. General Enna, protect the capital. Right behind you. Blossomed? Blossomed. Oh, hey, defense. It's ridiculous. Daggers versus swords, who wins? Looks like it's daggers. Sword master. Shanked. Oh, time to blossom. Blossomed?
Blossom.
Oh! Capped speed. Oh! Steel level up. Blossomed? Oh, blossomed. Bro, 15 strength. You didn't need that, did you? Oh, sneaky steel level. Did we steal his strength? Strength stolen. Wow. Guys, I'm gonna be honest. Sothe is a lot stronger than I thought. But I thought he would be completely useless. He's just really, really bad. But we have 20 attack with the dagger, right? Compared to our other attack, okay, it's actually really bad. Yeah, it's still really, really, really bad. It's not that bad compared to Longbow Rolf. Oh. Frickin' Brom with the Iron Sword has 31 attack. I was so amazed that we could actually damage enemies, but it definitely has more to do with the enemies being bad. Yikes. Sothe level! Blossom! The only stat we really care about now is strength. Nice. Oh. Oh my, I can steal his Laguz axe. Let's do it, right? And then we can just steal the physic next turn. You didn't need that, did you? Yoink! Hey, it weighs 16, but we have 17 strength. Have you ever seen Sothe steal a 16 weight item? Okay, huge Lucia value. Because she's not good, we didn't give her items, which means that she has empty inventory for our stolen loot. You didn't need that, did you? Very nice. If we can get him to equip Elwind, we can steal his Blizzard. There's no way, right? He's absolutely gonna take a Blizzard pot shot. Ooh, unequipped Nephenee next to him would provoke him. Maybe, yeah, a Nephenee that can't counter? That's possible. I don't think he's gonna do it. I don't think he's gonna do it because Blizzard deals more damage. then Elwind. So I doubt he would actually attack Nephenee with the Elwind. Well, he did attack her, but not with the Elwind, because yeah, Blizzard does more damage. We would have to box him in, and then nobody else would be allowed to be in Blizzard range. And I think that would work. Yeah, he just Blizzards. Well, okay, Shinon's also provocative. This is very extensive research. At this point, it's not about the Blizzard Tome, okay? It's about finding out how to actually get this done. Oh! Provocative! I mean, how could you resist?
Research complete.
I'm just glad I could help out the army. I'm just a simple country gal. You didn't need that, did you? Yoink! Bellossom. Strength? So strong, so skilled. Okay, capped skill and speed. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen this before. We actually one-round this guy from full health with Sothe. This is actually a world first. Nobody has ever seen this. You guys are all part of history watching this. And we crit him! Saved a stiletto use. Bellossom. Level 16. We're gonna cap strength. Carved. Sothe level. Level 17. Oh, there's capped strength. So lucky. Okay, our luck can still increase, as can I guess our defense and our res. Sothe level. Only 2 more. Are we 1 HP so that we can heal with Fortify? Beautiful. How can you be so lucky? Sothe level. Is that 18? It's 19. We could actually get a capped Sothe this chapter. So lucky. The final turkey carving of the training arc. We can even do it with the dagger, so conservative. Carved. And we can finally release Bellossom. Thank you for your service. It's actually our first capped character. Bellossom. So lucky. So this will be our transfer Sothe stat page. That's actually pretty good. I think our defense might be lower than base Radiant Dawn Sothe, though. I think we're also unlucky, maybe. Not that it matters. Farewell, Bellossom, you served us well. Return to the wilds. Back to Viridian Forest. No longer shady because we want enemies to attack us. Why do we want them to attack us? We're already capped. Open up Da Vinci Resolve. And unleash our wrath. So when we're resolute, we have 30 strength and 30 speed. Hey, that's actually pretty good. Oh, and 30 skill. Oh boy. Alright, I don't think this is gonna put us in wrath range. I think it actually did. Resolved! That was perfect! Are we gonna die? Great. Well, it was active. Oof, is this the end? Cut. I'm so confident it's gonna work, I'm not even gonna check the battle forecast. See, we didn't get one shot. No! He's too good! Okay, this time for sure. Sick crit! Okay, didn't do anything. Breathed? Okay, wrathful crit. I didn't double him? But I have 30 speed. I should have doubled him. You can lose doubling but not gain it? Why? Well, clearly it doesn't make you double in the middle of combat because you didn't double him? I guess not. But I know for sure I lost my double attack against Gromit because of Resolve.
Why does it work that way? You can lose your double attack, but you can't gain one? Why not? Might have doubled if it activated on enemy phase? Okay, now I'm interested in testing this. We should double attack him after the resolve activation. Breathed? Breathed? First attack? We did! That's so bizarre. So you actually can gain a double attack from resolve, but only if you can then use both attacks. So if you attack once, then get hit, knocked into resolve range and doubling range, you do not get your follow-up attack. But if the enemy attacks you and knocks you into resolve range, you get both attacks.
Research complete.
Bizarre. Ever seen Sothe shank a dragon, by the way? Shanked. Oh my god, Sothe is above Brom. What? Sothe is next to Jill, that's how much we used him. Caught up at last. I'll do this on my own, I will not let them escape. What are those things? Giant birds. Disgusting! Could they be? Are they bird half-breeds? Who are you? You! Why are you lollygagging about? Can't you worthless Crimeans do anything right? We're all fighting a war, and you lots are out here having a picnic. Who are you? I'm Jill Fizzart, Wyvern Rider of Dayan, attached to Commander Haar's battalion. I offer a truce. I cannot sit by and allow a human vessel to be attacked by sub-human degenerates. I will fight with you. We will accept no help from Dayan. This is no place for foolish pride. True. At this rate, the subhumans will devour you, and I will not accept aid from anyone who thinks Laguz are subhuman. What are you babbling on about? I'm on your side. We'll talk after I chase off these crows. Bleed the half-breed. Hold it, what in the world is going on? Well, I guess we just gained a new unit. Welcome to this 2005 riding. Can't say this stuff nowadays. New unit. It's Jill. Where's Jack? Jill. Well, she's a Wyvern Rider. You've seen her on every 5-star review so far, so this really shouldn't be a surprise, but it's Jill the Juggernaut. Basically, everything we said for Marcia also applies to Jill, but Jill's more racist. Jill has better starting strength and bulk, but worse starting speed. But in a way, they kind of have the same speed because Jill gets weighed down less. Jill the Justified comes packing a Laguz Guard, a magic item that, when equipped, halves the damage done by Laguz attacks. For Beorc use only. Unlike the Beorc Guard, I believe this does actually do what it says on the tin. It will actually reduce the damage you take from Laguz by half, which is actually really useful. Luckily, there is no racism requirement in order to equip this. Anyone can use it, not just Jill, Shinon, or Soren. If we put her stats to the litmus test, I would say she scores maybe an 8? Very slightly based, as the kids would say. But how are her growths? When you juice up Jill, you can expect 60% HP, 40% strength. That's kind of low for a Wyvern Rider, isn't it? 30% magic, oh, Boltax Gaming. 45% skill, 45% speed, 25% luck, 35% defense, 30% resistance. These growths are overall actually pretty disappointing. Just like with Marcia, the reason why Jill is the Juggernaut is because she is compatible with the bonus experience booster shot. Same incredible template of 1-2 range access on a flying mount. That's what makes her good. Jill's promotion, oh, that ain't Falco Knight, it's Wyvern Lord, and it is significantly better. Plus 5 HP, plus 2 strength, plus 1 magic, plus 2 skill, plus 2 speed, plus 2 defense. And the big one, instead of swords, lol, Jill gets axe access, which is much better. After Jill's promotion, she is probably going to exclusively use axes because they're just so much better. Mastery skill for Wyvern Lords is the exact same as Falconites. It's the very underwhelming stun skill. Although Jill's stat growths are not too great, her character growth actually is. She has sort of the standard racist redemption arc you might expect, but with some nice hidden depth. And that depth comes from her supports. Jill can support with Mist. Now normally you don't want to mix electricity and water, and Jill's Thunder Affinity is actually not that great, it just gives you some defensive stuff. But there actually is a special interaction that will occur if you go full Lantern and get the A rank Thunder Water typing support with Mist. Later on in the story, Jill will actually have the option to confront her father on the battlefield. If you have Jill jump her dad, you can actually experience reverse recruitment. Jill is only with you in an alliance of convenience to hunt down the subhumans. So of course, if you make her fight her dad, she's gonna choose to side with her dad over you, these random mercs, right? But if you have a level 100 Lantern support, Jill will actually realize the error of her ways, and because of the bond she built with your company, she will choose to stay with you. When people say that modern Fire Emblem, which started with Awakening truly when they went woke, when they say that modern Fire Emblem has fluff choices, they're talking about a comparison to things like this. Because without too many spoilers, Awakening has a somewhat similar choice that's framed as much more weighty, requiring much more of a commitment, and it doesn't. It's literally just choose A or B, good ending or bad ending. For the good Jill ending, you do have to actually do something and make the choice to both use Jill and Mist and support them together. You could also not have Jill jump her dad, and then you don't actually have to deal with getting a Mist A support. But the conversation is fun. No reason why she would ever become Jill the Jealous, because Jill is one of the best units in the game. When it comes to the combo of combat and mobility, nobody beats Jill. Feels like the only thing she can't do is thief utility. And you'd think she'd be able to do that too. Oh, I thought that Jill, the master of unlocking, would have us covered there, but I guess not. Are we sure she's 5 stars? Ironically, even though Jill is a super strong flyer, the perfect fit for a speedrun setting, she's actually one of the worst speedrun characters in the game. The issue is that anytime she actually dodges a fatal blow, you are mandated to say, "That was close. You're almost a Jill sandwich." And that costs you a ton of time in the speedrun. There's 2 RN, so this is really like 80. Lanced. Another victory for Beork, it's only natural. Jill the Jacked! I'm sorry, I didn't mean what I said. This is what caused Jill to renounce her ways. Jill the Joke. This is the way to become Jill the Jilted. How did we get 4 blank level ups? What? 4, yes, we gotten 1 on Oscar, 1 on Rolf, 1 on Mia, but she had capped speed, and now 1 on Jill. 4 blank levels by chapter 15, yeah. Oh my goodness, this is awful! I could have given that XP to Rolf. Why am I wasting it on Jill? Good thing we have Rolf here to help with the chip. Thanks, Rolf. We're using Rolf to train Jill. That's what kind of run we're doing. This is ridiculous. Alright, we're gonna draw them in with Rolf, and then we can finish them off with Jill. This is so sad. Jill level, well, it literally can't be worse than the last one. Speed's good. What is Ashira gonna do? Jill the Juiced. We haven't seen strength yet. We still haven't. How can you be so skilled? Please, please strength. We need Jill the Jacked, not Jill the Jilted.
Please. Jill the Jacked. Nice. What is this? This is so pathetic. Ooh, this could be a Sothe shanking. Jill the Jacked? Jill the Juiced? Those are good stats. They're good stats. I won't say anything else. The Venom Edge! The Venom Edge! Jill level! Jill the Jacked? Jill the Jacked? She repented. Sure. Jill level? Yes. Alright, we want to see Jill the Jacked here. Our strength is lagging behind. And it continues to lag, but at least Ashera is done for. Jill level! Alright, Jill the Jacked. It's been a very sad stream for strength. And the sadness continues, but Ashera's done for. Don't worry, guys. Jill level. Jill the Jacked. Our strength is really dire. We really need Jill the Jacked. Guys, it's not getting any better. Kanto! Jelly Jill. Minus 2.6 on Jill. It's so bad. Jill level. Alright, Jill the Juiced? Jill the Juiced? Nice. Oh, and a Flame Lance proc as well. Jill the Jacked, we are lagging in strength. Guys, I'm experiencing a lot of lag. A lot of lag, it's almost unplayable. Good speed stat, though. Jill the Jacked, please, jack into the internet connection. Okay, jacked. 14 strength level 20, that's... I think we're still Jill the Jellied. This is pretty bad. Jill level! Oh! Did Jill eat a sandwich? Here we go. Jill the Jacked! It's like we're fighting Aerodactyl, because now we actually get stronger, and we can use axes as well. She reforged her helm in the mountains. Wyvern Lord with 16 strength, that's pretty sad. Hey, 19 speed, that's pretty good. Jill the Juggernaut, it's incoming. You can see that even with very little bonus experience and with some pretty horrible levels, Jill still completely dominates. Jill the Jelly-Armed. Hey, she's kind of fast, though. I think we get a level from... What is... Jill, please! She can't see anything! And yet, how can you be so lucky? Oh my god, we have 20 defense. Alright, Jelly Jill no more, though. Here's 17 strength. Jellied! I think we should just have Jill kill all of these enemies up here. It's too dangerous to let them near our other units, because they can't do this. Take this! Oh! Oh! It's Commander Shirum's daughter! Take her down! Oh! I guess it wasn't nepotism, she really is good. You think you can stand up to Jill the Jacked? Jacked! I mean, that's the only stat we need. Shoot that wyvern out of the sky! What? My arrows aren't working! Well, I've got a javelin with your name on it. Maybe I got your name wrong. We're actually not at full health after that enemy phase, but that's only because we leveled up.
Break yourselves upon my body!
Guys, this game, it's a little bit easy. This is the main reason why we don't just use Jill and Marcia, because they can just do this to every single map. Welcome to Chapter 13, A Guiding Wind. You can recruit this lovely lass, Astrid, using Ike. If you somehow made it, I'm gonna guess 2 hours into this Fire Emblem 9 tier list without having ever played this game, here's a hot tip for you. Astrid is a green unit, which means that she's liable to engage in some 1-star tactics if left to her own devices. You can actually recruit her on turn 1 using Ike. However, you'll notice that Ike can only move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tiles.
And in order to reach and recruit Astrid, he needs to be able to move 7, 8, 9 tiles. However, this disparity is easily overcome with a little bit of elbow grease. First, we're gonna get the Brom boost. And although there's a Contra Gal in the way, you can just shove right through allied units. Okay, never mind. Okay, clear any Country Gal obstructions, and then... Mord not so good with Beok language, but very good with muscle. And there we go. Easy peasy. Turn 1 Astrid recruitment.
Swiss ball shoulder tackle. With a partner, make a tackling shoulder maneuver.
You landlubbers are further than I thought. I'll have to improvise.
Improvised, even though it was planned. I'm Astrid of House Danimals. A blue blood, huh? Well, I've got blue hair. Unless you're good with a sword, you'd better hide yourself in the cabin. Oh, I'll do no such thing. I once trained with knights and cavaliers. I may be of noble birth, but I know something of battle. I can fight. Well, she says she can fight, and she is mounted. So what, she can use, like, lances, axes, bows... Astrid. Level 1? Bow Knight? On chapter, what, 13? That sounds like 1-star city to me. Four stars. Astrid the Astral. A level 1 bow-locked unit at this stage in the game. Sounds horrendous, and at a glance it certainly is. I appear to be looking at 6 strength, 6 skill, 7 speed, 5 defense, and 4 res, with some mysterious +2s next to those defensive stats. We've mentioned it in quite a few unit reviews so far. Astrid is the one who comes packin', the Night Ward. A magic item that, when equipped, raises defenses, for use by soldiers, knights, and paladins only. It's not listed here, but for some reason it also provides a completely hidden 30% boost to the growth rate of the best stat in the game, speed. Why they decided that this should be applicable to Cavaliers, which are one of the best class lines in the game, I have no idea. Now in the recruitment convo, Ike had the audacity to call her a blue blood. He's not the most tactful guy. But he's not wrong. She's an elite. The Japanese name of the Paragon skill is literally Irito, elite, and it has to do with coming from an elite bloodline of nobility, so that's why it's often noble characters who come packin' Paragon in the English translation. Paragon doubles the experience point this unit gains. If it wasn't for this, Astrid would probably be 1 star. But I would say that Astrid the Astral does actually have 4 stars to her name because of this. She levels up really, really fast. You'll get 30, 50 experience just for chipping with your bow. And Paragon actually works on bonus experience, by the way. She'll catch up to your other units in a flash, and of course, once she is at parity with the rest of your army in terms of experience, she's still elite. She will catch up and then surpass your other units. $20 macro transaction from Tsundere Cactus. Pretty soon I'll be a blue blood myself. My hair is already there. The fact that Paragon and Blossom work with BXP in this game is what makes Astrid, and I guess Sothe if you want to meme with Sothe, even function at all, gutted by the FE10 BXP changes. Well, the less we say about FE10 Astrid, the better. Happy New Year! Okay, I actually didn't know Astrid's Japanese name, but seeing it now, it's kind of funny. So her Japanese name is... Stella! And for some reason, I guess they couldn't just name her Stella, so they made it Stella adjacent. She's still Astral. She's Astrid. What was wrong with Stella? Well, I guess she couldn't be in Stella Blade because she's bow-locked. Despite her bluish blood, much like a crab. Her growths actually aren't that good. 45% HP is really pathetic. 40% strength, that's the same as Lyn. 20% magic, 55% skill, 50% speed. This plus 30 comes from the Night Ward, so it's not really hers. 40% luck, 30% defense, 25% resistance. Overall pretty unimpressive, but she gets so many levels that she'll hit enough stats on average to be useful. And she's in the incredibly useful Cavalier class line. Bows are really awful, but with Super Canto, they're actually not that bad because you can position to take a shot and then back up and be completely safe, and also not block your other units. Being a cavalry archer is so much better than being an infantry archer. I would actually say that it's useful. Once she reaches level 20 and installs Pally Power, you can then choose any weapon that you want. You can choose swords so that you can put her on the cover of Stellar Blade, or you can actually make the correct choice and just choose axes. She starts with E in her new weapon type, which is actually not an issue because steel axes, and I believe hand axes, are both E rank anyway, and you don't really need anything else. I'm sort of realizing now that all of the unit reviews we do today are gonna say, create a Japanese racism tier list at the top. The only downside of cavalry archers compared to infantry is that there's not enough room on the horse for either a long or a double bow. They can't use either. Long bow is sort of useful, the double bow is not, so overall Astrid's not missing much. Official artwork. Astrid is a very popular character. She's so cool! Astrid is my Tellius waifu. Stay away, Makalov. Cipher art of White Knight Gatrie here, even though his armor is blue. The Stellar Bow player base is really small, only 3 copies were purchased. Astrid has a personal wind affinity, which is pretty underwhelming, and she can only support with Gatrie, Sothe, and Makalov, none of whom are that great. Gameplay-wise, the best pairing is probably Makalov, but I think I'd rather just get a game over. Look forward to Astrid's starring role in the upcoming How to Train Your Wyvern remake. I believe she is in that movie, but for some reason she's not playable in the next Tellius game, Radiant Dawn. Kinda weird. She is playable? No, she's not. You're lying. You're lying. Oh, are you a mercenary too? Oh, it's a tough life being a warrior for hire, isn't it? Oh, I don't like having to do this, but I must pay off my debts or my sister will have my head. Cut!
Alright, Crimean Crisis, take 1. And action.
Cut! Safety first on set, but can you hit each other next time? Safety first, okay. Brother?
Oh, hey, Marcia! Hey, long time no see, huh? Good timing, though. I was just thinking about paying you a visit, sis.
You rat. You cheese-eating rat! You haven't changed at all. Let's go, you're coming with me.
With you? Where are we going? What am I gonna do?
Stuff it, sponge brain! No more lame excuses! Follow me! Now!
Oh, sorry, sis, sorry! Oh, I'm coming.
Recruited. Speaking of sponge brain, this guy is really mediocre. Worst member of one of the best class lines in the game. It's such a sadness that my generation, the greatest generation of course, learned the word mediocre from SpongeBob. Back when it was good. But Zoomers these days, they don't even know the word middle. They can only choke out mid. So sad. His bases are not good. 9 strength, 2 magic, 7 skill, 10 speed, 8 luck, 10 defense, 2 res. And he's already level 10. In the GBA games, that would make him eligible for an early promotion, but here in Tellius, you probably want to actually get to level 20. So how are his growths? Well, they're very medium, as the kids would say. 60% HP, 55% strength, 5% magic, 45% skill, 50% speed, but you can make that 80 with the Night Ward, 25% luck, 45% defense, and 20% resistance. He actually does have a personal skill, Tempest, which is the same as Boyd, doubles the effect of Biorhythm. It's very weird that this isn't Gamble, because he's a compulsive gambler. It seems like his and Kieran's skills should be swapped, because this guy is addicted to the slots, and Kieran is the guy who's really unstable and tempestuous in his behavior. Makalov in his base class is a sword knight, so he can only equip swords, one of the worst weapon types in the game. But he is able to install pally power and become a paladin, at which point he can just pick axes, and then he's pretty good. The worst of the Cavaliers, but the Cavaliers are all among the best units in the game. Maybe he has Tempest because of his support list. Thunder and 3 wind partners, very tempestuous. Thunder is not a great affinity, and neither is wind. I suppose gameplay-wise, the best support pairing would be Makalov and Astrid, because they're both Cavaliers, so they can stay next to each other to benefit from their support. But if you do this, people are gonna write very angry Serenese forest posts about you. So I wouldn't recommend it. Artwork of Makalov from Path of Radiance. Maybe we can just end his review with this image. Here's the Makalov experience. Kanto!
Hey, you just like us? You eat meat? You ride horses? I mean, come on. We're not hurting any humans here. Hey, what's wrong with buying and selling a few half-breeds?
These inhuman dogs must be slain.
Why do you bay or hate the Lagoos?
Die, mongrel!
Take this! Oh! After all, the only true prediction I made was this one. I'm sorry, Marcia. I was a poor brother. That's actually kind of sad. Oh, don't worry about Mom. Dad's there to take care of her. You brainless eunuch! There's no way you could call someone a eunuch in a modern game, right? Wow. She's literally calling him a castrated non-man. You can't say that. You brainless eunuch. That's an apology email. I'm sorry. I'll give up gambling. I'll work hard and repay all my debts. Please, you've got to believe me. Straighten up and don't trouble your sister anymore. Say, Marcia. What is it, Makalov? Want to bet on how long I can keep my promise? I'll give you 4-to-1 odds. Yeah? A female cat. Splendid. I've not seen your face in these parts before. I'm Lethe, from Gallia, nya. And? What? Why are you standing there, staring at me? I'm interested in Gallia's peace tribes. Fascinating, really. I have an idea. Can we go somewhere and talk? Stefan's been watching too many red pill videos. The cold approach, even though it's hot in the desert. How about we head back to my place and light up some olivey grass? I don't think so. Why not? My companions and I are in the middle of a battle. I've no time to chit-chat with you. Rejected. Very well. Then I will help you, and once this battle is finished, you'll have time to converse, yes? I suppose. Perhaps. Nya. Right. Off we go then. Oh, what sort of lunatic have I found now, Nya? Stefan the Seductive! Well, here's Stefan. It's chapter 15, so I'd say we're a little bit less than halfway through the game. And here's a dude, level 8 promoted, 19 strength, 27 skill, 25 speed. Only 5 luck. And 12 defense. Stefan the Stellar Blade, this guy might actually be the most ahead of the curve unit in Fire Emblem history. This dude joins you less than halfway through the game, and he's able to one-round final map enemies. What do you rate someone like that? Three stars? His stats are obviously completely outrageous. But while Ike is the manager of the local Foot Locker, this dude is the CEO of the entire corporation. If he was basically any real class and not a Swordmaster, he would probably be 5 stars. But Swordlock, Footlocked, in Path of Radiance. Well, it is a path, and I guess he's walking on it. And not that it really matters, but yeah, his growths are great too. 70% HP, 50% strength, 20% magic, 40% skill. Hey, aren't you a Swordmaster? That's fine, he has 27 base. 55% speed. Hey, aren't you a Swordmaster? He's got 25 base. 25% luck, 35% defense, and 30% resistance. The reason why this guy is allowed to be so bonkers in the numbers department is because his recruitment condition is very vague, Coddy. He's pretty much your reward for buying the Prima strategy guide, because in the era before widespread internet, his recruitment is pretty much impossible. Go to a specific section of the desert, not even the corner, an exact tile, and it has to be with one of your 2 Laguz units, Lethe or Mordecai. Otherwise, he just gives you his sword and then leaves and refuses to elaborate. The Vague Coddy is the S-rank sword of the game, and it's not Stefan's PRF, but he's the only guy who's going to have S-swords for a while, so it may as well be his PRF for most of the game. He doesn't actually have a personal skill, but he has mastered the Sword Master, so he does come with innate Astra, but as we discussed with Mia, it's more like Astra. If you'd like to chew through 5 Vague Coddy uses at once, well, here's how. Stefan the Secretive, not really Stefan the Supportive, because this support list is pretty horrible. His own personal Heaven Affinity only increases hit, which he doesn't need because he has 27 skill and swords. Magic's really accurate, so Soren doesn't benefit, and Mordecai doesn't really need accuracy either. It's kind of random for these guys to have a support, isn't it? He doesn't support Lethe? No, he got rejected in the recruitment convo. No cold approaches. This man's been waiting in a corner of the desert for God knows how long. Shoots his shot, and he missed, even with 27 skill. Stefan is our first character that we know of that has secured a brand deal. He is, in fact, one of the Branded. The Branded are descendants of both Beorc and Laguz. Doesn't necessarily mean their immediate family have a Beorc and Laguz parent, but there was some crossover somewhere along the line. And the Branded have earned their moniker because somewhere on their body manifests a mark of this past sin, a brand. Now, some Branded are able to conceal their mark, in which case, they just look completely Japanese, and then, they look completely Beorc, and can live normally. But there's still something a little bit weird about them, that other Beorc can tell. I wonder what that feels like. On a related note, we actually got a new foreign minister here in Japan, and she's a Branded, a Hafu. And yet, she hates Laguz, foreigners. How does that work?
Hey, post-production imported cheese here. I decided to look a little bit more into this foreign minister. Her name is Kimi Onoda, and it turns out she actually has her own YouTube channel, and she has 4 times as many subscribers as me. I guess people are really passionate about political content. I watched one of her ads, and I think it's really funny that the background of a political ad is basically universal. You can see that she's petting or waving at children and walking around in a farm near livestock. Pretty much the exact same stuff you would see in an American ad, except the setting is Japan instead. As for why she hates foreigners, even though she also sort of is one, It appears that she was abandoned by her American dad, and this has set her on the warpath against all foreigners. You might wonder why she doesn't instead focus on getting Japanese people to accept half-Japanese people, but as a branded myself, no, I totally get it. Japan will never accept half-breed monsters like us, so there's really no point in even trying. They'll acknowledge that we can be useful due to our international upbringing, and perhaps through service to Japan, we can ascend to the status of honorary Japanese. But that's probably the ceiling. If you'd like to learn more about why I just said that insane sentence, check out the Japanese racism tier list. We did do it live, you'll find it at the end of the final Path of Radiance stream. But as for the premium version, I think that's going to have to be Patreon only. Hopefully you understand why I don't necessarily want a video called Japanese Racism Tier List smack dab on my channel page. So please forgive me for paywalling the premium racism. Hey, in real life in Japan, they'll give the racism to you for free.
Is this guy a hidden gem? No. Le hidden gem? Cole. Le hidden gem? Cole. Le hidden gem? Cole. Alright. Le hidden gem? Cole. Le hidden gem? Oh! Le hidden gem! 99% of Fire Emblem players stop mining before they hit Le hidden gem. Hey, Stefan combat! Hold. Astra! Yeah! My iron sword! I guess that works. Are we sure this guy is 3 stars, by the way? This is pretty sad. Astra! And that's a crit. So a crit and an Astra and he didn't die. Alright, I think there's a cool convo here. We annihilate this dude. Alright, so we're getting a lecture from level 1 Blade Master here. It seems you are quite offensive. Shall I teach you something? Sheath your blade. If that's all the skill you possess, you're not ready to challenge me. What? How about you? The shame. Immediately edged. Level 1 Blade Master versus level 10 Blade Master. Hey, who's this brat in our barracks? It's Tormod. His Japanese name is Topaku, and he's a fire specialist, so I like to call him Hot Topak. Tormod is your trainee-style mage. I think he's actually the last unpromoted mage that you get. His base stats are fine for a level 7 mage. He's got 2 strength, that's negating the weight of his tomes, 10 magic, 9 skill, 9 speed, 8 luck, 4 defense, 9 res. Is there anything actually special about this guy? A reason to raise him? Well, he already was raised with the Laguz, so he's actually the only nerd in Tellius who has good cardio. His favorite vegetable is celery. He's got the celerity. He ate the boots and has +2 move as his innate skill. And this is not Radiant Dawn. In Radiant Dawn, Tormod's greatest contribution is that you can rip out his lungs and transplant them elsewhere. You can take celerity off of him and give it to someone else. But in this game, Tormod's cardio conditioning is his alone to utilize. Fun fact, Celeritas is what they used to call baking powder, I think. And this guy is a fire mage, so maybe he can cook something up. The recipe for Tormod level appears to feature 50% HP, 20% strength, that's actually quite good for a nerd, 45% magic, that's actually quite bad for a nerd, 40% skill, 45% speed, 35% luck, 25% defense, and 45% resistance. Well, he has +2 move. How hot is this guy? Tormod the Tepid. He's not Tormod the Terrible. Mages aren't truly awful until Radiant Dawn. If you make him hit the books, he doesn't get lost in them because he does have good cardio with that +2 move. And eventually, when he gets sagacious, he will be your most mobile magic user. But you have so many other training projects that are more worth your time. And I'm not talking about Rolf and Mia, okay?
You say, Tormod, start your life with this magic word. Eat Tormods.
Tormod the Talkative here has a personal fire affinity. It is hot topaku. You can create a heat wave with Sothe. Devdan's not very good. Reyson is obviously amazing, but it's not like Reyson benefits from this support. Could potentially get some tutoring from Calil. This pairing might actually work. Gives attack, and they are both magic users. But if you do go with Tormod the Tutored, Calil doesn't do the calisthenics, so she actually will fall behind Tormod. If I was 15 years younger, I'd end this review by calling him Tor Mid, and then getting on my phone and watching TikTok for the next 20 hours. But I wouldn't do that. Tor Medium. Enough of Tormod the Twerp. Time to talk about Maurim the Man. Even though he's actually a tiger. But he's still very manly. Look at these stats. Wow, they're really good. 23 strength, -3. 4 magic. 17 skill, -2. 18 speed, -1. 11 luck. 15 defense, -1. 8 res, -1. Hey, why are there all these negatives here? It's because he is currently at a Demi Lovato concert, and as long as the music is playing and he has this Demi band equipped, he is actually able to maintain his transformation. He can completely ignore the gauge. Does Demi Lovato have a band, or does she just sing by herself? The Demi Lovato CD belongs to an era back when you could actually share physical media, so you can just trade it to any other Laguz that you want, and they can give it a listen themselves. Maurim himself makes perfectly good use of it, but you could also give it to Mordecai, and that'll make Mordecai even better at smiting than he already is. It's generally better on slow shifters, like Maurim and Mordecai, as opposed to Lethe, who is just going to transform on her own anyway. You do have to be careful not to share the Demi-Band too freely during preps, because if you equip and then unequip it, it drops your gauge to 0. So if you make Lethe listen to Demi Lovato and then change your mind, you already ruined her mood, so she's going to start the map at 0 gauge instead of 16, which she normally would. Maurim is as meaty as Mordecai. Theoretically, he could also be a professional player of Smite, but I guess he hasn't downloaded the client yet. He doesn't have Smite on his skill list, but later you get a Smite scroll, and if you install it on Maurim, he's probably the best user of it. His bases are totally solid, even without the Demi-Band equipped. His growth rates are, characteristically for Laguz, very good. 145 HP, 70% strength, 5% magic, 70% skill, 55% speed, 35% luck, 60% defense, and 45% resistance. But of course, he's a beast, they have fur, and that means bad scaling. Horrible XP gain, this one unsharpenable claw, only ever able to strike at one range. Not even Maurim the Mediocre. I think he is below average. His stats are good enough that I can't really give him 1 star, but the max you're gonna get out of Maurim is a chapter or 2 of shoving, and maybe 1 or 2 uses of Maul. In terms of supports, Maurim the Mediator here has a Thunder affinity, which is not great, it's just some defensive bonuses. The only one of these I'd really consider would be the Zihark support, and that's only because Zihark wants to activate his own Earth affinity. I guess you could go for the Thunder Ground Stunfisk support, but I think that one might fall flat. They say not to judge a tiger by his stripes. Well, on his face I see 3, and yet I give him 2 stars.
Is that because I don't judge people by their appearances, or because I can't count? Next unit review, please.
Who are you, sir?
Devdan is just a simple man who's in prison for looking at the flower garden, man. The punishment was to work here for an entire year, without pay, unfortunately. Total bummer, dude. Now tell me, little dude, what are you doing here?
Duke Tanos is a bad man who keeps the Laguz as slaves. That's why my friends and I are here to stop him.
Slaves? That's not tubular, man. Devdan cannot forgive such callous and unradical actions.
In that case, you should join up and help us free him.
I think that's radical. Devdan is ever on the side of justice, bro. A new ally has joined us. Devdan, who is not Danved. Danved fights with the strength of 10 men. Devdan. Well, he's just a dude. Fights with the strength of 1 man. Although I wouldn't exactly call him a one-man army. Devdan is a pre-promoted halberdier. 14 base strength, 7 base magic. That's actually kind of high. Flame Lance Gaming? 15 skill, very skilled. 13 speed, kind of mediocre, but he can equip the Night Ward. 16 luck, so he's actually kind of lucky, even though narratively he has horrible luck because he was imprisoned and forced to work for a year without pay, just for looking at some flowers. 11 defense, so actually way less than you would expect. And 10 res. That's actually pretty high. Devdan loves to watch the flowers grow. As for his own growth, 75% HP, pretty healthy. 60% strength, that's actually really good. 30% magic, 40% skill. 35% speed, that's actually really bad, but it's 65 with the Night Ward. 40% luck, 45% defense, and 25% resistance. Devdan, a regular poster on Sereny's Forest, so he has mastered the Serenity skill as his only skill here. Exact same Serenity as Kilroy, so this halves the effects of Biorhythm, so it effectively does nothing. As a halberdier, if he studies the occult, he can gain access to the Luna skill, which is a skill percentage chance to negate half of the enemy's defense. Not bad, but probably not worth your occult scroll. Danved is actually a pretty whatever filler unit. He's perfectly capable, but this heavy spear in his starting inventory makes him look very incapable. It weighs him down pretty severely, so get this out of his inventory ASAP. Devdan the Deliberator has 3 support options. Could do a fire, wind, heat wave support with Nephenee. Talk about how much they love lances, I guess. All of these supports are pretty mediocre. The stab fire support with Tormod is probably the best, but that's if you're actually using either Devdan or Tormod, neither of whom are particularly hot. Devdan as a character catches a lot of flack because he's black. Fire Emblem as a franchise has almost no black characters, and I think because of that, it's unfortunately made Devdan a representative for all black characters in Fire Emblem. There's a roughly 50% chance that you watching this are an American, and as an American, you might think that it's a little bit on the nose that the one black dude in the game about racism was imprisoned and forced to work in a garden without pay. You know, kind of like another system. But I'm gonna be honest, I think it's a coincidence. Remember that this game was made by Japanese people, and before you sling stones, how much Japanese history do you know? I actually do have direct experience dealing with what I think many of you would consider to be a problematic depiction of a black person in Japanese media. Allow me to ask you another question. Is depicting a black man enjoying fried chicken racist? If I haven't already been banned from Fire Emblem universe,
This review might do it, but let me explain. Before I was a YouTuber, I actually worked at a Japanese media production company. And I worked on a series for the then upcoming 2020 Olympics, which of course happened in 2020, right? Nothing else happened. And we produced a series of videos featuring somebody from every country in the world. Everybody in the series got an extremely brief personal intro. When I say extremely brief, I mean literally one line. And we pulled this line from a questionnaire that they filled out. The questions were completely banal stuff. What's your favorite Japanese word? What's your favorite food? Stuff like that. We had a black man that was featured representing one of the countries, and the question that the Japanese producer decided to introduce him with would have been, I like Famichiki, which is a brand of fried chicken here in Japan, but we can't actually use any brands in the program. So it got sanitized to, I like fried chicken. So we would have had a black man appear with his first words as, I like fried chicken. As an American, I stepped in and told the producer, hey, international American viewers would probably view this as racist. But I know that the producer who selected had absolutely no idea. It was completely innocent. And I do believe it was innocent because it's completely divorced from the American context that would make it actually problematic. So really, it may not even have been my place to step in and stop this. Who doesn't like fried chicken? And here's another thing. This harmful stereotype is a very American thing, but the man we were introducing was from Ireland. I think Devdan being viewed as a problematic character is really overblown and comes from a modern, American, and extremely uncharitable reading of a 2005 Japanese game that was for its time extremely progressive. I think Devdan himself is a very pleasant and lovable character. He's only ever depicted in a sympathetic and positive light. In order to truly understand why I think the depiction of Devdan is totally fine and does not come from a place of malice, you would need to understand the Japanese worldview of race, which is entirely different from the American one. It would probably help if you could visualize it somehow. Maybe in some kind of tiered ranking. You aided my sister and me during a time of danger. We herons hold courtesy in high esteem. Honk! We must repay our debt to you. Honk! That's really not necessary. We are practitioners of Sade magic. We cannot fight, but we can imbue our allies with strength. Honk! If you so wish it, I will travel with you. In this way, I will repay you for what you have done. Honk! Allowed to join? Refuse. I ain't working with no stinking subhumans. Even pretty boys like this heron. I appreciate the gesture, but I'm gonna refuse. Why? Do you not believe I can be of use? Honk! It's not that. It's just that I'm really racist. At the very least, please accept this. What is it? A clan treasure. It may one day prove useful to you. Honk! Understood. Thank you. Farewell. Honk! The renewal scroll! Alright, we refused Reyson because we're a racist, and in exchange we got the renewal skill, which for 15 capacity, restores a set number of HP each turn. I do believe this is equal to your magic, so for Ike, that would be 5 per turn. Guys, racism is wrong. Yeah, I think we could use one of the best units in the game, sure.
We gained a strong ally where we had not sought to look for one, didn't we? This dialogue makes a lot more sense if you choose this option.
As the invasion of Dain begins, look to the skies to find 4 new high-flying allies. High-flying, but are they highly rated? First up is Commander Tanith from Benyon, and yeah, I can see why she was put in charge. 5 stars. She's level 10 promoted, which is crazy. For stats, Tanith is packing 24 speed, just like Sonic the Hedgehog. And she's definitely a member of the Sonic fandom because she has the Sonic Sword in her inventory. It's a sword that operates off of magic. Normally that's not very good, but Tanith actually has 10 magic, which is quite good. So she actually can utilize the Sonic-y sword, which does make sense because she does work for the Empress. 16 strength is actually kind of bad, but you can fix it with forges, okay? 18 skill is pretty good. 18 luck is actually really good. So the combo of 24 speed and 18 luck makes her very evasive. She has 61 avoid. 15 defense, that's actually a lot. And 13 res, that actually is a lot, but it's low for her class line. Are we sure this lady's a Falcon Knight? Something you'll notice about the pre-promotes that are in the back half of the game is that they tend to have their better weapon rank in their off weapon type. So even though Tanith promotes from Pegasus Knight, which uses exclusively lances and only gains swords upon promotion, Tanith actually has greater expertise in swords, which does make sense. She is a human, they do have the racial bonus. And she's actually worse at lances, but worse is still good enough at B. Tanith's favorite clothing brand gotta be Fruit of the Loom. Look at this cornucopia representing the reinforced skill. This is a Tanith-only skill that allows Tanith to call in 3 reinforcements. You get 2 Pegasus Knights and 1 Falco Knight, and you can do this twice per map. You can't quite control these units, they are others, but you can direct them. So you can't quite tell them, kill this guy, but you can say, go here and fight whoever's there. This is really useful on hard mode. You can create a distraction wherever you want. And on Maniac mode, this is actually bonkers because I believe the reinforcements scale with Maniac. So the reinforcement Falco Knight in particular is better than your own units. As a level 10 promoted unit, Tanith's XP gain is quite poor, but her growths are totally fine. 60% HP, 40% strength, 35% magic, 70% skill, wow, so skilled. 40% speed, hey, are we sure she's a Falcon Knight? I mean, she has 24 base. 30% luck, 25% defense, and 30% resistance. You could remove Reinforce and use an occult to teach her stun, but I don't know why you would ever do that. Despite being an airborne unit, when it comes to supports, Tanith the Talkative is actually an Earth affinity, which is the best affinity in the game. This might actually be the best support list in the entire game. Every single unit on it is 5 stars. I guess spoilers for the Reyson rating. The only downside of Tanith's supports is that Tanith is kind of a late joiner. It's pretty cool that she actually has her sword visible in her portrait, and she has a good sword rank. What is this? Artwork of Tanith Forthright Heart. Tanith the Tantalizing. This is pretty cool. Why is her torso so long? Tanith the 10 out of 10. Ith. Flyers are always good, right? Well, not when those wings are attached to bird brains like these two. It sickens me even to speak of these two. Janaf and Ulki, I guess we can talk about them, although there really isn't much point. I'll just give you the rating right now. One star for both of them. Janaf's got a pretty sharp pair of peepers, so he has the gift of insight, which for 0 capacity, so completely free, increases his hit rate by 20. Wow. So you can be sure to strike your enemy for 0 damage. Ulki here with his enormous ears has the keyword Vigilance, so he doesn't tap when he attacks. Not that he'll be attacking because his transformation gauge is horrendous. It says here that Vigilance increases dodge ability, which is really confusing because in English the stat we call dodge is crit avoid. And it actually doesn't give you any of that. It actually gives you 20 avoid, which is actually pretty useful. Or it would be, if it wasn't on Path of Radiance Ulki. In Radiant Dawn, this skill was buffed, so it increases both avoid and dodge by 20. Janov here has 39 HP, and his transformed stats are 19 strength, 5 magic, 20 skill, he does go up to 8 movement, goes up to 20 speed, 16 luck, 15 defense, 12 resistance, and he gets heavier. And Janov's transformation is better than Ulki's. He transforms immediately at the start of each map. Growth rates are fine, 130% HP, 55% strength, 10% magic, 70% skill, 65% speed, 40% luck, 30% defense, 25% resistance. But as a member of the bird tribe, as with the beasts, no scales, so bad scaling. They have really bad experience gain, and this beak is bleak. It's so bad. 7 might. Never improves. The Hawk Mastery skill. They are birds, so if you give them an occult scroll, they're gonna write a twit longer, and they are gonna cancel you. It is a skill percentage chance to prevent an enemy counterattack. This might be useful if it wasn't on Janov and Ulki. Janov's own Thunder support is not particularly useful, and Janov himself sucks, so you really don't want to take up anybody's support list with his conversations. But the Janov Shinon support, lore-wise, is pretty interesting. So I would suggest that you, well, don't do it in-game, just watch it on YouTube. Ulki the Unworthy here, 41 max HP, so very healthy. 21 strength when transformed, 4 magic, 19 skill, same 8 movement, 15 speed. This is pathetic. This is so bad. 10 luck, 18 defense, sure, 11 resistance, and his bones become heavier upon transforming. Growths are fine, 140 HP, 60% strength, 10% magic, 65% skill, 60% speed, 35% luck, 35% defense, and 25% resistance. But again, birds have feathers, so bad scaling. Terrible XP gain, and no way to improve the bleak beak. Yeah, are we sure that Tabarn wasn't just trying to pawn these guys off on us? I hope we're getting paid for this babysitting job. Ulki does at least know the value of the water type. Water affinity is great. It's just that Ulki himself super sucks. These two bird brains, unfortunately, lack any sort of use in Path of Radiance. They have flying mobility, but unlike Beork on flying mounts, they actually never released Pokemon Generation 1 or 2 in Phoenicius. Janov and Ulki are not Kanto fans. They do not become Kanto believers until Radiant Dawn. Theoretically, they have a special role as units with flying mobility that actually have access to shove, but bird bones aren't very dense, so they actually have some issues shoving when untransformed. Janov only weighs 6, and Ulki only weighs 10. He can probably actually shove. It's not all bad for these bird brains, though. I don't know what they put in the bird seed, but it must have been some of the same protein powder that Ike was guzzling, because in Radiant Dawn, these two are insane. But that's the next game. As for the Path of Radiance, you know what they say about birds of a feather. Benched together. Well, these bird tribe bozos were no help. What about this dude, Reyson? What does he do? He can't even fight. 1 strength, 10 magic, 11 skill, 14 speed, 15 luck, 2 defense, 20 res! Oh my god, this guy's invincible!
Your magic shall not save you.
Ashera is done for, guys. It's Reyson the Rockstar. Five stars. Kanto! Grants this unit the ability to perform a chant that lets allied units move again. This dude is your dancer, although I guess technically he's a singer. And he's also blessed with the blessing that restores HP to a unit in an adjacent space at the beginning of each turn. This is very minor, and it's actually kind of annoying because the animation takes forever. Reyson the Refresher here has the ability to trade his action in exchange for another unit's, using the Kanto command. Some people are not believers in the power of dancers. These people are wrong. Dancing is incredibly powerful. People sometimes describe dancers as a copy of your best unit, but it's actually much better than that.
If you need combat, Reyson can sing for your best combat unit. If you need staff utility, Reyson can sing for your cleric. If you need memes, Reyson can sing for Rolf. No matter what kind of run you're doing, whether extreme tryhard or max meme like us, Reyson fits perfectly into your strategy. You can't max memes without Reyson the Rockstar. I'm pretty sure that when no one's looking, even Shinon the Slur Slinger maybe tunes into the Reyson remix. As one of the Serenese subhumans, he does actually have a transformation mechanic, which does change his stats. He doesn't actually get any stronger, but he gains 5 magic, he gains 3 skill, he gains 3 movement, going to 8 flying, gains 4 speed, 1 additional defense, so now he's safe, and an additional 5 res as if he wasn't invincible enough. Is that all that happens? Not quite, because when Reyson transforms, he also hops on the mic and turns on the subwoofer, and his song will then affect all 4 adjacent units. That's right, this guy is a dancer who flies and refreshes 4. Any other fans of Refresh 4? My favorite tabletop experience. Refreshed! Now, Refreshing 4 isn't quite 4 times as good as Refreshing 1. On average, you're probably gonna have 2 units you refresh that got VIP tickets. They're in the front row. Maybe they meet Reyson backstage after the concert and he gives them one of his feathers or something. Then you've got 1 unit that maybe got the nosebleed seats on the cheap, can't really hear the music that well. And maybe the last guy just kind of listened to a pirated copy of a song once, off a LimeWire or something. What I'm saying is that when you set up these 4-person dances, there's probably going to be 1 or 2 units that actually get an action that is important, and the other 2 just happened to be there and listen in. It's still better than them not getting refreshed, but it's not quite 4 times the value. It's still completely bonkers, though. The only reasons why I haven't given this guy a 6-star rating is because, well, he wasn't in the first 35 hours of this game we played, and because I didn't really want to make a 6-star graphic just for him. He is by far the best user of the Laguz stones in the game. A Laguz stone will shift you into your animal form immediately, and Reyson gets a ton of value out of that. But if he doesn't get stoned, I believe he gains 4 gauge per turn, which means that he will transform at the beginning of turn 5. Unfortunately, the Demi Lovato band is a rival musician, so it does not work on Reyson. Like the other Bird Laguz in this game, Reyson has never played Gen 1, he does not love Kanto, but we are going to be putting Reyson in the Reeboks. We're going to be giving him the boots, because the dancer always gets incredible value out of boots, since they're able to get into better positions for refreshes, which helps your entire army. There's no reason to fight with Reyson or expose him to harm, but you actually can, if there's no other option, because although his HP and defense are terrible, he's actually very evasive. And we joke about how useless resistance is, but this guy actually is a spellbreaker in Heron form. He has so much resistance. I believe on Reyson's join map, there actually are Siege Wind Tomes, which are effective against Reyson. This Sage here is packing an 8 Might Blizzard Tome, so this becomes 16, which means he has 28 attack against Reyson, which means that a transformed Reyson will take 3 damage. I thought 2005 Blizzard was supposed to be good. You don't need to be as reticent about exposing Reyson as you do in Radiant Dawn. In Radiant Dawn, if Herons get attacked, their gauge plummets. They hate combat. But in Path of Radiance, I think their gauge just decreases a little bit. You still don't want him to get attacked, but the concert doesn't get called off just because one guy throws a spear at the singer. In the very next chapter after the Reyson recruitment, there is a side quest that will grant you the Night Ring, which is bootleg Kanto.
Even if you're not a real Gen 1er, you can experience the joy of the Kanto region. And Reyson is one of the best candidates for this, as it allows him to reposition after his dances, and position better for future dances. Especially powerful if you decided to put Reyson in the Reeboks and give him the boots, which you probably should. If you reason with Reyson in some support convos, Reyson's own fire affinity is actually quite powerful. And although usually you don't want your dancer near the fighting, because Reyson's quad refresh is so ridiculous, you could sometimes dive into enemies and then refresh your bodyguards and clear all of them out. So as far as supporting with a dancer goes, Reyson is one of the better options. Reyson the Rockstar will sing you the song of his people every turn on every map for the remainder of the game. You could call this guy a one-hit wonder, but I never get tired of hearing my favorite song. Kanto! Oh, Reyson on the mic! Alright, what's our maximum dance range? The biggest concert is gonna be here. On this tile. So let's do it this way. Kanto! Here we go! He's so fast! Are you ready for the concert?
To all my fans, this one is for you.
We love you, Reyson! Wow! Oh, this doesn't seem fair. It's not. How did Brom get over here? He was over here. First Reyson level, this really doesn't matter. I guess speed and luck are all he cares about to make him more perfect. What is Ashera gonna do? We know that this does no damage. I guess this reduces our gauge by 1, so... Power stance Reyson. They can't do anything. This guy has 14 attack, so you could double his attack, and he would still deal 0.
Your magic shall not save you.
I can see why the people of Benyon feared the Heron clan. How did they even kill them? Alright, here we go. That's probably the worst position for him to be, but... Oh, unique dialogue!
Here comes another bird. Oh, it's so beautiful. It cannot be of our world. That's it. It must be a human. Die, half-breed, die!
Okay, I thought he was complimenting it. I guess not.
These inhuman dogs must be slain.
Why do you bay or hate the Lagoose?
Die, mongrel!
Half-breed not killed. Hey, we built our gauge. Not the ballista, no! We're fine. Oh! Bro, we transformed because we got attacked by everything. We got attacked by this guy, and we got attacked by the ballista that gave us 2 gauge, so we actually transformed. You would never actually do this, but there's some pretty good dialogue from it. Wow, he's attacking up the cliff here. Wow, he actually damages us. That's crazy. That's the most extra 1 damage I've ever seen. Well, there's some really cool dialogue, but unfortunately, if you ever see this, you've royally messed up.
Goldersinger, did you come here today so I might take ownership of you?
I have something to ask you. Honk! Were you the one who stole the medallion and my sister, Lilia, from Serene's forest?
Honk! Now, you know that already, do you not?
Why don't you come all this way to ask something you already know?
Do you wish me to deny it?
If the Dark God is awakened, the world will once again be flooded.
Honk!
And this time, even our continent will fall.
Honk!
You will not survive that event. Do you truly desire such an end?
Honk!
I do. How I do. If the whole world is flooded aside from one continent, that's just like Australia, ain't it? It's true. The world may be destroyed by the coming of the Dark God. Then again, it may not. I question the way in which our society is designed. No matter what strength a person has, it's the station he's born into that controls his destiny. And you can't control where you'll be born. Wait, yeah. Do you believe that a person in low birth should simply endure the curse of his station? Yeah. Hey, are we sure this is the bad guy?
Come back when you're a little, richer.
I think not. If you're stronger than those around you, you should benefit from your strength. This is why I'll use my strength to remake this world. There'll be only one rule, not quite Outback Steakhouse. Class and rank will not matter. Human and subhuman will not matter. The strong will possess everything. The weak will submit to their will. Is this not the meaning of peace? Are you saying that the lives of those without strength have no value? Honk. That's the natural order. The only way for the weak to survive is to cling to the strong. Our discussion is over. Tell me, frail little bird who cannot fight, which do you choose? Submission or death? Life proffered to me by your hand is something I would never accept. Honk. Well, very well. Then I'll give you the alternative. You'll be a weight around my neck no more. Oh my god, he missed. Dancers, 5 stars. Ashnard cantoed away the cowards. Obviously, we're not doing that. Woman, 3 stars. It's almost prophetic. Who are you? Oh, who am I? What kind of low-born greeting is that?
Come back when you're a little, richer.
Hello? Are you listening to me? There's a beautiful woman talking. Well, I've never seen this dialogue. Beat it, chick. Beat it, chick. Sorry, not interested. We got enough mages as it is. Pardon? Are you allowed to make decisions like that all by yourself? Excuse me, I would like to speak to the manager of this army. Perhaps I should speak to the general. I am the general. What? Beauty, brains, and brawn. It's Calil. She wasn't lying about the brawn. 8 strength is really good for a nerd, and means that she barely loses any speed to any tomes. It might actually be no speed to any tomes except for siege. 19 magic, excellent grades. 18 skill, but that doesn't really matter because magic is really accurate. I'm not sure if I'd call her Caliente Calil, but 18 speed is pretty good as well. 16 luck, very lucky. 8 defense, so definitely not using mana shield. 32 HP and 8 defense is gonna get 2-hit KO'd by basically everything. And 17 res, so she is the alpha nerd that can bully other nerds. Very solid bases, but the best part of Calil isn't even on screen. It's her weapon ranks. In Radiant Dawn, she's a fire specialist, but in this game, she's just an everything specialist. She can do it all. Be in every anime fandom means that she can use any siege tome that you want. She actually comes packing her own meteor, and she's probably the only one who can use it, unless you used, like, Tormod. But even then, Tormod doesn't really use fire because thunder is the best general purpose magic. Calil boasted about her knife proficiency earlier, and as part of this Max Meme playthrough, you are all privy to the full power of knife sages. I actually can't say that they're useless because you might slice and dice a bishop for more damage than you would with a tome. But let's be real. You would rather have staffs. having the pre-promote sages be knife-wielding maniacs is a very deliberate choice in order to nerf the pre-promote sages. You can blame Pent and Saleh, so if you want a sage with staves, you have to raise and promote them yourselves. In our case here, Ilyana the Eviscerator has 9 strength, which is 1 more than Calil, so she's even better in the kitchen. Uh-oh. 2005 game, guys, okay? That's the kind of jokes people used to make. Excuse me, can I speak to the manager of this live stream? It's really wild how good Calil's stats are. I wouldn't say that Ilyana's are appreciably better, even though we leveled up Ilyana from scratch. Calil comes with a personal skill, Nihil. Nihil, or Nihil, negates enemies' combat skills. This sounds useful, and theoretically it would be, if enemies actually had skills. Fun fact about Nihil, in Japanese it's called Mikiri, as in to see through somebody's strategy or their guard. You probably know it better as detect from Pokemon. Same word. Or as the Mikiri counter in Sekiro, where they just didn't translate it, they just called it Mikiri. And the Japanese characters for Mikiri are C and then slice. So I guess that's why she uses knives. For growths, Calil has a coin flip to gain HP, 25% strength, which is actually very good for a nerd, 45% magic, which is not great, but her base is fine, 45% skill, 45% speed, so I wouldn't quite call her Caliente Calil, 30% luck, 40% defense, that's actually pretty good, and 35% resistance. Wow, she actually has a better defense growth than resistance growth. But her resistance base is way higher, it's more than double her defense. In terms of conversing with Calil, her own personal dark affinity is quite good. Dark is avoid and attack. Unfortunately, she doesn't actually share movement with any of her support partners. She is a nerd, and while she is hot, she's not hot to trot. So she's gonna be 1 movement behind Nephenee. She's actually 2 movement behind Tormod, because he has the good cardio. And she's 3 behind Joffrey, who's a paladin. In terms of support bonuses, these are all actually fine. You just might have trouble actually keeping Calil in range of everyone. Alright, final comments for Caliente Calil. I've been saying Caliente Calil. Does Caliente mean, like, hurry or fast or speed? I have no idea. Oh, it means hot. Oh, okay. I assumed it meant fast. Whoops. Okay, hot also works. 3 stars. I wonder if she's already taken. Well, if so, I could probably take on her husband in a fight, right? He can't be that strong. Random Lolger. Handsome dude in custom shining armor. I wonder if this guy is recruitable. It's a mystery. Yeah, take this! What is it? Why are you staring at me like that? I surrender. You may lock me away or execute me, or what you will. I care not. Are you sane? If you plan on dying anyway, join us. We have need of strength such as yours. You would take a former Dane general? I cannot. Your fellow Crimeans would resist. I've seen your level ups.
Your magic shall not save you.
I've already thrown my life away. If it can serve you somehow, you may use it as you see fit.
Trusted!
I trust you.
Incredible graphics for the GameCube, they truly were ahead of their time. And the sword in the cinematic is actually accurate because Tauroneo the General is actually, well, I guess not more proficient in swords than lances, but equally proficient in both. Wow, double A rank. That's actually very, very impressive. Tauroneo the Towering. This guy is really popular. You've seen above me this hype tracker throughout this entire run, and I would say Tauroneo is the most hyped guy who wasn't actually in any of the chapters until now. Tauroneo is a pre-promoted general, and although he is an old guy, the youngsters would still call him based. Look at these stats. 22 strength, that's really good. 11 magic, that's also really good. Sonic Sword or Flame Lance Gaming are both on the table. 18 skill, I mean, this could literally be 0. Skill doesn't do anything. 13 speed is actually bad. It's actually bad. And he's level 14 promoted, so that's not really salvageable by the Night Ward. 14 luck, 22 defense, that's actually really good.
Break yourselves upon my body.
It's actually so good that he can't be hurt, which actually hurts him. And 14 res is not just high for a general, it's just high. Speaking of res, when this guy drops below 50% HP, he opens up DaVinci Resolve, the premier free editing software, and he edits his stats to increase his strength, skill, and speed by 50%. That's crazy. Resolve is one of the best skills in the game, and Tauroneo is already proficient in it. That's huge, and probably the reason why this dude is a hype machine. Remember that you can't reassign skills in this game. You can't make someone else resolute with Tauroneo's resolve. This is his alone to wield. Being level 14 promoted, Tauroneo doesn't have much room to grow, but his growths themselves are fine. 60% HP, 55% strength, 5% magic, but he has an 11 magic base. 50% skill, 30% speed, but 60 with a Night Ward. 15% luck, well, that's actually really bad. But he has 14 base luck, so he's fine. 60% defense, what a general, and 40% res. Tauroneo the Talkative only has 2 support partners, neither of whom are that great. Tauroneo's own personal thunder affinity, also not something that anyone's really hankering for. But we are going to be doing at least the Tauroneo and Rolf C support because it's really funny. And hey, we're already using Rolf. Tauroneo, formerly one of the Elite 4 riders of Dayan, unfortunately has since been demoted. To a 2-star general. His stats are totally fine. Resolve is really crazy once it activates. Because he's so durable with that thick 48 HP, it's actually really hard to get him into Resolve range. And then paradoxically, despite his great durability, once he's in Resolve range, because he's going to be under 24 HP, something could actually go wrong and kill him. I think he's saved from 1-star memedom by his great stats and weapon rank and exclusive access to personal DaVinci Resolve, but he's still a general in Path of Radiance. 2-star performance, but 5-star facial hair. Look at this. The mustache connected to the mutton chops with the exposed Chad chin. If I had a chin like that, I'd want to show it off as well. Why is he wearing a helmet? What a waste. You think he's strictly better than Brom at this point? 22 strength, 18 skill, 13 speed, 14 luck, 22 defense, 14 res. I think they're comparable. No, they're really not. Wow, Brom sucks. By the way, we got every single level on Brom with the Night Ward. In terms of the story, it does make sense, though. Tauroneo is an esteemed general, and Brom is literally just a farmer. He's a peasant, and he's been forced to fight. Choose units. First map that we can deploy Ranulf. I don't think so.
No thanks, bro.
There's not really any point in talking about Ranulf's stats. Remember all of the terrible things we said about Swordmasters? Except Ranulf can't even attack at one range half of the time because he's untransformed.
He doesn't even have the minor utility that Lethe does, because Lethe had her stats at a point in the game where her stats were far more relevant, and where enemy 1-2 range spam wasn't as prevalent. Lethe also transforms instantly at the start of the map, and Ranulf does not. He only starts at 10 gauge, so he transforms on turn 3. Ranulf's transformed stats are actually fine. 46 HP, 25 strength, 4 magic, 21 skill, 20 speed. Are you sure you're a cat? Did I say these stats were fine? Maybe not, actually. 13 luck, 22 defense. Hey, are we sure this guy's a cat? 9 resistance. Growths are good as well. 130% HP, 50% strength, 0% magic, 55% skill, 55% speed, 35% luck, 35% defense, and 20% resistance. The stats are not the issue. The issue is that he's a cat, he has fur, so he has bad scaling. This claw super sucks. It's only ever 1 range, only ever 8 might, never gets sharper, and he can only ever effectively fight at 1 range, and not even all of the time. Ranulf the Reasonable's only possible redeeming feature is that he has a really fast support with Ike. He builds 1 support rank per chapter, so you get an A in 3. If you're doing some sort of Iron Man and Ike's other support partners have died, you can maybe ramble with Ranulf up to an A rank. Maybe. You could get Chatty and Catty with Lethe, but Wind Heaven is a terrible pairing. It only gives you a little bit of a void and a ton of accuracy, but neither of these characters need accuracy. There's no secret strategy to making Ranulf useful. Forget about letting the cat out of the bag. How about putting the cat on the bench? Captain Haar? Greetings, Jill. I don't trust Crimea more than I do Dan. They're all part of the same system, man. I'm sick to death of serving countries. I can't harsh the mellow of the daughter of the man to whom I owe so much. Guess I'm changing sides again. A brief respite in the battle on the big bridge. Maybe we can catch some Z's. He has an eye patch, and he has R in his name. But he's not a pirate. He's a Wyvern Lord. Four stars? Free Wyvern Lord with good stats. Have you seen what Jill has done to the rest of the game? Despite the fact that we've diverted all of her resources to frickin' Sothe and Rolf. The only reason he's not 5 stars is because the game is almost over. 21 strength is actually better than Jill, but that's mostly because we've got Jelly Jill. I think Jill on average would actually beat Haar in strength. 8 magic, whatever. 19 skill, that's actually really good because the Brave Axe that this dude is packing is very inaccurate. If I had to pick an actually negative thing to say about Haar's stats themselves, it'd be that he is a bit slow. 17 speed, it's not like a disaster, but you're definitely not going to be doubling everything. 12 luck is fine. 20 defense is actually amazing.
Break yourselves upon my body.
Look at this, let's do a little test. Haar said that his squadron here, they're real Daein devotees, right? It explains why they actually remain red. 5 damage, literally 0 damage, 5 damage. And he one-rounds all of them. They can't do anything to him. The impression of Haar is that he's an axe specialist, but really his weapon ranks are equal. He has B in both spears and axes. But I guess he is an axe specialist, because why would you ever equip a spear? Haar is a flying unit, as are birds. Birds tweet, and so does Haar. Master of cancel culture, he's got guard. So chance on attack to cancel the enemy's counterattack. But their counterattack probably wouldn't have done anything to you anyway, so this doesn't really help that much, but you may as well leave it on him, because you don't get anything for taking it off of him. As a new recruit to our army, Haar renounced his title of captain, so don't call him Unk, because his growths are actually pretty good. 65% HP and a
47 base, so he's Haar the Hardy for sure. 60% strength, wow! 5% magic, who cares? 60% skill, 35% speed is bad. 15% luck, 45% defense, and 20% resistance. He really does have speed issues, so you might consider putting a speed wing on him. For supports, you can have a heart-to-heart with Haar if you're Jill or Makalov. These units do all have similar movement ranges, but the Tempestuous Wind-Thunder combo is not really good. Gives you some accuracy, some avoid, and a bit of defense. It's like a bunch of mostly irrelevant stuff that doesn't synergize very well. Only 4-star rating for Haar, but please forgive him. He didn't get a full night's sleep. Just wake me up next game.
Lucia, Bastian, are you sure you want to do this? Please aid Ike and rescue Joffrey and the others, then return to me. Come back alive.
For you, we would the world itself depart. Even though that's what you just told us not to do. Something you may have noticed about Fire Emblem 9 is that it has very little terrain. However, it does have this. Mobile. Bastion. Bastion is a pre-promoted sage. Bastion loves the stage, and he's been really practicing with his prop knife because he has 12 strength. So he's definitely the best sage Shanker in the game, but that's really not saying much. 19 magic is fine, 21 skill is good, but skill doesn't do anything. 16 speed is really bad. It's not hopeless, but you're gonna be missing out on a lot of double attacks. 15 luck is fine. 12 defense is actually very good for a nerd, so he's using a low rank mana shield. Oh, and 20 res. What are enemy nerds gonna do? Nothing. Unlike Calil, who according to her own claims, has the complete package of B in every anime fandom, Bastion does specialize. He has B Fire, C Thunder, and A Wind. The most important anime rank is C, because that lets you use siege tomes, and he has that for every elemental type. A Wind, I guess, allows him to use Tornado, but Tornado sucks. Bastion's so literate, he knows his ABCs. Those are his anime weapon ranks. In earlier dialogue, Bastion was described as having a silver tongue, but perhaps he actually has an acrid, acid tongue, because he has the skill Corrosion. In certain instances, causes enemies' weapon durability to drop. This is one of the most baffling skills in the series. At best, it does nothing. At worst, it actively hurts you. Decreases the remaining durability of the target's equipped weapon. Proc chance is equal to your skill, and it decreases the weapon uses by user's level divided by 4. What? Apparently, it factors in promotion, which would be 20 levels. So you can decrease the durability of the enemy's equipped weapon by 8. In no FE universe, would you ever end up breaking the opponent's weapon before just killing them through attacks? Unless you're doing some noodle knife strategy? Who wrote the script for this play? It's hogwash. This will usually end up hurting you because enemies who drop their weapons drop them with the durability remaining on that weapon, so you usually end up corroding your own future weapon uses. Flavor-wise, I also just don't understand what the hell is happening. How are you corroding their weapon? Are you, like, slinging acid at them? What is going on? What's the Japanese name of this? Buki Hakai, weapon break. So why did they call this corrosion? And Bastion is a special attacker, right? You think it'd be Duosion. What's Bastion's Japanese name? Ulysses! Where's S. Grant? He should pay you $50 upon joining. We don't have enough money in this game. Bastion's growths are whatever, 55% max HP, 40% strength. That's the highest among all of the nerds.
but nerd knifing is a terrible strategy. 65% magic, that's actually pretty good. 65% skill, 55% speed, 30% luck, 35% defense, 50% resistance. Yeah. Overall, they're actually pretty good, but his level is very high. And his bases are honestly just worse than Calil's, who joined several chapters earlier. And as with Calil, he wields prop knives instead of staves. If you want to hire a sage as a staff member, you actually need to train them yourself. 3 units are willing to listen to Bastian practicing his dialogue. I don't think any of them benefit from this. Wind is a terrible affinity, and at this point in the game, supports start to matter a lot less since the game is almost over. So you won't be able to reap the maximum benefits of any supports until the finale, basically. This hero's cloak looks really cool. That's nice, I guess. The reviews are in for Bastian's performance. Two stars? The audience isn't clamoring for him to get off the stage, but it's not exactly a full house either. In our very specific case, the most exciting thing about Bastian is that he comes with a stiletto for Ilyana. Although it seems like the promoted female sage already has stilettos.
Oh, hold a moment, please, my brave general.
You again?
I was but a humble court official in the service of our late king. My name is Bastian, Count of Fair. Allow me to give you proper greeting and respects, General Ike. Many thanks are due to you. I am here to formally request your permission to join in the battle taking place in the...
Shut up! We're in combat. If you want to prattle on and on like this, do so after we defeat the enemy.
Oh yes, but of course. Well, it seems I've found yet another font of good humor.
We like Ike. Lucia Bastian, sure, whatever.
Bonjour, Count Bastian.
Ah, Lady Lucia. What an exquisite pleasure. Would you allow me to place a kiss upon your creamy white hand?
The Crimean or Creamians? Creamed.
You have such a devious grip on my heart.
Don't even think I'm going to fall for that trick. It might work on the others, but I'm no dull-eyed fawn. Why don't you just give up already?
Coming in from the bottom right corner with the silver sword, it's Lucina the Luchador. For some reason, Lucia's Japanese name is Lucina. 15 strength swords. 15 strength swords. 15 strength swords. Mist has 14 strength. Mist. 15 strength swords. One star might actually be generous. Lucina has a very strong claim to being the worst unit in the game. What can you do with this? 15 strength swords. 12 magic, all Sonic Sword fandom is on the menu. 21 skill, who cares? 23 speed is good, but you'd think it would be better, right? Isn't she a sword master? 16 luck. 10 defense, she's wearing a paper robe. 8 res. Lucia's got great fashion sense. She accessorizes with the Laguz Guard, which will allow her to take half damage from all of the Laguz enemies on this map, such as the... The No One. Comes with an innate skill parity, which cancels support, terrain, and skill bonuses, making units fight on ability alone. This is actually pretty good in Radiant Dawn, where it's optional. You can choose to activate parity on each combat, so you would only activate it when it helps you. Opponents don't have support bonuses, so you can only cancel it yourself, and there is basically no terrain, and there are also almost no enemy skills. I wish I had the confidence to boast a skill that makes units fight on ability alone, when my ability
is 15 strength swords.
Well, maybe she's a grower and not a shower. HP growth is 70%, that's actually really good for a Swordmaster. 50% strength, that's also really good for a Swordmaster. 30% magic, 70% skill, 65% speed, 50% luck, 40% defense, 30% resistance. Wow, her growths are actually really good. They're almost Shinon tier, and we know how good Shinon is. But she's level 12 already, so it's actually going to be very hard for her to actually achieve those 8 remaining levels. As a Swordmaster, you could make Lucino into Minchino and give her the 5-hit tail slap in the form of Astra, but I feel like I've already hit you 5 times with explanations of how bad Astra is. Lucia's best trait is that she keeps her feet on the ground. She does have an Earth affinity. The Earth affinity itself is powerful, but it is attached to one of the worst units in the game, at the end of the game when supports matter less, and her support partners are not particularly good. Despite Lucina's piss-poor, putrid performance, she's extremely popular. I actually don't wonder why, I know exactly why. She looks really cool. Nice hair. It'd be a shame if they gave her my haircut. Fire Emblem Heroes already gave her the Karen cut. Lucia in artwork of Ilyana, uh-oh. Her greed sickens me. You just know that this bird and this cat didn't make it out of this picnic alive. Ike is the manager of the Foot Locker. Lucia is not even an employee. She was rejected at the interview, and she spends her time sending salty emails to the HR inbox and standing outside of the Foot Locker looking in wistfully. That's how bad she is. 15 strength swords! Chapter 24! I wonder if he's any nicer to Lucia.
Oh, General Ark, allow me to apologize for my earlier remarks. I'm a selfish request, but I would like to join.
Yeah, alright, fine, now hurry up.
Eh?
If you've got the time to apologize, you've got time to take out some enemies.
Oh, of course, to save my companions, I will give it my all.
Fantastic, now let's go. We like Ike. Oh, excuse me, Ike, I'd like to join it. Shut up and start fighting.
Oh, Ike, if it's okay,
shut up and start fighting. It's so funny.
Ho ho ho, Camille will not fall so long as I, Joffrey, still draw breath. C'est moi, Joffrey.
Joffrey, level 11 paladin. 18 strength, that's fine. 9 magic, flame lance time. 17 skill, sure. 19 speed, it's a little bit slow, but it's not that bad. 12 luck, sure. 21 defense, wow, that's really, really good. And 9 res. Back when he was a squire, Joffrey was a lance knight, and he chose to take up archery upon installing pally power. It's not that bad since you can do hit and runs with your bow. He might actually be the best bow unit in the game aside from Astrid, because you're definitely not using roll for Shinon if you're being serious. As a blue-haired blue blood, Joffrey is an elite. He does have Paragon, same skill as Astrid, which doubles his EXP gain. Although he is level 11 promoted, because he is elite, he actually is able to reach level cap if you choose to invest in him. When you grow your own Joffrey, you can expect a 65% HP growth, 50% strength growth, 25% magic growth, 55% skill growth, 55% speed growth, 20% luck growth, 45% defense, and 45% resistance, so he's a mixed defender. Whoa. These growths are fine, and he can actually use them because he's elite. Downside of Paragon is that if you wanted to give him Soul, which is arguably the best mastery skill in the game, you can't do that while he's still elite status. Joffrey the Gibbering has supports with Calil and with Alencia. This Calil support is actually pretty good. Fire Dark, a good pairing, but the game is almost over and they have very different movement ranges. And unfortunately, Alencia's Heaven Affinity is like useless. It just gives hit, he doesn't need it. He's a pre-promoted paladin in a game where paladins are completely busted. 3 stars? He's good to go immediately. Unfortunately, there isn't much of the racetrack left for him to run on, and the very next portion of the racetrack has some unfavorable terrain for him. He really does not like the taste of rock. I think Joffrey's greatest crime is that he's so boring. Paladins already have pretty terrible unit feel because they all end up feeling super samey. It's really up to their personality and color scheme to carry their memorability as units. Titania is like a super MILF. Oscar has the Brock eyes. Kieran's really strong and he's kinda unhinged. Astrid's really cute and gets 1,000,000 levels. Makalov is a complete buffoon. What is Joffrey? He's a noble knight. Wow. I'm gonna be telling stories about this guy to my kids. He can join the Kent and Kyle club of polite guy on a horse with a spear. We gave all the Crimeans French accents, but that actually might have been incorrect because he does have blue hair and a brave lance, so I think he's actually Finnish. 3-star man. Who could this be? Maybe he's related to Woman from earlier.
Hey there, little man. I've got serious business with the general of this army. Take a message, will ya? The name's Largo, and I'm a world-class berserker.
World-class berserker. That's a rather dubious title.
What's this? You doubting my strength? I can pin a tiger with my bare hands, and that's not just hot air either. You think I'm fooling with you? Have your general hire me, and then see for yourself.
Huh. All of this sounds vaguely familiar, but at least you're confident.
Like I said, world-class berserker. Here, watch me bend this lance.
I don't think we have use for a madman who sabotages our supplies. Sorry, but I'm not going to be able to hire you. We've got more than enough axe wielders already.
That's so? That's alright, I can handle it. I'm a man. I can take rejection. Well, good luck out there,
little man.
No regrets, right? Save those for when you're dead.
Yeah. Right. Wow, he actually took that pretty well. Wow, he bent that lance with his bare hands. Can't pass up this opportunity. All right, you're in.
Yes! So, how about taking me to meet the general?
I am the general.
What? Oh, that's good. Oh, you're a funny little guy.
You serious? What? Are you really going to hire Largo, General Ike? That's the plan.
Huh? This little guy really is the general? Oh, well, don't I look like the biggest fool around? And I mean big. Hey, sorry if I offended you, little guy.
Oh, he's such a clown. Oh, but you made a good hire. After all, he's a world-class berserker. Yeah, I heard. He pinned a tiger with his bare hands. 2 of them, actually, at the same time.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Definitely dubious. Largo the Large, a so-called world-class berserker. How dubious are his claims? 21 strength, is that world-class? 4 magic. 21 skill. Very weird to see a berserker with equal strength and skill. 20 speed. A bit dubious, but not unsalvageable. 12 luck. Whatever. 52 HP is really good. 10 defense is actually a disaster. 1 hit and he's Largo the Lacerated. 2 hits, he's Largo the Limping. 3 hits, and he's out of the next game, Radiant Dawn, because he's actually the only recruitable character in Path of Radiance that is not playable in Radiant Dawn. He actually gets his arm lopped off. That's the official reason, but the real reason is because they didn't want to program berserkers into the game. Oh, and he has 3 res. Even though Largo's already large, he actually gets even bigger. He has 80% HP growth, 70% strength growth, and those aren't even newbie gains. 5% magic, 45% skill, 45% speed, 30% luck, 25% defense, and 20% resistance. As a berserker, he does not have the ability to wield bows, but we've only ever used bows on Boyd as a joke. The 15% innate crit of berserker is basically nothing. It's really unreliable, but basically nothing is still actually better than bows. Largo himself doesn't have any sort of personal skills, but he can eat the occult scroll to inherit the Colossal Titan, which, as we've discussed, doesn't really do anything, but with a build of 15, at least he can actually proc it. Wow, Largo the Lovable actually has a pretty big support list of 4 characters. All infantry, so they can all keep up with each other. Largo's wind affinity is pretty terrible, though. I don't think anybody's in line to talk with Largo. This guy pinned down 2 tigers at the same time with his bare arms. Two tigers, 2 stars. He's mostly budget Boyd. Because of his Darmanitan tier bulk, he's actually a frontliner that has some issues actually surviving on the front line. But axes are really good, and he's actually very good on this upcoming map, which is one of the only maps in the game where infantry are just better than grounded cavalry, due to the rough terrain. You wanna tussle with me? Come on! Oh, my arm! Well, that's fine. I've got 2 of them for a reason. Besides, it'll grow back. Arms grow back, don't they? Uh-oh. He Naruto runs at them. How do you do with the killer axe? Wow, that's actually pretty good, and 1 crit kills him? He has to crit at least once, but his crit rate's pretty good. Is this guy a world-class berserker? I believe. World class. Just a little bit of blood. Is that mine or yours? 1 crit and he dies. Oh my god. They actually have pretty good hit rates and they do a lot of damage. I might have to physic him. You think you could stand up to Leapin' Largo? Leapt. World class, baby. Okay, Leapin' Largo might actually get killed, right? If all of these guys hit him, he's probably fine. Leapin' Largo, can he break this down in 1 hit? Is this guy world class? Oh my god. What did I rate this guy? 2 stars? This guy's really good. I wish he was in the game. We could have Largo inherit the Colossal Titan. I have to assume that his animation is different than Boyd's. I want to see it. Colossal. How big is this guy? 13. Oh, he is Colossusable. Alright, let's see if we can get a Colossus proc. Colossal? You think you could stand up to Leapin' Largo? That was a colossal crit? World class. This guy is hilarious. The Colossal Titan. Largo and I are gonna stay here and open up a shop. With Crimea undergoing reconstruction, there are gonna be a lot of people moving about. We'll open an inn with good food and drink, and free butter on every table. We'll be rich in no time. I can't believe we actually get a chance to use this again.
You're gonna take your stick, and you're gonna stick it in the stick of butter.
Vous entendez le bruit? Quand mon beurre chante, c'est qu'il pleure. Quand mon beurre pleure, c'est qu'il chante.
Those milk solids then would go rancid less quickly, and that is called ghee. This method was and is used today in India as well as much of the Middle East and Africa, and not only is it great for cooking, but in its purest form, it is used in oil lamps or offered to Lord Krishna.
People say we have too many graphics. What's going on? Why are you dressed like that?
I sought to join you on the battle lines. Even though I'm dressed like this, do you like it? I have no experience and do not expect to fight as well as the rest of you. Never says that I was dishonest. Even if I cannot fight, I could use a staff to heal the wounded. If I could save just one soldier, it would mean so much to me. Bonjour, je m'appelle Alencia. I'm the Princess of Crimea. It is my honor to fight alongside you at last.
It's Princess Alencia! Common knowledge by this point that she joins you, but when I was a kid playing through this game, I lost my mind when she actually joined us. Alencia has a custom class, Princess Crimea, that allows her to wield both swords and staves while riding astride a mighty Pegasus. Alencia is the quintessential Est. She is a late game unit that joins extremely underleveled, but with great potential, and much like the original Est, she is a Pegasus Knight. For stats, she has 9 strength. It's fine, she has great potential, 12 magic, 16 skill, 18 speed at base, 15 luck, she has 11 defense plus 3, and 15 resistance plus 3. Hey, where do those plus 3s come from? They come from the Amidi, the sacred treasure of the Crimean royal family. If you've used Alencia in Radiant Dawn, you may be used to saying, "Yes, Queen, slay!" because the Amidi is actually really good. You'll notice that there's no durability displayed next to the Amidi, and that's because it's actually unbreakable, which is extra good because it's a brave weapon. Wow, an unbreakable brave sword? That sounds amazing! And it would be, if it wasn't on Alencia, who has 9 strength. For context on how terrible her offense is with the Amidi, you'll notice that she has 18 attack. Sothe has 20. And that's not even with the mighty stiletto equipped. Oh, welcome to this screening of the Amityville horror. She did warn us in her joining conversation that her swordplay is really more of a, I'm a healer, but situation. She's not really supposed to fight. She is much more adept at using staves. She's actually really, really good at it. She is a flying staff bot with A-rank staves at base. That's really, really useful. Alencia is also the best rescue staff user in the game. But I thought she was the damsel in distress. I guess not. She's the one doing the rescuing. Although she doesn't possess the power of the Colossal Titan, she does actually have the ability to regenerate, thanks to her renewal skill. In Radiant Dawn, staves are equipable, and will actually cause you to regenerate, but that is not the case in Path of Radiance, so it is only Alencia that is able to passively heal herself after taking damage as a healer, but it's because of renewal and not the staves. One point in Alencia's favor is that she's an Est who generates her own XP because she can use staves, so she doesn't actually steal it from anyone else, although she will need to if she actually wants to level up quickly enough to be useful in combat before the end of the game, and it's really not worth it.
I may no longer be disguised as a pumpkin, but I think you'll find that I can still grow like one. I've got 60% HP, 30% strength, maybe ignore that one, 80% magic, enchanté, 45% skill, 40% speed, I thought I was a Pegasus Knight, 60% luck, how can you be so lucky, 25% defense, and 35% resistance.
Aside from magic, her growths are actually not that good, but hey, she has 19 levels to grow. Maybe we should have given her an Estonian accent. I don't know what that sounds like. Only 2 units can parlay with Alencia. Her own Heaven Affinity is complete ass. It only gives hit, and none of Alencia, Ike, nor Joffrey need that at all. Ike and Joffrey both have really powerful affinities, but chatting with Alencia would only be to activate their own bonuses. And the game is almost over anyway.
You may now have the pleasure of perusing my gallery of images. Be sure to stay behind me, Lucia. I'm the one in the limelight.
Lucia looks really big next to Alencia. It looks like Lucia has a Honedge, right? With that little band. I guess Honedge is from Kalos.
Qu'est-ce que pense ma performance? Oh, you rate me too? Oh, sacre bleu, to the gallows with you!
Alencia is pretty useful, if only for the A-rank flying staves. Issue is she's not in the game. Her availability is really, really bad, and her combat is pathetic without a bonus experience dump. Now, she is royalty, so we saved up just for our pretty princess, but I can't recommend that you do the same. Don't be a simp. Special note that she has princess privilege of causing a game over if she dies, which she is very liable to. So if you're doing an Iron Man run and you're actually playing a real hardcore Iron Man, not like a Tin Man, it's extremely risky to field Elyncia, and you probably should not do it. My little princess, my little princess. Friendship is magic. 12 points of it, apparently. Mon Dieu. Well, excuse me, princess. Let's give her bonus XP. Alright, we're gonna grow our own pumpkin here. Pumpkin fertilized. We've tended to the garden, blossomed. What is Ashera gonna do? We'll go until we get a strength level. We don't want speed grow. We want quality yield here from this pumpkin. How can you be so lucky? I mean, that's a lot of stats, but not the one we wanted. We're trying to grow a very strong pumpkin here. On average, we get stronger. How can you be so lucky? Keep pouring on the fertilizer. We want to grow a nice, strong crop. How can you be so lucky? I'm feeling it. It's harvest season. We're gonna reap that strength level up. Reaped. Oh! Better level. Oh, go. Go. Ip. Go. Oh. Oh. Unique dialogue. Eep.
Is that bonus experience just for me? Merci beaucoup. I'll thank you with a point of strength. I'm sorry, I did not mean to tell a fib. This time for sure, I will honor my word. Behold the map of Crimea.
It's actually really good. Alright.
En garde. 1, 2, 3, 4. Although I'm not 4, I'm est.
We get a level here as well. Strength would be very nice. 30% chance. Oh, the princess of our hearts. The people cheer.
Thank you, I fought for my friends. Le canto. I don't need the chest key for treasure, cause my friends are my treasure. I already have them.
He's attacking me?
You throw away your life. Un, deux.
Now I can't steal the physics staff. He decided not to let it fall into the hands of the enemy.
Dormez bien. Good night. I am the princess. Look at my strengths. It's the same as it was before I leveled up. Behold the map of Crimea. Ashera is done for.
Huge.
I am the princess of Crimea. Behold my strengths. It's still satin. I am the leader of Crimea. With this strength, I will protect my people. I hope they don't need more than 13 strength worth of protection. Behold, with this strength, I will protect the people of Crimea. Against enemies with hard defense, maybe. In the name of Ashera, I gain 100 XP. Be healed. Even though nobody was damaged. With this strength, I will protect Crimea. Ho ho! With this strength, I will defend Crimea. That's a lot of magic, and Ashera's doomed.
And we're almost to cap on Elyncia. Very lucky, very defensive.
I'm the Princess of Crimea, and with my health and my skill, I will keep my people safe.
How did we not? We didn't cap speed? Oh, that's so sad.
Miss Princess, I have a present for you. Merci beaucoup, Rolf. I'll remember your service. If I attach these speed wings to my Pegasus, I think they will get even faster.
Okay, so we get a magic and a speed transfer on Elincia. I don't think either are that useful.
Ashnad!
What? You again, Princess Crimea? I told you, you're not the foe I seek.
You may not think so, yet my purpose here is to defeat you. In the name of my father, my mother, my lord uncle, and the countless citizens of Crimea. You murdered them all, and I will never forgive you for that.
And the world I'm creating, only those with power will be allowed to live. Hurry up and die, 13 strength Sheila.
Oh, gurgled. Oh.
Ak. Sacre bleu, I've been defeated.
Excuse me, sir. May I interest you in some high-quality copper? It's Nasir. Nasir, described earlier as a worm, the bug type. And I guess he actually is a worm, the dragon type. Nasir is your reward for beating the Black Knight. I put reward in quotes because I think he's actually pretty bad. One star, we'll talk about why, although most of it is up here. Oh my god. Don't worry guys, that 5 move goes up to 6 when he transforms. Nasir's stats when he logs into his baddragon.com account, they're actually really good. 56 HP, 30 strength, wow. 11 magic, that doesn't do anything. 28 skill, a massive 6 movement, so he may as well teleport wherever he wants. 25 speed, 17 luck, 29 defense, and 22 resistance, so this dude is actually immortal. And an absolutely colossal 80 weight. For skills, he has Nihil, which cancels enemy skills, but there really aren't any enemy skills, so this does nothing. And he also has the Dragon Mastery skill, Boon. So if you start your turn adjacent to Nasir, he'll apply a healing salve and cure your status. This might do something on the next map, maybe. Dragons actually change a lot between Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn. There's a lot more differentiation between the types in Radiant Dawn. In Radiant Dawn, white dragons like Nasir are magically inclined, and red dragons, like Enna, are physically inclined. But in Path of Radiance, they're all just big brutes, they're all physical. In Radiant Dawn, the dragons all take a deep breath, allowing them to actually strike at 1-2 range with their breath weapon. But in Path of Radiance, the dragons of the Golduck Nation have never heard of a toothbrush. They all have really, really bad breath. The breath is only 1 range, and unlike the good bad breath, it doesn't actually apply a full suite of status effects. It's just a 1 range breath attack. 10 might, 75 hit, that's actually kinda bad. The icy breath of a white dragon doesn't actually deal any special type of ice damage, it's just for flavor. Nasir's attempts to grow his business are mostly irrelevant because he's already level 18, but he does have 150% HP, 50% strength, 10% magic, 55% skill, 45% speed, 35% luck, 60% defense, and 25% resistance. Comparing Nasir to his granddaughter Enna, it might actually be Ina, but I've always called her Enna. Enna? Ina? Enough. You'll notice that Enna's stats are just worse, and that is intentional because Nasir is meant to be a reward for defeating the Black Knight. If you defeat the Black Knight, you get Nasir. If you either lose to the Black Knight or decide to flee like a yellow belly, then you are given the red dragon, Enna. Now, even though she's strictly worse, I think she's actually more useful. Two stars? A special trait of the dragons that we have yet to mention is that they are one of the only 2 units in your army that can actually damage the final boss, Ashnard. Ashnard is the worst final boss in Fire Emblem history, and the reason for this is because he has literal plot armor. He can only be damaged by either Ike with the Ragnall or by the breath attack of one of your dragons. A trained Ike is the best at taking on Ashnard, and if you were able to defeat the Black Knight and win Nasir, then you don't need Nasir. Because Ike is better at fighting Ashnard than Nasir anyway. But if you received the Participation Trophy Award of Enna, then you might actually have a scrub Ike, in which case you'll need to go with the backup plan of most likely Wrath Resolve Enna. Enna is only level 10, which makes her growths much more relevant. She has 145% HP, 35% strength, 5% magic, 50% skill, 60% speed, 40% luck, 40% defense, and 30% resistance. The big difference between Enna and Nasir is that at base, Enna gets doubled by Ashnard while Nasir does not. So if you want to use Enna, you should definitely raise her until she at least dodges being doubled by Ashnard. You need 24 speed to avoid being doubled by Ashnard's first form, and 25 to dodge the double from the Berserk second phase. Enna's skill set is slightly different than her grandfather's, and arguably better, although that's really not saying much. Nihil does almost nothing, and Renewal also does almost nothing, but it probably does a little bit more. It heals you a little bit at the start of your turns. Miracle here is the same as with Mist. It is a luck percentage chance to save you from a fatal blow. Only a 14% chance, but I guess it procced against the Black Knight. Really unreliable. You should never actually plan to be saved by this. You may notice that Enna has the extremely powerful Earth affinity, but she doesn't actually have any support, so this doesn't do anything. Sir, have I got a deal for you? With this lovely demi-band, you can utilize most of my stats all of the time. What do you say, my friend? If you intend to use the dragons, you should probably just give them the demi-band. It gives you these flat stat penalties, which are more than worth it in exchange for not having to manage the gauge at all. Now, instead of taking 0 damage off of 29 defense, you'll take 0 damage off of 27. Wait, what? We have 32 resistance. What does the wiki say? Wait, what? The wiki actually lists his resistance as 22 transformed. This is Dayan propaganda. They don't want you to know how powerful Nasir actually is.
Your magic shall not save you.
What is Ashira gonna do?
Don't worry. My effective lightning magic shall rend the scales right off these Goldoan brutes.
He actually does damage us, I think, with the S rank lightning magic. It is a 3-hit KO on us. Wow. Big downside of Demiband on Enna or Nasir is that they are too heavy to rescue drop when transformed. So you might actually consider starting with the Demiband unequipped, rescue dropping them into position, and then equipping the Demiband. 5 move untransformed and 6 move transformed is a disaster. Do you think the nation of Golduck is secluded by choice? Or they just don't have the movement range to interact with anyone?
Golduck will not move. Hold! Hold, I say.
Hey. Ina and Nasir, and we know dragons live for thousands of years, and this guy is disguised as a merchant. This might actually be the Ian Nasir that those ancient Yelp reviews were about. Don't think I've forgotten your crimes, pal. That copper was subpar. We could maybe see some Nasir combat. Will he actually attack? Like, I don't even think they can hurt him. They do 2. Nasir takes a deep breath. Breathed. We have 56 HP. Hey? Hey, you're not human. But your aura. Hey, you're not a beast. Nor a bird. Hey, you must be a dragon. King Dan, there's a reason I had to meet you. And that is... I would have you tell me how to heal my warped and twisted Laguz brothers, Rar. If you created them, you should know how to restore them, Rar. That's what you want? Hey, fool! There was never such a cure. What have you done, Rar? It is already too late, Rar. Tell me, dragon, were you our worm? I see. So your goal is to stop the Golducks from fighting. Tisk, tisk, tisk. We dragons are known for our wrath. Even spilling your blood today will not atone for what you have done, Rar. Despise me. Loathe me. I'll feast on your hatred. Let your hate build, dragon. Strike me with triple damage from your Ire skill. Attack me with everything you have. I know your strength is not gone yet. Gurgled? Oh, gurgled. Oh, gurgled. Ike, we can't win this. Call one of the battalion commanders. Do it now. Alright, so I guess we have to review these guys. We can see their dialogue. Let's start with Tabarn. Sorry to have kept you waiting. X, formerly Twitter. Is that King Dan? X. He's become a monster. The medallion's chaotic energy is overflowing from his body. X. No matter, leave him to me. I promise you this, Ashnard will fall at my hands. Where's that talent? X. So, what is Tabarn going to do against Ashnard? Ashnard has 28 speed and 35 defense. And Tabarn has 45 attack, so he doesn't double him, but he does hit him once for 10? But he actually hits him never, because Tabarn's over here. And Ashnard's over here, and Ike's already fighting him, so... That's the issue with all of the Laguz Royals on hard mode. They're basically non-units, because they can't actually get to where the fight is happening. You have to sort of 1v1 Ashnard in a corner, because none of your other units can even damage him. So you just do the final destination battle here, with some physics staffs, and the Laguz Royal actually just does nothing on hard mode, so I really can't rate them. They're all basically useless, because they will never actually get to do the one thing they're designed to do. But on normal mode, you actually get the Laguz Royal at the beginning of the map, and in that case, I would probably say Tabarn is the best, because he has the best combination of high mobility and some pretty sick combat stats. He one-rounds everything, although it is only at one range. So if you're on normal mode, I might actually suggest logging on to X, formerly Twitter. Tabarn actually does have skills. He has Savior and a personal weight of 22, so he's okay at rescuing. And, of course, as a hawk who tweets nonstop, he can cancel, which is great shield in this game. So it's when the enemy attacks him, he might actually block the attack. Sure. All of the Laguz Royals come blinged out with a Laguz band. It's just a demi-band that allows them to stay permanently shifted with no drawbacks, and in Radiant Dawn this simply becomes the skill form shift. It's kind of weird, he actually pecks them in this game, but in the sequel he uses his talons. Alright, let's call Gifka. Maybe it's Jifka. Although really I think it's PNG-ka. Is a still image. I have arrived. Meow. Nya. Purr. What is that thing? So Ashnard tried to use the medallion, did he? Fool. Meow. Nya. Purr. Gifka, the shadow of Kanagus. I have no idea what's so important that Kanagus doesn't deign to enter the battle himself, but Gifka is a pretty good substitute. You'll notice he has 40 strength and 50 attack, so he does the most damage to Ashnard in a single swipe. If you actually intend to run the Royal all the way up to Berserk Ashnard and start mauling him, Gifka is probably the best for that. Notably, because Gifka joins with capped strength, that means he actually does automatically strength transfer to Radiant Dawn. And because of the way stats on Laguz work in Radiant Dawn, that 2 strength actually gets doubled to 4, which in some ways makes him actually better than Kanagus in the tower. So if you don't intend to use your Royal for any sort of combat in this game, you may as well get Gifka for the transfer. Alright, I hear Crow Coon is pretty overpowered, so let's go with the King of the Crows. Yeah, I'm here. What's everyone so worked up about? Caw! Holy goddess above! Caw! Is that thing King Dayan? He's a monster. Caw! Wait, you want me to fight that? Are you insane? Caw! Very convenient. Naesala basically reviews his own performance against Berserk Ashnard. It's not good. I think you've got the wrong bird. Blast. This is going to get worse before it gets better. Caw. Good news is that Naesala actually does double Ashnard. He's that fast. Bad news is he deals 4 damage per peck. But hey, you can actually wire transfer your wealth. He comes with a coin, and that will improve one of your forges in Radiant Dawn. Wow. And with the Vortex skill, he can actually unleash the mighty Razor Wind. If you're on normal mode and you want to use a mighty 19 magic attack gust on the elite forces of Dayan, Naesala's your guy. Okay, if we unleash the mighty Vortex, incredible. It's effective too, and it does nothing. With the aid of the Raven tribe, we will reclaim Crimea. I don't understand kids these days. Words used to mean something. That's my goat. My goat Naesala. Are you people just blind? Wings, talons, beak. It's not a goat. A goat is a land animal. 4 legs, hooves, sometimes horns. Kids these days have no idea what they're talking about. Seeing you like this makes me want to forget this whole fighting thing. Heck, it's not like I'm getting paid. Go. Say, do you want to hire me? Go. What's this? Do you wish to return to Dayan's love and embrace? I do, if you agree to make me very, very rich. Go. Enough of your lies, Crow. Even now, your beady eyes look to find a chink in my armor. Ah, you found me out. Alright, let's proceed in earnest. No more tricks. Oh, look over there. Caw. Ah, didn't work, eh? Then die, madman. I won't be doing you any favors if I let you live. Caw. Not tricked. Oh! But we doubled him. Incredible. We do actually damage him in melee. I believe we do 4 twice. Yep. So in melee, Naesala does actually damage Ashnard. He does more damage than Ike more reliably, but he can never proc Ether, so it's going to take forever. Hecht. Oh! Hecht! Are we sure this guy is unrated? Maybe he should be 1 star. Welcome back. Now that Crimea has been saved, let's go ahead and compile our 100% correct, most certainly not suspect minds. Fire Emblem 9 tier list. Starting with Ike, the main character. We like Ike, and we certainly do like Ike. He has a lot of great lines, and in our playthrough in particular, he actually has some great stats.
He got insane level ups early and ended up capping out his strength, skill, speed, and defense. He had the most kills throughout our playthrough, and in the endgame, he was our go-to unit to clear out rough combat scenarios. 2 stars. Yes, Ike is the best at walking up to and chopping one guy, but he's the manager of the Footlocker. Footlock and Swordlock is so bad. Having Ike in the area is an active liability because enemies will attack him and not your more competent units that can actually counter and neutralize the threats as they swarm you. I'm being dead serious when I say that there is a significant portion of the game where Mia and Rolf are better than Ike because you can just inject them with bonus EXP steroids and promote them, and you cannot do that with Ike because of his story promotion. Of course, I think Ike is still much better overall. He's just not Poonage incarnate like GameFAQs would have you believe. The clearest way to understand how Ike underperforms is to just compare him to an actually good unit. Yes, Ike can run up to and kill one dude. Meanwhile, Jacked Jill can take on 7 dudes and their dragons at once in a fight, and save the village, and go kill her dad and all of his nerd bodyguards. Now, you might think that such an ordeal would take its toll on little old Jill, and indeed it did. At the end of this, Jill was not at full health, because she leveled up and gained a health point that we hadn't healed. This sounds like hyperbole. To make Jill sound good and Ike sound bad? No, we literally did this. The game is so easy when you actually use good units. You can just move them into the enemy, they all die, and you don't. And Ike can't do that until the very end of the game, when, yes, he grabs Ragnell and does actually become Poonage incarnate. But only for the last 2 chapters. 2 good chapters, 2 stars. You could call him 3 stars, that wouldn't be that crazy. Boyd, 4 stars. Probably the best combat in the game, but unfortunately he's infantry, so can't quite reach the apex. You might be wondering, is the difference between 2 and 4 stars as simple as weapon type? Because stats-wise, Ike is overall probably better than Boyd. Yes, I think it actually is that big of a difference. Titania, your Jagan redhead super MILF mentor, 5 stars. I don't want to hear any arguments. Oscar, he has a Tellius pony and super Canto. Some disappointing offense, but he's invincible with his Earth affinity, and he has incredible mobility and rescue utility. 5 stars. But he is very susceptible to getting stat screwed, so he often doesn't feel 5 stars. But you can fix his strength issues with a nice forge, and you can fix any possible speed issues with the Night Ward. Kilroy the Contagious. Well, he's a healer. You'd think he would heal himself. Gigglin Gatrie. He's an armor knight. At the very least, you get him early game, when his stats are a bit ahead of the curve, but when he rejoins you, he's probably not worth it. Shinon the Slurslinger. Basically 2 different characters. Early game Sniper Jagan. 3 stars. You can put him in front of enemies. He slings slurs at them, so they attack him. The later game Est version of Shinon, just absolute joke. Fun for a laugh, but not for actually fighting. Soren the Sorcerer. 3 stars? Question mark? The nerds truly get shoved in the Tellius lockers in Radiant Dawn, but in Path of Radiance, you can still get some use out of your nerds. Striking res is still useful, you always have 1-2 range, but I do need to emphasize that the nerd mobility and durability are both horrendous. Most of our emergency Nintendo PC uses were because this dude got shoved in a locker.
It happens more often than you might plan for. Wutai Wayu. Ike, but worse in every way. Later than Ike. 1 star. But people still love her. I wonder why. Ilyana. She's basically Soren. But cuter. Had a lot of fun slicing and dicing with Ilyana the Eviscerator, but under no circumstances should you actually do that. Unless you're doing your own Max Meme Mercenary run. Lethe the Lithe. Not a friend to the Beork. But a decent asset to your army early on, at least. 2 stars. She has fur, so she has very bad scaling. But early on, with her instant transformation, she can go Persian mode, slash some stuff. Sure. Mordecai, help Beork friends, nya. 4 stars? Really good stats for when he joins, and notably, he is the best Smite user, and you're only one for a while. Smite is very powerful, unique mobility utility, and Mordecai is the only guy who can do it. Do your 5-star mounted units need to go even further? Better call up Mord the Muscle. Oh yeah, he can also annihilate enemies if he ever actually transforms. Mist the Medic. Starts off as bad Kilroy, but can very reasonably make it to better mounted Kilroy. 3 stars. I was very surprised by how passionate she was about the Sonic franchise. Sonic Sword Mist was actually kind of good, but probably not worth doing all of those sword training drills. I'm gonna be firm and explicit here. YouTube, don't ban me. We're gonna talk about this with Mist because she is the leader of the Cerulean Gym and is herself a water affinity. I think the water affinity is insanely overrated and underhated. Asterisk. Each level of the water affinity gives 0.5 defense and 0.5 attack. That's actually good. The issue is that it rounds down. Depending on your own affinity, there's a chance that your first support level with water affinity does nothing. If it rounded up, it would be good. And it does round up in Radiant Dawn, so it actually is good. But here, half of your support ranks are just wasted. If you do double water affinity, then your A support will grant you +3 defense, +3 attack, which is actually 3 times as good as a raw single water support, which only gives you 1 attack and 1 defense at A rank because it rounds down. It's pretty sad. So water support is actually good if you double up on the moisture. But if you don't, it's actually kinda underwhelming. So I think that the player base at large should actually go ahead and put a damper on the water affinity propaganda. It's out of control. There's too much water. People discuss Earth Affinity and Water Affinity in the same breath, even though neither of those are the Wind Affinity. And Breath of the Wild was a terrible game that ruined the Zelda franchise, possibly forever. With Earth Affinity, you always get 5 Avoid. There's no partial credit nonsense. And I think the values are just nowhere close to comparable. Ike going A support with Oscar and B support with Soren. Soren isn't even Earth Affinity, he's Dark, so only half Avoid. You gain 47 Avoid. That alone almost puts you on the favorable side of the 2RN system. Oscar is the only one who can actually go double Earth and make his other Earth support partner Tanith, so he gains over 50 Avoid just from supports. And stacked Avoid is extremely powerful, in a way that flat defense and attack bonuses are not. I think Earth Affinity is so much more powerful than Water, like they're not even in the same conversation. People tell me that Earth Affinity is overrated. This is the issue with the internet. Anybody can say anything and assume that they're right, unless told otherwise. Well, I'm telling you otherwise. And you can trust me, okay? The people who don't think that Earth support is good? What planet are you on? Well, it's not planet Earth Affinity.
A major goal of our playthrough was ushering in the Ragnarolf by triangle attacking with Rolf. It was a major goal of our run because the idea was to use the worst units possible. I don't think Rolf is the worst, but it's close. 1 star. Marcia the Magnificent. Jill, but earlier and slightly frailer. 5 stars. Inject her with bonus XP and the game is over. Volke the Villainous. Volke himself has really good personal stats and growths. Unfortunately, Path of Radiance knives are the worst weapon type in Fire Emblem history, so 3 stars. Good thing doors and chests don't fight back, because I don't think Volke would be winning that fight. Brom the Bumbling. He's a simple farmer. Please don't make him fight. He's not any good at it. Kieran the Kavalier. Well, he's a mounted unit in Tellius, and he uses axes. 5 stars. The redheads in this game are so overpowered. What's going on? Nephenee the Nephelem. She's just a simple country gal. She belongs in the fields, and I don't mean the battlefield. 2 stars? And that's generous. I think Nephenee really lays bare how awful Brom is. Because Nephenee is basically Brom with 1 extra movement and Wrath. And she still sucks. Zihark the Zealous. I think we gave him 2 stars because he looks cool and he did a cool crit. But he should probably be 1 star. It's a second copy of Ike, except without any of the main character privileges or problems. One of the main things that Zihark does is he makes Mia look even worse. Sothe the Shanker. If you haven't used this unit, and that's a rhetorical question because this was a world first run, nobody else has ever actually used Sothe. You have no idea how bad he is. How bad is bad. It's undeploying him because there literally isn't a single unit on the map he can damage. It's jumping through Cirque du Soleil hoops to set an enemy to 1 health because 1 health against a mage is the most damage you can do. You then shank that nerd to gain 30 experience. That's how bad Sothe is. We forged weapons to our heart's content. At least maximum might, often maximum hit. Every single chapter of the game. We were not stingy in the least. And we still ended with over 20,000 bonus gold. Just pay Volke, okay? You can afford it. In defense of Sothe the Sleuth, slander has been circulating saying that a level 20 Sothe under the tutelage of Belasum is worse than base Radiant Dawn Sothe. That's actually untrue, because for some reason all of these claims are based on Sothe without Belasum. Belasum Sothe is on average better than Radiant Dawn Sothe, which is relevant because he's the only unit who transfers his stats 1-to-1 if you cap him. The issue is that capped Path of Radiance Sothe doesn't exist, because using this guy is impossible. So in that sense, yes, non-transfer Sothe is better, because he's actually obtainable. Astrid the Astute. She studies hard, that's why she gets double experience. Extremely under-leveled for when she joins, but in one of the best class lines in the game, and horse archers are actually pretty useful, so 4 stars. One of the units that it's very realistic to actually cap out in terms of level, which will really help her out in Radiant Dawn, Makalov the Maligned. Repulsive personality and starting weapon type, but he's still on a horse. 3 stars. Stefan the Stellar Blade.
absolutely bonkers stats for his join time. CEO of the Footlocker. 3 stars. If this guy had an axe to grind or buyable wind edges, he would probably be 5 stars. His stats are that good. Maurim the Meaty. He is a subhuman and very much subpar. Joins around the time where one-range locked combat really starts to be a burden on your army. And his transformed stats aren't impressive enough to make up for that, but he's probably the best candidate for the Smite Scroll once you get it. I think he's just barely good enough to avoid being a complete joke, but maybe this guy's most useful role was as a house servant. At least in the 2-star tier, he can continue watching over his protege, the young Tormod, your training project mage. He does have the cardio to gain 2 extra movement. That's nice, but it's probably not worth it considering how late he joins. And you cannot just transplant his lungs into anyone you want like you can in Radiant Dawn. So if you want the extra movement, you have to actually train Tormod. Danved the Devdan. Oh, he's a pre-promote halberdier. He's... okay? Question mark? Really unimpressive, but at the very least he has 1-2 range and salvageable stats if you squint. Tanith the Terrific. Incredible stats, incredible class, incredible personal reinforced skill. High flying 5 stars. Probably the only non-meme member of the Sonic Sword fandom. She might actually use it, and hey, she joins with it. Janoff and Ulki, the Bird Brain Buddies. I rated them both 1 star. Over the course of our journey, I think I've grown as a person, and I've come to regret some of the things I said in the past. I think Janoff is 2 stars. You need one of the Hawks to help with the Naysala side quest after their join chapter, and between the two, Janoff's much better transformation gauge makes him the clear candidate for this. So in that sense, it's something Janoff can do. I think he does get some credit for the Night Ring. The Night Ring is really powerful. As for actually fighting with this guy, probably a bad idea. But I guess it's possible. As for fighting with this guy, definitely a bad idea. Probably impossible. This dude is 1-star city. He's so bad. So Janoff is the only one whose placement actually changes. Because he's not quite as stinky as I initially made him sound. But he's still really bad. Also, the small is very cute, and I like his fez. Reyson the Rockstar. We love you, Reyson. Flying Super Dancer. He's so good. He's not even that fragile. Ignore the fact that I got him killed by some ballista. If you don't think that Reyson is good, you need to play the game more. When a Heron Laguz is singing, listen and learn. You'll get your turn back. Caliente Calil, your pre-promote good-to-go mage. If you don't bother with either of these early game nerds, and honestly you don't really have to, the best utility that nerds can provide is Siege Tome use. And Caliente Calil can use all of them with stats that are comparable to the nerds that you have to actually walk through grade school. Calil already joins you with a diploma and every relevant qualification. She's actually really good. If only she wasn't a knife-wielding maniac, she would maybe actually be 4 stars. If Calil showed up at your door and tried to sell you some knives, would you say no? Be honest. Tauroneo the Tenacious. Very popular character, incredible facial hair, incredible personal skill in the form of resolve, but really bad availability and really bad movement. A fun unit with some potential for viability, not a complete joke or anything, but probably only a 2-star general.
I didn't mention this back when we reviewed Tauroneo because I didn't actually realize it, but it's definitely not a coincidence that he comes with the Resolve skill, because Resolve in Japanese is Yusho, Brave General. The Brave is the same character that's in Brave Weapons, and then the Sho, you know it, it's the same Sho that's in Shogun. I thought it'd be the same Sho that was in Shoyu, soy sauce. Nothing soy about this guy. Ranulf the Reluctant. He's a Laguz. It's getting really late game, you really want 1-2 range, you don't want to deal with this annoying gauge, and you don't really get a reward for it either. To the 1-star pound with you. Available for adoption. Any takers? Haar the Hurricane. Clad in black armor. He naps in the 4-star tier. He's just charging up for next game. Free pre-promote Dragon Lord. The only reason why he's not 5 stars is because he's barely in the game, but for the portion that he is in, may as well chop him up with Haar. What light through yonder window breaks? Bastian the Blathering. Shut up. If I need secondary siege tome usage, I guess you can do it. This guy's dialogue is so obnoxious. He lusts after creamy hands. What a creep. There's actually a brand of coffee creamer here in Japan called Creep. Maybe it's pronounced crepe, but to me it looks like creep. Gotta be Bastion's favorite. Lucina the Laughable. They should add a laugh track when this lady attacks. It'd be pretty appropriate. 1 star. Not even qualified to work at the Foot Locker. Joffre le Générique. Pre-promote Paladin with the elite status. Gains double XP. I mean, he's a Paladin. Please don't make me try and make up more things to talk about with this guy. He's so boring. Yeah, he's a pre-promote Paladin. He's fine. Whatever. Joffre le Génique, Astrid, Joffre le Toys R Us Giraffe, I'm guessing that's a joke. I remember Toys R Us. Nobody's gonna remember this dude. Leapin' Largo, a world-class berserker. I was amazed at how good this guy was. Too bad he's not in the game. Pinned 2 tigers at once, 2 stars. Fun fact, Largo's portrait was actually so wide that I had to vertically stretch him to make him the correct dimensions for the list. Not even Mordecai was that wide. Mordecai is more symmetrical, so although Morty's also massive, he actually scaled correctly, but I had to sort of use the tweezers on Largo here. Largo the Lengthened.
Vous pensez avoir une chance contre Elintial Elite? Who do you think you are? You think you could stand up to Elintial Elite? Well, probably because I'm not so much of a fighter. I am more of a lover of my country. I heal them with my A-rank staff. Too bad I'm not in the game. But I look forward to rendezvous with you next game, when I'm much better.
Ina the Enamored. And Nasir the Nebulous. I wondered what these two are up to. Stats-wise, Nasir is just better than Enna. But if you get Nasir, you don't need him. And if you get Enna, you might actually need her, so we're gonna give Enna 2 and Nasir 1. Even though Nasir is better. It is my honor to raise up my granddaughter standing in this world in any way I can. And finally, the Lagan Laguz. These guys are basically unrated because they're completely useless on hard mode. They can't actually reach Ashnard Phase 2 to contribute, which is the only thing they can do. Gifka the Jifka, although he is a PNG, if you pick him, you get a strength transfer if you choose to bring him into the Tower in Radiant Dawn. That's something. He also does the most damage to Berserk Ashnard in a single swipe. Naysala the Ne'er-do-well is actually able to double and dodge Ashnard, so you can hit him for 4 damage twice. And if you pick him, you get a coin transfer to Radiant Dawn, which improves one of your forges. Sure. Tornado to Barn.
probably the best choice if you're on normal mode, in which case the Laguz Royal actually joins you for the map itself and can help you. On hard mode, may as well leave this dude on the roost, because you don't actually get a special transfer bonus like you do with the other two kings. And the transfer bonus is probably the most important just because they'll never actually reach the fight. Nasir is on here twice because he's just that duplicitous. That's what that word means, right? It's because his small was created after the template. So just ignore this. Alright, they're invited to the Oscars award ceremony, but they gotta sit all the way in the back, in the 1-star row. Welcome, welcome one and all, to the Oscars! The Tellius Award Ceremony. To be awarded tonight. Most useful. Which unit would we not want to play this game without? Best Combat. The unit that chopped the most heads off of enemies. The most efficiently. Most fun. The unit that brought the most joy to this joyless, war-stricken world. Max Meme. Among the Max Meme Mercenary crew, which one truly maximized the memes? Husbando Hero, the most eligible bachelor of our crew. And the most hotly contested award of all, pun intended. Waifu winner. Which one has the most Fire Emblem Heroes skins? Beginning with most useful. I think this award has almost always gone to our Jagan, and even though Titania is a titan among Jagans, I think that Reyson's records, they go double platinum. He's so absurdly useful once he joins. I think we gotta give it to Reyson. We love you, Reyson! Best Combat. I think considering how hard we kneecapped him, I think it actually does go to Boyd the Boy. He is the Colossal Titan. Akai no Kamida. A god of destruction. We gave this guy basically nothing for half the game. We gave him no real special forges, no real favoritism. I think Boyd really does have exceptional combat in this game. You just didn't see it in our run because of some awards that are still pending. Most fun. Could be gameplay-wise, could be character-wise. What do you guys think? Somewhat controversially, although his time with us was brief, I'm kinda leaning towards Leapin' Largo. His animations are so fun. You've got this giant guy flipping and flopping around, critting everybody with double edge and taking massive damage himself. Oh, Largo, please, could you be more careful? We're running out of physics. Hey, if you've got the breath to complain, you've got the breath to heal. Stop slacking. I'm fighting for you here, nerds. I wish he was actually in the game. Unfortunately, we know that Largo won't get his chance another day since he's the only guy that's not in the sequel, so we might actually give it to Largo. Largo the Lauded. Congratulations. Max Meme. In a way, this award encompasses the soul of our entire run. And I think our soul was stolen by Sothe the Sleuth. Most of the gameplay and strategy in this so-called strategy RPG came from trying to set up Sothe Shanks. And after enough successful Shanks, you do get those very juicy Bellawesome levels. But we don't want Rolf to feel too bad. He's been through so much already, so he does get a participation award. Can I duplicate this? Rolf, you also get a gold star. Rolf gets the honorary Hype Master Award. You may have noticed this hype tracker behind me here. It was created by one of our mods, Shared. And how it works is that every time a unit is mentioned, no such thing as bad publicity, their hype increases by 1, and viewers could use a command, !hype unit name, and that unit would instantly gain 25 hype, once per chapter. Resets every chapter, and the record holder for the most hype was Rolf. In his joining chapter, he actually broke through the 500 hype barrier. This was partly due to us slandering him for about 40 minutes straight during his review. And then Ragnar Rolf arrived, except the only one who died was Rolf, because he got crit in the face at a 2% chance, and numerically I suppose that was considered the hypest moment of the run. Good job, Rolf, only you could have done it. Rolf also got 2 blank levels. Great growth unit. Rolf is not eligible for this award though, because it's adults only. The Husbando Hero. Who are we feeling for this one? We're not the most qualified audience for this, because I think we're 94% male. I'm actually thinking it might be Ike. Lord Ike has got some serious riz. He looks really cool, and we never see him again. I actually think that the Giga Chad protein powder Ike actually looks kind of ridiculous, but that's sort of his canon appearance everywhere except for the second half of this game. Radiant Ike has a boatload of muscles. He's got muscles on his muscles. He's got muscles on his eyeballs. He'll get into the salty spittoon, but I actually don't want him anywhere near me. He looks kind of ridiculous. If we give him the Husbando Hero star, he actually reaches 3 stars. And I don't think that 3-star Ike is a crazy rating. We like Ike? Hey, Hero is actually Radiant Dawn Ike's starting class, so would make sense that he ends the prequel as a Husbando Hero. Maybe he got divorced between now and Radiant Dawn. He can have a heart-to-heart with Tauroneo about that. Lastly, to close out the Oscars award ceremony, Waifu winner. I sort of joked that the criteria was who has the most Fire Emblem Heroes alts, but that's also sort of not a joke. Apparently, in between the time we rated Mia and marveled at how many Fire Emblem Heroes skins she had, and this Oscars award ceremony, Mia actually got another new Fire Emblem Heroes skin. That has to be the deciding factor, right? The waifu winner? It's gotta be Wu Tai Wayu. WWWW. Did you know that's how you laugh in Japanese text? I do think Mia's performance is very funny. And so, after nearly 70 hours of mobile phone-addled Zoomers asking, "Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet?" Yes. We are there. We have arrived at the end of the Path of Radiance. It's been an honor to traverse Tellius alongside you, the viewers. Until we meet again, be sure to recruit that like button, and perhaps smash the subscribe button with a hammer for only 2x effective damage. We shall meet again, perhaps when a new day dawns. I feel like I forgot an adjective.